Honourable Members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we approach Remembrance Day, it is a time for all of us to pause and reflect on the many stories of courage that have shaped our shared history. One such story is that of the Leyte Gulf landings, a defining moment that changed the course of the Indo-Pacific War and marked the beginning of the liberation of the Philippines. 81 years ago, in October 1944, Filipino, American and Australian Allied forces, fighting side by side, launched one of the largest naval operations of the Second World War. Australia played an integral role in the Leyte Gulf landings as part of the combined Allied forces, providing a significant portion of the naval firepower for the close support group, landing troops and conducting vital reconnaissance. Royal Australian Navy, including heavy cruisers and landing ships, fought in the naval battles, and Australian personnel also supported the invasion by providing communication and intelligence capabilities. Their courage, unity and sacrifice restored hope to millions and reignited the light of freedom after years of hardship. I joined the Filipino-Australian community in October as they came together at the Visayan Association of Australia's Liberation Day Ball at the Liverpool All Saints Catholic Hall to commemorate that historic day. It was a moving reminder of how faith, resilience and solidarity can prevail even in the darkest of times. It was an honour to join so many proud members of the Visayan community, people who continue to live out those same values here in Australia. Through cultural programs, community service and the unbreakable spirit of Bayanihan, Filipino-Australians ensure that the legacy of the Leyte of courage, perseverance and freedom continues to inspire future generations. Across Fowler and southwest Sydney, Filipino-Australians are an integral part of our community, working in our hospitals, schools, small businesses and churches. Their compassion and dedication strengthen the very fabric of our society and reminds us of the best of what it means to be Australian. Events like this also remind us of the power of heritage and the importance of coming together, whether through celebrating cultural milestones or supporting one another in everyday life. The Visayan community enriches our local story and contributes to the vibrant multicultural heart of our region. I want to sincerely thank President Yun Salazar and the organisers of this beautiful evening for their leadership and commitment to keeping history alive. As we prepare to mark Remembrance Day, let us carry forward the lessons of Leyte: unity in purpose, strength in diversity and service to others. May we always honour those who fought for freedom by building stronger, more connected communities here at home, lest we forget.
Member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Despite wild weather in the lead-up, the skies cleared just in time and the community turned out in force with gumboots on and spirits high for the 2025 Tulip Festival in Wynyard. This festival began in 1991, born from the pride the Wynyard community felt in the breathtaking beauty of the region. What started as a small local celebration has blossomed, quite literally, into a nationally recognised event drawing tens of thousands of visitors each year. Over the past 33 years, we've seen the festival grow in scale and significance, with only one pause in 2020 due to COVID, which is an amazing result. Last year alone, Wynyard welcomed an estimated 20,000 people. That's a testament to the enduring appeal of the festival and the tireless work of the Waratah Wynyard Council, staff, volunteers and stallholders who make it all happen. This year's festival was made even more special by the presence of guest ambassadors, MasterChef runner-up from Smithton, Josh Pezza-Perry, and Hannah Maloney, host of ABC TV's Gardening Australia. Here's to 33 years of the Wynyard Tulip Festival, and I look forward to seeing everyone again in 2026 for the 34th year. A week ago, I attended a birthday party that's not all that revolutionary, except this was a combined 150th birthday for the township of Penguin and 50th birthday for the giant 3-metre-high penguin that sits on the foreshore. The town of Penguin, nestled beside the sea on the northwest coast in Braddon, had the biggest and best birthday party that I've ever been to. The Penguin 150 street party was the highlight of the year of festivities to celebrate the birthday of the town. There was live music, food stalls, local markets, entertainment and a whole lot of community spirit, and capped off with a fabulous show of fireworks. The main street was closed off so it was safe to roam, and the street was abuzz with crowds, prams, children, dogs and people enjoying the sunshine and the atmosphere. For the occasion, Australia Post developed a special stamp collection and the big penguin, and especially minted dollar coin with the big penguin on the face. A huge congratulations to the committee members, the volunteers, the performers, stall holders, and to everyone who worked so hard to make all the wonderful events such a success. I echo the words of many who spoke. This is all about community. It's about knowing and watching out for your neighbours, and the events this year really let the spirit of this fabulous little community shine through. And I want to again congratulate the community, which was a small community of volunteers who worked really hard to put on such a fabulous event for not just the Penguin Town but the entire Northwest region.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, the Lower Peninsula is the only place in Australia with comparable population or economic output that doesn't have Doppler radar coverage. The importance of radar in accurate near and real-time forecasting cannot be understated. Sure, for individuals, but importantly for agriculture, where we have some of the most productive land in the country. Fishing, where Port Lincoln calls home to the Southern Hemisphere's largest fishing fleet. Tourism, like international yacht races in Boston Bay. Rocket launching, a growing industry at Whalers Way. And importantly, emergency services, helping us mitigate what we saw in 2005 when 9 people were killed. While I thank Minister Watt's office for their constructive engagement on this issue, we must not delay this any further. Finally, I want to thank Trevor Smith, Ryan Varney, Ken Webber and Sam Telfer MP for their continued advocacy. The time for radar is now. Speaker, last month on Rural Women's Day, we celebrated the backbone of our regional communities, the rural women who hold our towns together. It was a privilege to attend Rural Women's Day celebrations in Orroroo, celebrating the contributions of our local women. Last week, I met with local Stephanie March from Mercy Co, Alex Thomas from Plant a Seed for Safety, and Nikki Atkinson from Live Sienna Fashion here in Parliament House. It was amazing to have women like these stand up and fight for regional and rural healthcare. And we don't just need the best access, Speaker, we just want equity. But Speaker, the stories of these incredible women hit hard. Stephanie's son has a rare chronic disease requiring constant travel to the city for care, putting constant strain on her entire family on the Yorke Peninsula. Alex faced an impossible choice when our late father fell through the cracks in regional healthcare. Either switch off his dialysis or move to the city, a choice no daughter should face. These aren't just statistics, these are the daily realities our regional, rural and remote communities face. Steph and Alex are doing their part to stand up for people in regional SA, and it's time our government does the same. Speaker, Grey is an electorate full of rich history. I witness this every time I visit one of our hundreds of towns, but recently a few have hit significant milestones I'd like to acknowledge. Boolaroo Centre marked its 150th milestone in early October. The town's agricultural heritage remains a prominent part of its identity and is still an important service centre for world-leading agriculture industry. Orroroo also celebrated the 150th in October. This proud town has been a cornerstone of our region's pastoral story, serving as a vital hub for surrounding communities. And Blyth celebrated 150 years only yesterday, hosting a successful community event. For a century and a half, Blyth has supported generations of farming families. These milestones remind us that our towns aren't just dots on a map, they're communities with stories worth celebrating.
Member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there are some important changes coming up soon as a result of our government's reforms to make children safer online. And I want to take this opportunity to talk about what these changes mean for parents, guardians, and of course for young people across our community and the country. From December, social media platforms will be required to prevent Australians under 16 from creating or keeping social media accounts. And this is, of course, something that is of huge interest in many communities, including in Jagga. And I want to take this opportunity to speak directly to parents and young people in our community. Firstly, what is actually changing? Social media platforms will have to ensure that under-16s cannot hold accounts. Children will still be able to view some public content, but they won't have full accounts. And platforms will be held accountable if they don't apply to these changes. This is a change that is about safety and responsibility. It's about making sure that we are not taking childhood away from young people who should be protected. And it really comes about because there has been a failure of the social media platforms to do this properly, to take their social responsibility seriously. We have essentially allowed them to conduct a giant social experiment, and at many points they have shown that they did not take social responsibility seriously, and we have seen the consequences of that. It's not unusual for government to step in and regulate if we do see an industry that's doing harm to young people. We've done it in alcohol, we've done it in tobacco, and now we're doing it with social media. Importantly, under-16s or their parents will not be fined or penalised if they use or allow use of a platform. The responsibility for this lies on the platforms, as it should. I do want to pay tribute to the parents across the country who have campaigned for this change, and I know that they've campaigned because their children have been affected in ways that they absolutely should not have been. This is a tribute to you and your work. As a parent myself, I know that this is an opportunity to have a chance to have real conversations with our kids about healthy online habits, managing screen time, and understanding the pressures social media can bring. I also want to acknowledge that there are legitimate concerns from young people who have come to me and others and said that they do use social media well and they use it to connect. That is not to say that that doesn't happen. It is to say that the vast majority of the evidence shows us that social media platforms have been harmful for young people. And so what we are saying is it's not no social media forever, but it is no social media at this critical stage while you're still developing, while you're still forming your brain and your relationships. I give my commitment to young people in my community that I'll continue to talk to them as we implement this change. Our government have prepared a range of materials to help explain these changes to young people, to schools. My office in Heidelberg will have information available, and I also encourage people to go to the eSafety Commissioner, a trusted resource, for more information.
Member for Monash.
Here if you need, Madam Deputy Speaker. That should be the motto of the Monash electorate, and it was certainly a call that was put out loud and clear at the recent launch of the Warragul and District Netball Association summer competition. I was so pleased to be able to launch it just recently with Karen Romano, the president, Megan Romano, who runs the Net Set Go program for young up-and-coming players, and the whole committee who do just such a fantastic job of encouraging players of all abilities and all areas across West Gippsland to get involved. Now, Deputy Speaker, there were about 1,000 players on that launch evening, 70 umpires who do a terrific job, and around 150 teams. And over the 57-year history of the club, they've never seen more interest or more enthusiasm, and I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Warragul and District Netball Association on an amazing launch. I also want to congratulate and encourage the tremendous work that community kitchens and food banks do across the Monash electorate. I volunteer from time to time at Frankie's Community Kitchen, which is just such a great initiative led by a number of people, including Luke Hagel, who is an accomplished chef in his own right. I cracked a few hundred eggs on my last shift, but there's good company and good tunes that are played in that kitchen with an amazing team of volunteers. So from Longwarry to Warragul to Coronella, all of the community food banks who do such a good job, and I know the demand for your services is just going up and up, and I want to commend the incredible work that you do. I also had the Shadow Minister for Health and Aged Care, Senator the Honourable Anne Ruston, in Warragul recently to do a number of visits. We had an aged care forum. We went to Trafalgar Footy and Netball Club to look at their change rooms, and also met with local government. Aged care is an incredibly important issue in my electorate of Monash, and I will stand by older Australians, their families and carers to make sure that choice and respect is at the heart of every decision they're able to make. I also want to commend the West Gippsland recently had our first Diwali celebration, and I've still got the henna tattoo to prove that I was there. It was a wonderful celebration. I want to commend the local Indian community across the Monash electorate, from West Gippsland through to the Malayali Association in Bass Coast. Thank you for all that you bring to our community. Diwali was a vibrant and joyous occasion that I was deeply honoured to be invited to participate in. I also want to talk about the terrible impost of the illegal tobacco trade, and that we need to front foot this much stronger. Thank you.
For Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, with apologies to the Jakarta Bintangs, the Krakatoa's Football Club is the best named Aussie rules team in the world, and I was delighted to join them on a training run on the weekend with delegates from the Australia-Indonesia Youth Exchange Program. IAP is more than 40 years old, and it connects Australian and Indonesian youth through social, professional and cultural exchange. Now, each year, 42 delegates from Australia and Indonesia become immersed in each other's countries. They grow their intercultural skills, international networks and professional capabilities, and we're very pleased to host it in Melbourne this year. All 21 delegates from Indonesia come from a different province, coming from as far west as Aceh to as far east as the Papuan provinces, reflecting the vast diversity of that country. Now, given that the median age in Indonesia is just 30, this program is an important way to connect Australian and Indonesian leaders of the future. The 21 delegates from Indonesia are currently spending 5 weeks in Australia, and this year's Indonesian delegates are hosted by generous host families and workplaces in Melbourne, and I'm delighted to be hosting one myself in my electorate office in Melbourne, the lovely Petra. We've already learned so much from each other, and she's brought fantastic energy and enthusiasm to the office. Petra would like me to tell the Parliament that I've really enjoyed living in Australia so far, and the thing I love the most is living with my host family and sharing my Indonesian culture, and doing the internship at Tim Watt's office in Melbourne. I've learned so much during my time here, and I will always be grateful for these experiences. Thank you to the Australian and Indonesian governments for providing this life-changing opportunity. There are plenty of people to thank for keeping a program like this operating for 40 years. So terima kasih to all of the generous host families in both Australia and Indonesia, and a special shout-out to Christy and Ryan Newham for hosting Petra in my community. Terima kasih to Australia's DFATS, Australia-Indonesia Institute, and the Indonesian Ministry of Youth and Sport for their collaboration with funding and organising this program. Terima kasih to Value Learning for their expertise and dedication for delivering this program across Australia and Indonesia. Terima kasih to Angus Barakano and the Australia-Indonesia Youth Association Victoria chapter for supporting the program and putting on a barbie during the training run on the weekend. Finally, a shout out to the founder and president of the Krakatoas, Ian Shearer, and the whole Krakatoa's Football Club, or as they'd say in Indonesia, Tim Krakatoa, and thanks for the training run. And to all the delegates, let me say this. Selamat datang di Melbourne, and nikmati kesempatan luar biasa ini, dan semoga sukses selalu. Terima kasih to everyone involved. Congratulations to all.
Member for Goldstein.
Thank you,
Member
Deputy
for
Speaker.
Goldstein.
Deputy Speaker, we back Australians who back themselves, and so it's wonderful to see in the Goldstein electorate a number of people who have been honoured in Australia's top 250 young entrepreneurs list. Each has demonstrated initiative, leadership and commitment to building businesses that contribute positively to our community and our economy, particularly those who start fresh, young and get on with it and create job and economic opportunities for themselves and for others. So to Laura Henshaw, the co-founder and CEO of Keep It Cleaner, she's helping reshape how young Australians think about well-being, promoting balance, confidence and healthy habits through a supportive and inclusive community. To David Kaplan, who's the co-founder of WILD, which is modernising end-of-life planning and helping families navigate important decisions with greater clarity and dignity. To Mark Finn, who's the co-founder of Roller, a Melbourne-based software business supporting venues and attractions across Australia and internationally, improving customer experiences and enabling local businesses to grow. And Jack White, who's the co-founder of Cuttable, an emerging creative technology company helping Australian e-commerce brands reach new audiences with smarter, more efficient digital advertising tools. I suspect, Deputy Speaker, you're going to use that one. These leaders reflect the strength of Victorian innovation, practical values, led and focused on real outcomes for real Australians. So I want to congratulate them on their achievements, their entrepreneurship and the great work that they have done. Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate Sandringham Primary School on their recent fete. There's no better way than spending a Saturday morning and helping those at the Sandy Primary School fete set up. And it was a special note this year as they were celebrating their 170th year. In February 2020, a devastating fire ripped through the school and, of course, it had to be rebuilt after nearly 60% of it was destroyed. The Sandy community came together to their aid, and I still remember carrying bits of furniture across the Sandy East Primary site on the day it happened to help set up for the new school year. For 2 years they were displaced, and of course the welcome fete only a few weeks ago was an exciting moment to be part of the continuing life of the school. And from now 5 years on, the Sandy Primary School has shone its brightest, celebrating its 170th year with a fete on their rebuilt grounds. The fete was not just a fundraiser, but a testament to the school's enduring strength and their community bond. With carnival rides, food, games and activities galore, every dollar raised helped to support staff and students at the school and continue its important work. So congratulations to the huge group of parent volunteers who helped organise the day. Of course, Principal Louise Neve and the wonderful job that she does steering the school, and Assistant Principal Jennifer Parsons, the alumni, staff and students on a fantastic day. The weather was glorious, much fun was had by all, but more importantly, it brought the community together, connected them directly and made them a continuing part of the school relationship. So to them we say congratulations to you, Sandy Primary.
Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This morning I'd like to raise the voices of 2 young people in my community as part of the Raise Your Voice campaign. This is by Sabri. Words are not enough. Young Australians deserve action. It's very clear a better tomorrow requires the actions of great courage, fairness and vision. We must take bold, optimistic and ambitious steps today for a hopeful tomorrow. Future Australians will judge us on not if we act, but how we act as a country. A strong democracy relies on informed and active citizens. Civic education is the foundation of that choice. Yet too many Australians leave school without truly understanding how our democracy works, the power of our vote in elections, or how they can shape it for a better tomorrow. Governments must take steps to continue to strengthen and invest in teaching young minds on voting, elections, structure of government, role of leaders, and continue to provide students a platform to engage in Parliament. Civic education is not just about knowing we have a government, it's about empowering the next generation to think critically, to question and to participate in our democracy. A mandatory education syllabus on civic education across Australia that ensures every young Australian, no matter their background, leaves school with the knowledge and skills to participate in democracy. Thanks, Sabri, for such a wonderful contribution. The next contribution is from Ankia. If we want future generations to truly cherish their lives and feel fulfilled, we must enable equitable education services. For any successful society, we must enable a range of different skill sets without any barriers or disadvantage to individuals. Too many young people are facing barriers to education in a country where this should not dictate their futures. These obstacles can become overcome with governments. Financial inequity or even location are modifiable factors that should never be a barrier for a student to gain their knowledge and guarantee their future. Investing in education is a long-term investment for Australia, committing us to prosperity, well-being, equality across all different people. Giving every young Australian an equal opportunity sets us on the road to a meaningful future. Thank you to Sabri and Ankia for your contributions. I very much enjoyed reading them to the House.
Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the Tahmoor Colliery, a coal mine that has supported generations of workers and families in my electorate of Hume, and the future of which now hangs in the balance. About 400 people work there and many more service providers, contractors, and it supports countless local and regional businesses right across the Wallandilly Shire and beyond. Recently, a decision was made to stand down 250 workers, around half the workforce. It's a tough blow, not just for those workers, but for the families and many small businesses that rely on the mine. It's disappointing, and frankly, a line needs to be drawn in the sand. For months, the community has been patient, hopeful that GFG Alliance, the owner, would deliver on its promises but patience has worn thin. GFG needs to be upfront about the future of Tahmoor now. As the local member, I can't stand by and watch this continue. Last week, I wrote to the mine's owner, Mr Sanjeev Gupta, and told him enough is enough. Their management is not providing the stability, financial integrity or long-term certainty needed to keep the operations running. GFG needs to either restart the mine or sell it to someone who will. This mine is the heartbeat of our community. Hundreds of jobs, local businesses and families depend on it, and let's be honest, it didn't shut down because it wasn't profitable. The problem lies with financial issues in the broader GFG group. That's what's driven this outcome. Tahmoor is a good mine. It produces metallurgical coal, the kind that's essential for steel making, and it goes by rail down to Port Kembla, and a significant portion of it is used in the steel mill down there. So it's a key link in that supply chain, supporting local jobs and our domestic steel industry. There are buyers out there. People are looking at this mine and saying, you can make money from this. There is no need for the workers to be stood down. The royalties from Tahmoor are important to the New South Wales government. And here's the thing. The mine doesn't need government subsidies. It's been operating for over 40 years and has a proud history in the region, as does coal mining more generally in the Burragurong Valley right nearby. The miners just want to get back to work. They deserve better than what they're seeing now. We need a resolution and we need it quickly. The next step is simple. Pay the workers, stabilise the operation and restore confidence. Tahmoor Colliery is a vital asset, not just for our region, but for Australia's steel and resources industries. With the right leadership and investment, I believe it can thrive again, creating jobs, supporting local businesses and delivering long-term benefits to the community.
Member for Tangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I first walked into the home studio of Tangi artist Joan Peter, I saw a painting from her time in Iceland that caught my eyes. I was moved by the painting and could feel the coolness of the landscape. Joan, I'm proud to say, was a finalist for this year's Leicester Prize of Portraiture. Her piece is titled Drop-Ins with Marjorie, inspired by her conversation with Marjorie, a 97-year-old textile artist. Joan's accomplishment is even more impressive considering she is 75 years old and only started painting 5 years ago. Joan's life is one passion and energy. She was born in Malacca and worked as a flight attendant, including as one of Singapore Airlines' inaugural Singapore Girls. She migrated to Perth in 1975. She was a single parent and has worked as a chef, sound recordist, and film producer. She founded an international charity in Kenya. When she received a law degree, she became an entertainment lawyer. In 2022, she was awarded OAM for her contribution to the performing arts and film. When Joan started losing her hearing, she picked up a paintbrush. She told me that this is the course of life, that if she wasn't deaf, she wouldn't have known she could paint. Joan's paint her memories. For example, her artist residence in Iceland, or when she took her Karen alone traveling across Western Australia. In December, Joan will have a news exhibition in Fremantle called Sini Sana, which means here and there. When I met with Joan, we reflected on our childhoods. We shared that we have both grown up in small villages. Joan told me that as she grew up, no one put any limits on her or expectations that she has to go in one direction or the other. Her motto is to always say yes. She has said yes to so many opportunities, and now she's saying yes to be one of Tangi's great artists. Thanks, Joan.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for member constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1 for a motion in relation to National Climate Risk Assessment.
I move the motion relating to the National Climate Risk Assessment in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Climate change is already costing Australia more than $40 billion a year, and on our current path, that burden could climb to at least $73 billion, or some 4% of GDP by 2060. Mitigation must accelerate through rapid reduction of emissions, but ignoring the mounting risks for our communities is recklessly negligent. The status quo is leaving communities defenceless in the face of mounting risks and too often without the safety net of insurance. We must lift adaptation investment, make polluters pay a reality and equip local communities with the tools to stay safe, insurable and prosperous. Last Friday, I held a Climate Resilience Emergency Forum here in Parliament House. The forum gathered representatives from industry, academia, unions, government, think tanks, local councils and health to discuss the impact of the changing climate across our economy and, most importantly, how we can adapt and how we can pay for it. The cost of doing nothing far outweighs the cost of preparing for the future. In fact, delaying action will cost lives. Our current approach from the government is piecemeal, reactive and underfunded. Alongside other things, the motion calls on the government to invest 0.25% of GDP, or $4 billion per year, to climate adaptation. This investment will enable a triple dividend of climate adaptation to our economy and to Australia by avoiding losses of climate disasters, drive economic benefits, affordable insurance, new and better jobs and improved infrastructure, and bring massive social and environmental gains. The government's National Climate Risk Assessment confirms that some climate risks are already baked in. The bill for inaction is mounting. The government currently invests only $250 million per year into adaptation. This is woefully inadequate. Traditional economic models understate the risk, the social and economic costs, and the modelling from the UNSW's Timothy Neal, who presented at the forum, warned us that the outdated economic forecasting models have lulled policymakers and governments into complacency. Traditional economic forecasts only predict minor global GDP losses, but Professor Neal's work suggests the real damage could be as high as 40% of global GDP by the end of the century on the current emissions reduction trajectory. Our national cost-benefit tests must be updated. Meanwhile, the insurance protection gap is widening. Construction costs are higher, and we continue to rebuild in high-risk areas and without resilience and adaptation baked into rebuilding codes. Local governments, who are on the front line, are financially stretched, competing for short-term grants when what works is place-based, long-term adaptation. We have the plans on paper. What's missing is the scale, certainty and accountability to deliver them. The outcomes from Friday's forum are measured and economy-wide. They're calling for 1, predictable and adequate investment on adaptation by committing to $4 billion, 0.25% of GDP of investment to offset the 2% of GDP it's already costing us, and this should be locked in over forward estimates. Secondly, adaptive leadership that embeds climate resilience across our economy through a National Climate Adaptation Authority to implement the forthcoming National Adaptation Plan, coordinate across jurisdictions and monitor implementation. Thirdly, help local governments with the cost of adaptation by lifting financial assistance grants from 0.5% to at least 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, which is around $400 million per year, to ensure place-based adaptation and implementation. Fourthly, we need to invest in nature, as it is our greatest ally in adaptation and resilience, by updating nature-based solutions. And number 5, funding Indigenous land and sea management, which we know will deliver climate and social dividends. Then we also need to update our National Construction Code to embed resilience, expand cyclone and flood standards by risk, not postcode, and ensure transparent hazard data. It is incredibly concerning that the Albanese government has committed to a freeze of the building code for 4 years. 7, we need to build public-private partnerships with insurers to reduce underlying risk and lower premiums. And finally, we need for those that are causing the damage to pay for the adaptation by ensuring a polluters pay social and environmental model. We know that through CBAM, reform of the PRRT and so many other measures, we can ensure polluters pay for adaptation.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the member for Warringah for bringing this incredibly important motion to the House today. Acting on climate change is crucial, and the reasons are obvious to us all. 2024 was the hottest year on record. Our communities are enduring more extreme weather events more frequently, and ecosystems are under strain. In my home city of Brisbane, this year alone, we've experienced a cyclone, we've experienced an earthquake, and we've experienced flooding. And in my local community on Brisbane's south side, we know the drill when it comes to natural disasters. Our local community is strong, our local community helps each other out, our local community is resilient, and we also have a number of incredibly active community groups who are driving that preparedness and that resilience. We have Banarawa, we have the Sherwood Neighbourhood Centre, we have Community Plus in Yeronga, we have Communify in Acacia Ridge. But what is clear is that more action must be taken in order to make sure that that resilience is kept up and that our communities continue to get the support that we need. Since 2022, Labor has made major investments to help our communities adapt to the realities of climate change. We've committed $3.6 billion to targeted resilience efforts and around $9 billion to broader policies and programs that support long-term adaptation. This includes the $1 billion Disaster Ready Fund, Labor's initiative to strengthen disaster preparedness, and the rollout of Australia's first National Health and Climate Strategy and Health National Adaptation Plan. We've invested nearly $16 million in the Torres Strait and Northern Peninsula Area Climate Resilience Centre to coordinate local responses to climate impacts, and we're also working with the insurance industry through the Hazard Insurance Partnership to better manage risk and to improve our data sharing. And by the end of 2026, we will identify priority actions with the states, with the territories, with the local governments to develop a climate change-focused action agenda. Because, Deputy Speaker, the world is changing, and this is in part because of the transformation of industries and complex economies to net zero. As part of Australia's journey to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, we've committed to reduce emissions by 62 to 70% by 2035. And this responsible approach is backed by science. It's not just a responsible approach, it's also an ambitious approach with proven technology and a roadmap to get there. This transition also offers economic opportunities that benefit our nation. And our environment initiatives like the Cheaper Home Batteries program have inspired Australians to install over 100,000 home batteries since July 1 this year. I'd like to note that since May 2022, we've also added over 18 gigawatts of wind and solar energy to the grid. We've approved more than 100 renewable energy projects, enough to power in every home across the nation, and we are working towards 82% renewable energy by 2030. We are also committed to supporting large industry to decarbonise. The National Reconstruction Fund is driving industry to scale up more renewables and low emissions manufacturing. Deputy Speaker, such initiatives are forward-thinking, and they are having a positive effect right now, as well as helping manage the effects of climate change into the future. While those who sit in the opposition are still arguing whether climate change is real or not, Labor is taking decisive action. In addition to the measures I've already outlined, we have invested up to $2 billion for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation to support the rapid development of renewable projects. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to climate, when it comes to energy, what is clear is that people, whether they be households or businesses, all deserve clarity. And what we have seen in the climate space is decades under a coalition government where we have had a policy shambles. And that continues this week. That's continued over the past few months. Because what have we seen from the Nationals? What have we seen from the Liberals? What have we seen from the coalition? They've walked away. They've voted against net zero. The member for New England has abandoned the party room. The Nationals have scrapped net zero and the opposition leader is now at a crossroads. Only Labor can take the action on climate change that our community needs.
The member for Bradfield.
Deputy Speaker, immediately before being elected into this place, I worked in finance at a venture capital fund where I served as a member of its impact committee. My role was to evaluate the counterfactuals of an investment, that is, what would the cost or the impact be had the fund not invested into a particular climate tech solution? What if we invested at Series A and B rather than at Series C? Or what if we didn't invest at all? When governments put their budgets together, you'd hope that they would also be asking these kinds of questions. What's the cost and the likely return of investing in this policy over that one? And what if we invest in early prevention rather than coughing up at treatment time? So let's turn our mind to defence, for example. The government has never really produced an economic calculation of investing in AUKUS. It's a key strategy to deter future aggressors and to defend our nation. Experts simply opine that compared to the other options, it's the superior move, and hence we commit $368 billion to it over a full 30 years. Now let's look at healthcare, where we are starting to weigh up the policy options. Health insurers offer members rebates to have regular dental checkups, and governments do it for bowel and breast cancer screening. Why? Because their experts, generally actuaries, show them that investing to prevent harm early saves money, and saves money over the longer term, and it saves a lot of money. But when it comes to climate change impacts, so far we simply don't do these things. Instead, we do this. Firstly, we rely on volunteers, such as those in the RFS, to prepare us for wildfires by carrying out fuel hazard reductions. And we rely on volunteers in the SES to help us with emergency response and recovery from storms and floods. We basically rely on the goodwill of volunteers in our communities. But in a changing climate, we can't rely forever on the kindness of strangers. The second thing we do when things get really bad all at once is we call in the members of the ADF and spread what is already very thin capacity across a terribly broad and complex response situation. When the ADF is called out to do this, when they assist state and local authorities with evacuations, logistics, clean-up and other critical support operations, they are not defending our country. Our ADF should not be deployed to clean up after climate crises. It's uneconomic and it's unfair on the personnel. We can't continue to fail to internalise the externalities, to fail to appropriately cost a clean-up on climate. We need to get on the front foot, and doing so will help ready our communities to weather the onslaught of a changing climate, to free up our ADF personnel and community volunteers for where they can better serve, and to save Australians money by investing in preventative measures up front. And that's why I find it extremely easy and pleasing to stand here today, Deputy Speaker, and second this motion put by the member for Warringah and commend it to the House and Chamber.
Okay. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2 for a motion in relation to aged care.
I call the member for Boothby.
I move the motion relating to aged care in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, when the Albanese government was elected, one of our priorities was fixing the broken aged care system. Nothing explained better how broken aged care was than the 2019 interim report from the Royal Commission into Aged Care entitled simply Neglect. The Royal Commission final report was delivered 2 years later in March 2021, and woefully little was done to address the catalogue of horror stories the Royal Commission had heard. By mid-2022, the previous coalition government had responded to fewer than 10 of the 148 recommendations. We all heard the heartbreaking stories the Royal Commission was told of how older people, our parents, our grandparents, our neighbours and our friends had been treated. And this government was the one to stand up and say that we can and we must do better. The Aged Care Act, which came into force over the weekend, responds to 58 of the 148 recommendations. This means that this Albanese government will have now responded in part or in full to 103 of the Royal Commission's recommendations, and of course the work continues. These generational reforms to aged care are really important for every older Australian and their families, carers and providers. Australia has an ageing population, and we know that there will be increased demand on the aged care system, and we owe it to every older Australian to ensure that when they need aged care, it will be there for them. Over the past 3 years, we have already introduced some very important improvements to the sector. We mandated 24/7 registered nursing in every nursing home, delivering more care minutes to residents. There is now a registered nurse on site in aged care in more than 99% of the time, delivering more direct care for over 250,000 older Australians. Our reforms are giving older Australians 7.1 million additional minutes of care every single day, compared to under the last government. This is a great initiative to keep people healthy in their nursing home, their home, and also avoiding inappropriate transfers to hospital EDs for minor ailments and injuries. We have already invested $17.7 billion to increase the wages of aged care workers. Ultimately, the care you receive in a nursing home or aged care facility is a direct product of the quality of the staffing. This government values the critical role workers play in this sector. We want aged care to be a career of choice, attracting and retaining quality workers who love providing care to other humans who love aged care. And too often we heard that good carers and nurses were having to leave the sector because they couldn't afford their mortgage on aged care wages, or they could get a better pay somewhere else. Increases in aged care workers' wages means they can pursue the career they love in the aged care sector, providing quality care to residents. Most importantly, we've improved the standard of care. In December 2023, only 54% of aged care homes had an overall star rating of 4 or 5 stars, which is good or excellent. Today, 79% of homes do. Thanks to our reforms, older Australians are now receiving more care and better quality care under Labor. Now the new Aged Care Act is underway and will continue to make sure residential aged care is meeting the demand of an ageing Australian population and delivering truly equitable, sustainable and high-quality care. We know people want to stay at home, and the new Act is making sure that they can do that with dignity, safety and quality support. But when they need extra care, we'll make sure a bed is there for them. And it's important to note that the new Act isn't just more of the status quo. It's better care for more older Australians that puts them at the centre of their decision-making. It's a rights-based framework. The Act's statement of rights makes sure that older people can make decisions about their own lives and have their decisions not just accepted but respected. It's more support at home, including bigger budgets and separate streams for home modifications and assistive technology. And of course, a transformational change in residential care, with places now being delivered to people, not homes. This will allow older people and their families to get the care they want, where they want, closer to the people they love. Older Australians deserve the very best, and that requires transformational change. We'll continue to be responsive to older Australians who need more supports, whether that's specialist memory support services, mental health care, or those living in regional areas. It's better care for more older Australians that puts them at the centre of their decision-making.
Is there a motion?
Speak.
The question is agreed to. Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Boothby for bringing this important issue to the chamber. This week we entered a new era in aged care with the commencement of the new Aged Care Act and the replacement of the Home Care Packages program with the Support at Home Care program. It's understandable that when a new government comes in, they want to leave their mark on existing policies. But the real question for my community is this: will these changes actually make life easier for the people who need care? Will it shorten the waiting time? Will it simplify the system? And most importantly, will it make sure that older Australians get the support they need when they need it? Because right now, that's not what's happening. In Fowler, aged care issues cut right to the heart of our community. Every week I meet families and older Australians who tell me the same thing. The system is too complicated. Too many forms, too many departments, too many long waits. Even for those with urgent needs, those waiting for level 4 packages, the delays can stretch out for more than 15 months. In that time, people's health declines, families burn out, and their faith in the system disappears. And for many in my electorate, one of the most multicultural in the country, the problem is even worse. Carers who don't speak English fluently are often left struggling to navigate a system written in complex language. They face forms they can't understand and call centres they can't communicate with. Even when language isn't a barrier, navigating the system proved to be complex and time-consuming. Take Jenny, that's not her real name, who came to my office desperate for help. Her brother had been waiting for a year for his home care package. She called my aged care again and again, but no one could tell her where he was on the list. She told me she feared he would pass away before receiving the care he was entitled to. Or Anna, who works a full-time corporate job and came in to see me to share her frustration at not being able to find a provider to deliver the services her father had been approved for, whilst waiting for his home care package. Multiple days off work to secure care services for her father left her disheartened when faced with being turned away due to lack of provider capacity and long wait times. Instead of dignity and support, the system delivered months of silence and confusion. The government says the new aged care system will fix these issues, promising transparency and better access. But for families like Jenny's and Anna's, those promises mean nothing unless they're delivered in practice. This massive transition introduces new contribution structures and new rules. But if we're not careful, we'll simply replace one bureaucratic maze with another. The ones who will suffer most are our most vulnerables, our elders from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, those least able to navigate complexity or advocate for themselves. Deputy Speaker, the dignity of our elders must never depend on their ability to decode government bureaucracy. Whilst the aged care changes provide some positive relief, such as the $25,000 payment to help recipients spend their final 3 months at home, and a new 12-week program to help when recovering from an illness or injury, what measures are in place to ensure changes such as capping admin fees to 27%, designed to leave more funds to spend on care, of course, doesn't drive perverse behaviours from providers who may increase their prices to recoup their costs? I call on the government to ensure this new system works with people, not against them. That means investing in frontline advocacy, frameworks that ensure provider accountability, accessible translations, and face-to-face support that is culturally appropriate, not just digital portals, fragmented service delivery and policy papers. Because in Fowler, people don't need more announcement, they need a system that delivers. The dignity of our elders is not negotiable. It's time the Albanese Labor government matched its words of reform with real action for the families of Fowler and those in Western and South-Western Sydney to ensure that no one will be worse off or left behind under the new aged care system. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, Labor's once-in-a-generation reforms to aged care kicked off. It's been a long journey to get here, but working closely with older people, their families, carers and the industry, we're building a system that we can all be very proud of. The new Act is a huge step in the transformation to deliver rights-based, dignified aged care for every older Australian, to those senior Australians that we owe so much. We're putting older Australians at the centre of their care and decision-making, so building a high-quality, respectful and sustainable system. For the first time, the Act's Statement of Rights makes sure that older people can make their own decisions about their own life and have their decisions not just accepted but respected. From bigger budgets to separate streams for home modifications, assisted technology, the new program will deliver more high-quality care to older Australians. These reforms build on the work we've done in our first term. We are absolutely committed to fixing the aged care crisis, and we are committed to seeing it through. Already, we have mandated 24/7 registered nursing, delivering more care minutes for older Australians, and there's now a registered nurse on site in aged care more than 99% of the time, delivering more direct care for over 250,000 senior Australians in aged care homes, giving them, which is 7.1 million additional minutes of care every single day compared to under those opposite when they were in government. So we have already invested $17.7 billion to increase the wages of aged care workers, and our government values the critical role workers play in the sector. We want those willing to join the sector to stay, to be able to afford to stay, to help deliver the care older Australians deserve. And most importantly, we've improved the standard of care. In December in 2023, only 54% of aged care homes had an overall star rating of 4 or 5 stars, i.e. good or excellent levels of care. Today, 79% of homes do. Thanks to our reforms, older Australians are now receiving more care and better quality care under our federal Labor government. We've promised to lift the standard of aged care, and we are delivering. After the new Act is underway, we'll continue to make sure that residential aged care is meeting the demand of an ageing Australian population and delivering truly equitable and sustainable high-quality care. We know people want to age at home, and the new Act is making sure that they can do that with dignity and quality support. But when they need extra care, we'll make sure that there's a bed there for when they need it. We are delivering on our government's election commitment to ensure that more older Australians in Darwin, my electorate, can access the world-class residential aged care that they deserve. Last week, an expression of interest to identify a delivery partner for a new residential aged care home of at least 120 beds in Greater Darwin was opened. The government will invest up to $60 million through the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program to build this residential aged care facility with the objective of addressing critical supply shortages in aged care in Darwin and to relieve some of the current pressures in our hospitals. This new home will help reduce the number of older Territorians experiencing delayed discharge from our hospitals. And it will also give Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders access to culturally safe care that allows them to stay close to their families and country, as well as those people with complex and high care needs. Next month, the transformational expansion project of Pearl-supported care in Fanny Bay in my electorate will open. The Albanese government provided $18 million capital grant to deliver 26 new aged care beds in a purpose-built dementia-friendly unit and an age-friendly health and fitness centre that will help to transform aged care and healthy ageing services in the Northern Territory. So whether it be our national aged care program, reform program that is now launched, including more support for our seniors to stay at home, or the dedication of a new dementia-friendly unit in Darwin and $60 million for a new aged care facility, we are looking after our seniors.
Member for Lyne.
Yeah. Aged care is a big concern in the electorate of Lyne, given the demographics. One of the greatest challenges is staffing and the difficulty providers face in trying to find aged care workers. I've been contacted by several aged care facility managers in the electorate stating that their situation is dire with staffing and workers and viability. They have said to me that there is a chronic shortage of both registered nurses and aged care workers in aged care, which has been exacerbated by the mandated care minute requirements. I'm told that aged care facilities that have beds that are closed because they can't staff them and therefore open them. and that there was a mass exodus of qualified, highly knowledgeable and experienced aged care staff due to the COVID vaccine requirements, but also because the NDIS is a massive competitor. Staff can work less hours, do day shifts or work one-on-one in the NDIS with similar or at times higher pay than aged care facility staff. An aged care facility in my electorate tells me that the vast majority of workers to address the shortage will have to come from overseas. The government has mandated care minute targets, which is fine, but the government has done nothing on the other side to support aged care providers in expediting the approval of visas for overseas care workers. To the contrary, the waiting time for the processing of a 407 training visa has blown out from 2 to 3 months to 10 months plus. Deputy Speaker, I checked the Home Affairs website today. The figure has blown out to even further, with 50% of applications processed in 9 months, but 90%, the overwhelming majority, processed in 11 months. This is not a reasonable nor acceptable timeframe. When I wrote to the government, to the Minister for Immigration, the response I got was that a 10-month timeframe, now blown out to 11 months, was normal. This is an insensitive and uncaring response from a minister who seems to not understand the vital role that immigration plays in getting skilled workers for regional aged care facilities. It is simply not good enough for the minister to have a hands-off approach to the problem. This government cannot work in silos. Has the aged care minister, who would be well across the issue, sought the assistance of his colleague to help address this issue? Surely the aged care minister too would be ashamed of the delay. The implications of these staffing shortages are incredibly high wait times for older Australians, whether that be waiting for an assessment, waiting for approval of a package, or waiting to progress to a higher package level. An assessor in my electorate confided in me that for home care packages, aged care clients locally can be waiting months to have their assessments completed, and once approved, they are waiting at least 6 months minimum before being assigned the funding. In addition to this, there is the issue of finding providers and health professionals whose books are not full. One of my constituents, Dr Peter Innocent, wrote to me about his experience, which I would like to share with you. My wife, Anne Victoria, and I moved from Port Macquarie to Wauchope for a less stressful way of life. We find that to be the case in all aspects of life, except for aged care support. In order to ensure Anne Victoria can live a comfortable and supportive life in Wauchope, we need to modify the property for her needs. It would appear that we need the visitation and approval of an occupational therapist for any action to process modifications. Finding one of these persons is like looking for a needle in a haystack. We have already been waiting almost 2 months. Medically, my wife is deteriorating rapidly and may well be dead before aged care provides the care and support as defined in the legislation. From their initial contact with My Aged Care, clients in line are commonly waiting 18 months before being able to access the home care package, now called Support at Home program. There is also very significant concern in the electorate over the co-payment requirement for personal services. Given all that this government says about co-payments, and I can hear the rebukes from the Health Minister from across the chamber, it is this Labor government that introduced the co-payment into aged care. In fact, in health, the 2 co-payments required of Australians are both Labor initiatives, the PBS and Support at Home. So, Labor members, next time you take out your green card, remember, in fact, you are 2 for 0 when it comes to co-payments. This is a wait, in terms of the co-payment, this is a wait-and-see space, where these reforms land in one of the poorest electorates in the country, and is yet to be seen. But I hope the government will ensure it is agile enough to move quickly and act if it proves too much for our older Australians.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the government's reforms to aged care that came into effect over the weekend just past. Every older Australian deserves the same care and respect they gave this country through a lifetime of work, love and contribution. These long overdue reforms put the care and respect back at the heart of the system. Everyone with older loved ones has had to battle with the aged care system at one point or another. It is a difficult transition period, and you find yourself confronted by tough decisions around your loved one's health, their home and their quality of life. On top of this, we have all heard and all lived the horror stories unearthed by the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety. In the words of the Commission, the system was delivering substandard and unsafe care for Australians. It was too focused on providers and institutions and not on the rights, preferences and dignity for older Australians. These reforms build on the good work we have already completed as a government. We've already mandated 24/7 registered nursing. Because of this, there is a registered nurse on site in aged care more than 99% of the time. We've also invested $17.7 billion to increase the wages of aged care workers. This means that dedicated staff are paid what they are deserved and that their deep knowledge of their residents and the care they need stays in the system. We've also improved the standard of care. In December 2023, only 54% of aged care homes had an overall star rating of 4 or 5 stars. That's good or excellent. Today, 79% of homes do. These new reforms build on this work and further the fight to deliver rights-based, dignified aged care for every older Australian. These reforms include 3 key changes. Firstly, it introduces a rights-based framework. The Statement of Rights makes sure that older people can make their own decisions about their own lives and have those decisions respected. This statement includes the right for every person to have independence, autonomy, empowerment and freedom of choice, quality and safe funded services, respect for privacy and person-centred communication. The Older Persons Advocacy Network calls this reform a historic moment in aged care. I particularly want to speak to putting older Australians at the centre of decision-making and empowering their choices. Since becoming the member for Barton, I've had many constituents contact my office for help, requesting help for navigating the system. And I want to speak to their examples, but will change their names to protect their privacy. So Paul contacted my office because he had approved for Level 3 funding in October 2024, but still had not seen that funding flow through by October 2025. Khalid reached out because he believed his case had been given a priority status, but had not been able to get a new assessment. In both of these cases, these constituents felt like they were not being listened to when reaching out for help, and their requests had been ignored. Whilst I'm happy to help in these situations, a constituent should not have to get their local MP involved just to exercise their rights. In the first instance, both Paul and Khalid's requests should have been listened to, respected and actioned. These new rights-based framework enshrines their voices and wishes in the Act. Whilst I will always be here to support those people, this means that older residents of Barton will be listened to and their choices respected from the get-go. That's what this reform is really about, restoring respect and giving back agency to the people who have given so much to all of us. On top of this, our reforms also increase support at home. We recognise that many would rather stay in their home rather than move into assisted living facilities. These reforms will help more people to do that. From bigger budgets to separate streams for home modifications and assistive technology, the new program will deliver a high quality of care to residents in their homes. Finally, we are delivering extra places to people who do need to transition into residential care. Places will now be directly assigned to older people who have been approved for government-funded residential care services. Accordingly, mainstream residential aged care providers no longer need an allocation of places, and instead, residents have more choice and control over which provider delivers their services. This is what good reform looks like, a system that listens, respects and delivers for the Australians who've built this country.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. On November 1, this government's new Aged Care Act came into effect. And what did older Australians get? Confusion, chaos and higher costs. There was no proper education campaign, no clear communication about what these changes meant, just bewildered elderly Australians wondering why they're suddenly paying more than before for the same support they were already receiving. These changes have older Australians concerned that they will have to cut back on essential services because providers can now increase their costs. That's right, for 8 months providers can charge what they like for at-home services as the government will not cap these prices until July 1 next year. What happened to, quote, no worse off guarantee that these changes came with? Older Australians are being forced to pick up essential services like help with housework, personal care and everyday living support. This is yet another broken election promise, one that comes with catastrophic consequences. And this doesn't include the thousands of older Australians who are still waiting for the care they deserve. In total, more than 230,000 older Australians have been left in limbo, waiting for access for home care support under Labor. The National Ageing Research Institute has shown that older Australians forced to wait longer than 6 months for a home care package face an 18% higher risk of death compared to those who receive support within 30 days. Across the electorate of Grey, families are facing impossible choices and heartbreaking situations due to this government's failure to deliver promised care. The stories I have heard from residents across Grey are both raw and devastating, prove beyond any doubt that we are in the midst of an aged care crisis. This is the price of Labor's centralisation and their one-size-fits-all policy approach. What works for cities does not work in small regional towns. Where is the compassion for the spouse who can no longer visit their partner because daily trips are around 400 kilometres return? Where is the plan to ensure that a retired farmer in the far north or a beloved community volunteer on the West Coast can age with dignity in the town they love? This is what people in Grey are experiencing every single day: the shortage of essential services from aged care to dental care and childcare. It is a failure of responsibility by all involved. This government's failure to deliver adequate aged care in regional Australia is a betrayal of trust and shows a lack of foresight. Real people with real needs have been left behind by a system that does not properly work for regional Australia. Spouses caring for partners while their own health deteriorates. Adult children forced to leave their carers to become full-time carers. Families stretched to the breaking point. These changes only add to the burden they are already carrying. Speaker, when we talk about aged care in the electorate of Grey, we're not talking about statistics on a spreadsheet in Canberra. We're talking about the women who volunteered at the local CWA for 40 years, the farmer who built this community with his bare hands, the teacher who educated generations of our children. These are the people who have made our towns what they are today. They deserve better than confusion about new legislation. They deserve better than broken promises. They deserve better than a government that treats regional Australia as an afterthought. These changes have added another hurdle to an already difficult system for regional Australians to navigate. Without proper education, without price protections for 8 months, without adequate support, this government has let our elderly down. It can be the difference between living with dignity in the community you love or losing everything you've built over a lifetime. Our elderly built regional Australia. Now it's our responsibility to ensure they can age in it with the support and dignity they deserve. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private member's business, notice number 3 for a motion in relation to energy affordability.
I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I move the following motion, that this House condemns the government for its failures regarding energy affordability and policy transparency, and notes that Australians were promised a $275 cut to their power bills, but under the government, households are instead paying on average $1,300 more.
Shame.
Energy bills have already surged close to 40% under the Labor government. The Labor government has broken its most basic promise to the Australian people, and the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water advised the Minister for Climate Change and Energy within the incoming government's brief of a, and I quote, further significant increase in retail electricity prices next financial year. Now, Deputy Speaker, it's incredibly important that we debate this motion because it goes to the heart of whether governments should look the Australian people in the eye and tell them something which is 100% completely untrue. And that is what Anthony Albanese and Chris Bowen did. They said to the Australian people that they would reduce their power bills by $275 by the end of this year. Now, who thinks that that in any way is going to be achieved? It's not going to be achieved. And the Energy Minister should face up to the Australian people and say, I looked you in the eye, I said I was going to do this, and now it is clear that I cannot do it. He should admit that he has 100% completely failed. As a matter of fact, what we have seen, and we've seen it through the last CPI data last week, is that the complete opposite is occurring. And that complete opposite is hurting Australian households, hurting individuals and hurting industry. And we sadly saw this when it comes to Tomago. 5,000 jobs now at risk because the government cannot get its energy policy right. And can I say this? It's not only that they didn't get the $275 right, but the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, received an incoming minister's brief in May, which said that energy prices are going to rise, that said they're going to continue to increase. And now we have the minister not wanting to release that incoming ministerial brief and going to the absurd measure to try and stop it being released by saying to the Senate, I'm going to defy your orders. So defying the Senate to stop it getting released. Now, why do you think that the minister doesn't want that brief released? Because to start with, the bit that he did release had so many bits of paper that looked like that, 100% blank, it wasn't funny. So why do you think the minister is trying to prevent that ministerial brief being released? Well, I have a suspicion. I think that it says that electricity prices and gas prices, but in particular electricity prices, are going to continue to double under this government. I think that's what it says. I think it says they're going to continue to double. Now, if it doesn't say that, I look forward to the minister releasing the fully redacted brief in its entirety, the fully redacted brief in its entirety, and saying, no, it doesn't say that. But if he won't, then given that they have doubled under them, why wouldn't it say that it's going to double again? Because the policies haven't changed at all, and they're not focused on energy affordability as their number one priority at all. As a matter of fact, the minister has spent the last 3 months trying to get the next COP here in Australia rather than prioritising energy affordability. Well, I say this to the Australian people, the opposition, energy affordability will be our number one priority because we know how important it is to our nation.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
I reserve my right.
I thank the member for Groom. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As someone who's worked on the front line for community support at St Vincent's de Paul Society, and as someone who's deeply connected to the people of Barton, I see firsthand the pressures that Australians are carrying. Now, right now, the cost of living is the number one concern for Australians and across the globe. We on this side of the chamber are not ignorant to the energy bills being high, and we are fixing this energy bin fire that we've inherited from those opposite. Those opposite left Australians with an energy system that was fragile, outdated and vulnerable to global shocks. They walked away from renewable investment. They refused to build a modern grid. And now, as history repeats itself, those opposites stand here pretending they have a plan. Let's be clear, their plan is nuclear energy, the most expensive, slowest, riskiest and least pragmatic option available, a plan that will do nothing to help families here in Australia. And the truth is simple. In times like these, people don't need slogans, they don't need a scare campaign. We are addressing the cost of electricity across all levels, such as with retail reforms to make sure Australians get the best possible deal, making sure more Australians can bring down their bills for good with more access to rooftop solar and cheaper home batteries, as well as a better energy efficiency options too. The Australian people need a government, a steady one, a practical one, a responsible government on their side, and that is what this Albanese Labor government is delivering. And while those across the chamber point their finger, we on this side of the chamber are getting on with the job. Since 2022, the wholesale electricity prices are coming down. The Independent Australian Energy Market Commission forecasts that prices will decline to 2030 as more renewables enter the grid. This is something we are proud of, and this is important also for our large-scale consumers like manufacturers and like smelters. From next year, the Australian Energy Market Commission will implement new rules that will stop sneaky price hikes, preventing retailers from increasing prices more than once a year. And we know that electricity retailers are the primary buyers of Australian wholesale electricity market, purchasing power from generators and reselling it to households and businesses. Also, the new rules will prevent customers from being charged more than the standing offer price if their initial low-cost offer changes or expires. And furthermore, there will be a ban on excessive retailer charges like late payment fees for all retail contracts and ensure all consumers will be entitled to a fee-free payment method. The new rules will ensure vulnerable Australians are receiving the best offer from their retailer, placing a stronger onus on retailers to assist hardship customers. Now, while the Albanese Labor government has taken strong action to provide energy bill relief to Australian households and businesses, those opposite have opposed this relief at every step. We've provided 3 rounds of energy bill relief to homes and small businesses to take that sting out of the bills, while doing the overall reform work to bring down bills for good. We also acted to cap coal and gas prices, shielding Aussies from the worst of the global energy crisis. And recent ACCC data shows some 80% of households could be paying less on a different deal. The government's energy.gov.au website and the AER's Energy Made Easy website can help bill payers find their cheapest plans. And for the people that came to Vinnie's and needed assistance with their electricity bills, the main thing that Vinnie's did, and the team and the members, would look at their electricity plan to see if the person is on the cheapest plan available. And like many other amazing organisations, like the Salvos, like Mission Australia, organisations like these have been advocating to ensure that people are getting the best electricity deal possible. So rather than the member for Wannon submitting motions as such, how about advocating for constituents on seeking reviews of energy plans and guiding them to get the support they need? Now, Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve a government that shows up every single day. They deserve leadership that recognises that energy isn't just about power bills, it's absolutely about dignity, opportunity and security. And they deserve a government that listens, works tirelessly and takes responsibility. This Labor government does exactly that. We're lowering the bills, we're modernising our grid, we are protecting our consumers, and we are absolutely building a better future where Australians can rely on clean, affordable energy. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Very happy to support the member for Wannon on this fine motion. I remember very well, Speaker, as I'm sure you do and others here, the lead-up to the 2022 election when then Leader of the Opposition, now Prime Minister, very successfully won a mandate on electricity prices. It was a very important conversation that I think he brought into the national narrative, and I believe very much, Speaker, that it was a change that he did want to see, that Australians were hurting. He was hearing it, his members were hearing it, on the government benches at the time we were hearing it. This was an important conversation. Electricity prices were rising, and they looked like they were going to rise for some time. We needed change on that front. And so when the Prime Minister went out and said, I'm going to reduce energy prices by $275 on 97 occasions, this wasn't just dipping his toe in the water into this subject, Speaker. This was a Prime Minister seeking a mandate to drive down electricity prices in this country, and he won that mandate. Sadly, Speaker, what we've seen since then is a complete policy failure. where energy prices have not gone down by $275. In fact, they've gone up on average by more than $1,300 around the nation. This is a spectacular policy fail. And in my heart, genuinely, I hope the Prime Minister can turn this around, because I have constituents like Tom, who owns the National Hotel in Toowoomba, who regularly reaches out to me. He's provided me with his most recent energy bill, once again showing that over the last 2 years, the energy costs there have doubled for him running his hotel. This is at a point that he describes as breaking point. These costs have continued to rise. At one point in his career, these were costs that you just absorbed and you understood would be there. Now he makes key decisions on future investments on the basis of his electricity costs. They have risen so much. They're rising in businesses, they're rising in homes. And if we are all here honest, we are all hearing this. The electricity bill that arrives in your letterbox, on your email, those prices are going up, and Australians are feeling it and we're hurting it. And, Speaker, I'm not the first to have raised this. I acknowledge others in place, including yourself, who talked about integrity as being a key part. I think the first step here is for the government to acknowledge that the mandate they sought they have failed on. They have not delivered cheaper energy prices. And we are seeing that discussion being realised now around the country. The AFR just last week, I'm going to quote them, they're talking about the recent inflation figures. I quote, "Other factors, including the sharp 9% jump in electricity prices, have played a part. This is partly due to the winding up of the energy rebate payments in 3 states and now foreshadows the expected financial squeeze when the federal government's $150 cost of living power bill handouts expires in December. Fundamentally, this reflects the structural reality that the renewable energy transition is expensive." This is the AFR, Speaker. So not only has the government failed during the last 3.5, 4 years, what they have done is set us up for further increases. And we know that, Speaker. We know that the Minister has received a brief from his department saying exactly that. That's what's to be expected. Nothing has changed. Nothing structurally has changed. Our power bills have gone up and they will continue to go up. That's the trajectory that we find ourselves on. But, Speaker, I want to raise how this failure to manage our economy and the impact of electricity prices is spreading right across Australia. We see today a press release from the AMA. And the press release is it's titled "Bulk Billing Changes Missed the Mark." It's showing how the changes that the government's proposing or making for bulk billing will not affect bulk billing rates. And I'm going to read a quote from that because it points out something very important to this debate. "We are frustrated that Minister Butler has repeatedly boasted that GP appointments will be free under the program and that patients will only need their Medicare card, not their credit card. We have had many practices tell us that this is simply not true because the charges will not cover staff costs, rent, electricity, consumables, insurance and other costs, which are all going up. The rising costs of electricity are playing out across our economy. This is not just in small businesses or big businesses or homes. Now we're seeing the AMA talking about the impact that we're having on GPs as well. Everyone is feeling the rising pressure of these costs. The government should first own up that they've failed and then lay out a clear plan on how they are going to drive down these costs. That is what they said they would do for the Australian people, and they have absolutely failed to do so. Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this motion does state the obvious. Energy bills are expensive. They place significant pressure on household budgets, and we all know this needs to change. The complexity is that this change must happen in parallel with one of the greatest industrial transformations in the last century, the shift away from dirty, unreliable and ageing coal to renewable energy. The change is happening, and we all accept it needs to be a just and fair transition, executed in a way that protects jobs, protects the environment and lays a sustainable foundation. This is a hugely complex undertaking. Effort is required from all layers of government, federal, state and local. Effort is required from business and industry, and effort is required from individual Australians. In my state of South Australia and my electorate of Sturt, this effort is bearing fruit. Over 1,600 households have taken advantage of the Albanese Labor government's Cheaper Home Batteries scheme. We are second in the country. This program is helping these households reduce their electricity bills by making the most of cheap and clean solar power by storing it for when it is needed. But it doesn't just help 1,600 households, it lowers costs for everyone by reducing peak demand and creating a more stable electricity grid. In South Australia, though, we get frustrated because on a typical day, 80% of our energy is generated by renewables. As I prepared these remarks yesterday, the Australian Energy Market Operator Fuel Mix Dashboard showed that 88% of South Australia's energy was being generated by wind. The average spot price at that time was $42.62 per megawatt hour, lower than all the other states for which data was available, being Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales and Tasmania. So I'm not going to stand here today and say that the data means that energy bills in South Australia are cheap, because on average they are not, and more work is required in that respect. But the data illustrated that the renewables-dominated fuel mix in my state resulted in a lower spot price per megawatt hour. These results that I've just relayed to this chamber are based on evidence, Deputy Speaker, evidence-based data produced by the Australian Energy Market Operator, not guesswork or speculation, data. And data and science is what governments need to focus on. That's what this government focuses on, and that is why we are pursuing the transition to renewable energy. It's not a strategy driven by ideology, it's driven by data. Imagine if data and science was accepted by all sides of politics. We could then embark on a bipartisan transition, a transition that is just and fair to workers, to the environment and to all Australians. Imagine what the results of that combined effort could be. Instead, climate science, also underpinned by data, is being ignored. When constituents in my electorate of Sturt talk to me about the climate, which they do very often, because Sturt is an electorate that cares deeply about the just and fair transition, I found myself unable to explain why some voices in politics are still calling for a repeal of net zero, still denying the science of climate change and still refusing to accept that we can have a just and fair transition if we have bipartisanship. The science tells us that the eventual extent of global warming is proportional to the total amount of carbon dioxide that human activities add to the atmosphere. So in order to stabilise climate change, carbon dioxide emissions need to fall to zero. The longer it takes to do so, the more the climate will change. Carbon dioxide is just one of the greenhouse gases emitted when we burn fossil fuels. Emissions of other greenhouse gases, such as methane, for instance, which has a more intense warming effect in the atmosphere, also need to be constrained. Now, Deputy Speaker, everyone in politics, everyone wants the following things for Australians and for our country: cheaper energy bills, food security, underpinned by quality, healthy food, meaningful, well-paid jobs, good and sustained levels of public physical and mental health, healthier air, a functioning and effective hospital system, revitalised and sustainable biodiversity, and a beautiful, clean and supported Australia environment to enjoy forever. So by all means question the government and hold us to account, but stop denying the data, stop equivocating, join and have a say in the just and fair transition the majority of Australian voters asked you to.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Reliable, affordable, sustainable, that is what we should be driving at when developing Australia's national energy policy. We absolutely need to have an emissions reduction plan, and in fact the Coalition's got a strong history of preparing that since the Shergold review in the Howard Coalition government, but not at any cost and not at a timeline that's unrealistic and puts households and industry at a significant disadvantage. Now, Labor and the Teals would have you believe that the energy transition Australia is confronting is simple, cheap and easy. And it's not. It's actually complex, complicated and at a cost. And that's what we've got to work our way through in a sensible, pragmatic manner. We need to make sure that we've got all technology available and on the table. That includes carbon capture and storage, nuclear and other options. Australia at the moment is an outlier to most of the rest of the world. Canada, the United States, Japan, China, India, the Eurozone, New Zealand. Chris Bowen seems to know something that the rest of the world doesn't, and that is because they are confronting those three key challenges of reliability, affordability and sustainability. And I fear the Teals are making a lot of this worse in spooking state governments, particularly. We've seen it in New South Wales, where Penny Sharp, the Energy Minister there, is effectively using government funding to get Origin to keep its Eraring power station open for longer than its natural life. And in Victoria, where we've got once 4, now 3 coal-fired power stations, looking at Yallourn, for example, owned by Energy Australia, where they are still providing 22% of Victoria's baseload electricity. Now, Yallourn's set to close in the next 3 years. All of those coal-fired power stations will come to the end of their natural engineering life at some point, but there is not a clear, sensible way forward that the Victorian government have been able to come up with in being able to replace effectively 22% of our baseload electricity within those next 3 years. I also have real concerns that the burden for most of this transition is being put on regional Australia. Now, we all want to pay our fair share. We all want to contribute our fair share of responsibility. But right now, I'm speaking with farmers across my electorate, from South Gippsland and Bass Coast to West Gippsland, where we've got the best soil of anywhere in Australia. We are proud to grow, make and manufacture things. We've got about 23% of the nation's dairy output that comes from the Gippsland region. We've got about 26% of Victoria's beef production that comes from the Gippsland region. We are proud to provide that produce, but we are unfairly being asked to shoulder all of that burden. And there's a couple of examples from a number of offshore wind proposals off the coast that would have transmission lines going through some of that prime agricultural farmland through to Darnham, which is in West Gippsland. We grow great horticultural produce and dairy produce there. They are looking down the barrel of a huge battery energy storage project that those neighbouring farms don't want, that the Victorian Energy Minister, Lily D'Ambrosio, is just riding roughshod over those local communities. And I really want to commend the effort of my state parliamentary colleague, the member for Narrabeen, Wayne Farnham, who has stood shoulder to shoulder with that farming community. We've met with the local residents, we've heard the concerns, and I am imploring the Victorian state government to take those concerns seriously, to listen to our regional communities, that we cannot shoulder all of that burden. Now, the cost of energy is going up. This government promised a $275 cut to Australians' energy bills, no less than 97 times, Deputy Speaker, and we're still yet to see it. Now, energy is one of the drivers of inflation in this country, and we've just seen inflation go up to 3.2%, outside the recommended band of 2 to 3% by the RBA. You only need to look at Philip Lowe, the former RBA governor, and his remarks that inflation is a homegrown problem. We're dealing with government overspend, but we also need to look at other areas like energy that are having a direct impact on inflation, and households and families in my electorate are bearing that burden. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. Before I call the next member, just a little reminder to the chamber to refer to members of parliament by their title and not by their name. Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for more.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Those opposite certainly have short memories, don't they? I rise to oppose this motion by the member for Wannon. Before I came to this place, I worked as an electrician. My work on the tools taught me a lesson I value to this day. You can't keep patching over faults and expect the system to hold. The truth is simple. A decade of delay and denial under those opposite left Australians with a broken energy system, outdated, unreliable and far too expensive to run. So let's be clear. Labor is cleaning up their mess. For 10 years, the Coalition refused to listen to experts. They blocked investment and they allowed ageing coal stations to be run into the ground. Now they have the gall to lecture this parliament about affordability. It was their neglect that made power unreliable and left households exposed to global shocks. Since coming to office, this government has taken action at every level to fix what the Coalition broke. We've delivered 3 rounds of direct energy bill relief for homes and small businesses. Relief those opposite voted against every single time. We've acted to cap coal and gas prices, shielding Australians from the worst of the global energy crisis. And we're reforming the market itself. This includes new rules that ban sneaky price hikes, late payment fees and card surcharges, and force retailers to put hardship customers on their best available offer. That's real reform that makes a difference to the lives of everyday Australians, like people in my electorate of Moore. We're helping bring their power prices down for good. We're expanding access to rooftop solar and cheaper home batteries. We're investing in energy-efficient homes, and we're building a modern renewable grid that doesn't rely on expensive, unreliable coal. And the results are coming through. According to the Australian Energy Regulator, wholesale prices have been falling since late 2020, thanks to increased renewables and government action. The Australian Energy Market Commission projects that prices will decline through to 2030 as more clean energy enters the grid. From the Australian Energy Market Operator, and the Australian Energy Market Operator confirms that renewable power firmed with storage and backed by gas is the lowest way to keep the lights on. In other words, the experts agree. Renewables are the cheapest form of new energy, even when you include storage and transmission. And recent research by Griffith University's Centre for Applied Energy Economics and Policy Research backs that up. They found that electricity costs today would be as much as 50% higher if Australia had relied solely on coal and gas instead of pursuing renewables. Their modelling found that across every major region, a grid based on renewables and storage is 30 to 50% cheaper than the what-if scenario where we stuck with coal and gas. So let's be clear, investing in renewables isn't just about emissions, it's about economics. It's a smart way to deliver cheaper, cleaner and more reliable energy for the long term. Yet the member for Wannon still wants to take us down the nuclear fantasy path. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the most expensive, the slowest and the riskiest energy option on the table. As an electrician, I can tell you this much. No household will sell cheaper bills from a reactor that doesn't even exist. Deputy Speaker, Australians know who's actually doing the work to make energy fairer and more affordable. It's this government, cutting bills now, rebuilding what the Coalition broke and making the system fair again. So instead of finger-pointing, the opposition might consider apologising for the decade of dysfunction that landed us here in the first place. This motion is pure theatre, all heat, no light. It ignores the facts, the data and the progress being made. It underestimates Australians' intelligence and their lived reality. And that's insulting, Deputy Speaker. Labor has a plan, backed by experts, backed by industry and built for the future to deliver cheaper, cleaner, more reliable power to every Australian household. That's what we're doing. We're getting on with the job, and that's why I oppose this motion. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The issue at hand is energy, or rather the lack of affordable, stable energy, and its brutal role in driving our cost of living crisis. The kitchen table debate in Fowler is no longer about saving $5 on the power bill. It's about paying for the power bill or putting food on the table. It's about a government whose energy policy has become less about practical engineering and economic stability and more about ideological virtue signalling. When the Reserve Bank released its most recent figures and warning signs was flashing red. Annual headline inflation has jumped to 3.2%. This is not abstract economics. This is a tax on every working family. And what is the single biggest contributing factor to this spike? It's the energy sector. The data confirms that households are spending a devastating 33.9% more on electricity than they were just a year ago. A 33.9% price hike on essential service is not inflation, it's economic sabotage inflicted by chaotic market and poor planning. But the pain doesn't stop at the power meter. The energy shock that travels straight down the supply chain and lands with crushing weight in the shopping trolley. Food manufacturers are telling us that their gas and energy costs have soared by more than 50% over the last 3 years. So do you know who pays for the cost when the manufacturer, the truck driver and the local supermarket pass it on? The battlers of Western Sydney and the families of Fowler. The price of milk, the price of bread, the price of fresh vegetables, these are all now inflated by the soaring price of keeping the lights on. It's unacceptable that in a country blessed with abundant resources, we are forcing low to middle income families to choose between heating the home and feeding their children. Right now, energy pricing feels like a lottery. On Monday, the spot price is low. By Wednesday afternoon, it's sky high. On Thursday at lunchtime, it can even go negative. Business can't budget like this. Small businesses can't plan like this. The manufacturers certainly can't invest like this. The volatility and opacity of the market are costing Australians dearly. How did we get there? 3 half-truths. First, we broke a working system and replaced it with an expensive one. For most of our history, electricity was treated as essential public infrastructure. Communities like Tamworth led in the 1880s with the first electric lighting system. Later, states built integrated systems that were boring, reliable and cheap. In the 1990s, we split those utilities into dozens of generators, a handful of network monopolies and a thicket of retailers. We were promised competition and lower prices. What we got was complexity, marketing overheads and bills that outpaced inflation year after year. Productivity fell even as managers and sales teams multiplied, and every new cost found its way onto the bill. Second, the rules to reward margin over merit. Wholesale prices have fallen sharply from the 2022 peak, yet retail bills barely budged. Why? Because the highest cost generator of electricity sets the price for everyone, because gas, now getting more expensive, often sets the price, and even when the market goes negative, meaning electricity is running for free through the network, households don't see the benefit. The system is not built to deliver the lowest cost to consumers, it's built to preserve margins in the middle. Third, high energy costs are hallowing our industry. Cheap, reliable power once offset higher labour costs, not anymore. Electricity and gas input costs have risen dramatically since 2000. When glass furnaces go cold, when fertiliser production winds back, when local plastics and chemicals shut, those are not isolated headlines. They are markets of deindustrialisation, few skilled jobs and weaker supply chains. Deputy Speakers, Australians are tired of finger-pointing. They want actions that cut bills and restore stability. Here are some practical agenda in Parliament that we should adopt. Make East Coast gas work for Australians. Put in place a durable domestic reservation and transparent wholesale benchmarks so gas cannot be exported at the expense of households and industry. When gas sets the marginal price, the whole market pays. Bring that marginal price down. Mandate retail transparency and pass-through. Require automatic pass-through of wholesale falls, including negative price events, onto standing and market offers. Publish on a single page the breakdowns of every bill. Energy, networks, schemes, retail costs and profit. If a retailer can't explain a bill plainly, they shouldn't be selling it. Last, modernise tariffs for the solar era. Create ultra-low quality daytime tariffs to soak up the majority of midday solar gluts so that households can charge a hot water system. EVs and batteries between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Retire legacy off-peak night only, thinking that no longer matches how the grid actually operates. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next day of sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, framework on critical minerals and rare earths.
And I call the member for Spence.
I move the motion relating to the framework on critical minerals and rare earths in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Speaker. Today I speak about a landmark achievement for Australia's economic and strategic future, the signing of the United States-Australia Framework for Securing the Supply of Critical Minerals and Rare Earths, reached during Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's successful visit to Washington, D.C. This agreement represents a major milestone in the enduring friendship between our two nations and a deepening of the alliance that has shaped our shared prosperity for security for generations. It is also a cornerstone of our Future Made in Australia agenda, driving investment and in new export industries, creating jobs in local communities and securing the resources and technologies that will power our clean energy future. Australia is home to some of the most valuable deposits of critical minerals and rare earths in the world. Nearly the whole of the periodic table sits below the ground we stand on. These are called critical because they are essential to the world's transition to net zero, the batteries that store renewable energy, the turbines that generate it, and the solar panels that capture it. But their importance goes further. Light and heavy rare earths are central to high-tech manufacturing, defence, artificial intelligence and clean energy. They power the data centres, precision systems and advanced technologies that underpin the evolving modern economy. The US-Australia framework will help create diverse, resilient and sustainable critical mineral supply chains that reduce global market concentration and strengthen both nations' economic security. It provides the architecture for coordinated investment, mobilising financing from both governments and private industry to support mining, processing and manufacturing projects in both countries. It will diversify supply chains essential for defence and advanced technology manufacturing and enhance investor confidence through transparency, clear regulation and shared standards. Through the framework, both nations have committed to at least $1 billion each in funding to accelerate projects that strengthen critical mineral and rare earth supply. This is about jobs. It's about making sure that regional Australians, those working in our mines, refineries and processing facilities, are at the centre of the industries that define the 21st century. It's about securing Australia's role in global supply chains so that when the world looks for responsibly sourced, high-quality materials, they look to Australia first. And it's about strengthening the industries that underpin our national security, ensuring we have the materials we need for clean energy, advanced manufacturing and defence capability. The framework will also leverage our existing policy tools and international partnerships through the G7 Critical Minerals Action Plan, the Quad Critical Minerals Initiative and our Critical Minerals Strategy 2023 to 2030. Australia and the United States have worked closely for years to identify and support projects of shared interest, and this framework formalises that partnership. Together we will invest in new critical minerals projects, enhance mining and processing capability, promote high-standard production and cooperate to address market challenges such as unfair trade and price volatility. As the Prime Minister said in Washington, this is about ensuring that our nations lead in the industries that matter most to our future prosperity, climate security and defence capability. Domestically, the Albanese Labor government is reinforcing this international effort by establishing the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve. The reserve will help Australia manage volatility in global supply chains, something we saw last year in nickel and lithium, by allowing the government to act from a position of strength when markets are disrupted. It will operate through two key mechanisms: national offtake agreements to acquire or option key minerals at set prices, and selective stockpiling to secure access to those minerals most vital to our national interests. A dedicated task force has been established to deliver this work, and the reserve is on track to be operational by the end of 2026. Together, the framework and the reserve reflect a clear vision, and Australia that doesn't just export raw materials but refines, processes and manufactures the products the world needs. A nation that turns our natural resources into long-term prosperity for regional communities, a trusted partner to our allies and a global leader in sustainable high-standard production. This is the future made in Australia, stronger, fairer and more secure. That is what good leadership looks like, a plan for cleaner, stronger and more sovereign Australia. Thank you.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
Deputy Speaker, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Nakin. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion from the member of Spence regarding the signing of the United States-Australia framework for securing the supply of critical minerals and rare earths. There is no question that this agreement represents an important moment in the deep and enduring friendship between Australia and the United States. For more than 70 years, our alliance has been the bedrock of Australia's security, whether through ANZUS, the Five Eyes Partnership, or more recently AUKUS. The United States has stood with Australia in promoting peace, stability and prosperity in our region. This new critical mineral framework continues that tradition. Critical minerals and rare earths, they are the building blocks of the modern economy. They are essential to the technologies that underpin both our national security and our economic security. Ensuring the resilience of these supply chains is not just an environmental or an economic imperative, it's a national security imperative as well. While we have seen out of APEC, President Xi agree to lift export controls on rare earths to the United States, it is clear that Chinese stranglehold on critical minerals and rare earths processing cannot continue. Australia has the resources the world needs, and there is a real chance for us to capture the full value of these resources right here at home. This shouldn't just be limited to the US, though. Also, it should extend to our European partners, particularly given the increased NATO investment in defence we've seen just recently. What matters, though, is not the announcement but the execution. And this is where the opposition has real concerns. Importantly, for West Australians, who are right at the forefront of this agreement, there is still no clear plan on how this framework will translate into new processing facilities, new regional jobs, pretty important to the people in Durack, or new investment certainty for local industry. In fact, many in the sector say that the biggest obstacle to developing Australia's critical minerals capability is our government's own red tape. It took just 2 days following the signing of the deal for a big, dark cloud in the form of the government's extreme nature-positive laws to jeopardise this agreement. Despite the rebrand to the proposed environmental laws, the Business Council of Australia has identified several critical areas where the legislation should be amended. They've warned that reforms that don't strike the right balance will mean we won't get the critical mineral projects that are vital to Australia's future prosperity. There is a real irony here that in the name of environmental protection, we will export these opportunities to countries who, quite frankly, couldn't care less about our environment. Does anyone really believe losing those opportunities here in Australia to China benefits us or indeed our environment? Unfortunately, I expect the answer from those opposite is probably yes. You only have to look at the antics of the member for Hasluck only last week here in this place. Carrying in a solar panel into the main chamber, the member for Hasluck said, and I quote, "Under Labor we are delivering cleaner, cheaper, Australian-made energy, built by Aussie workers and backed by Aussie resources, powering our economy now and into the future." It all sounds really good, doesn't it? Now, nothing the member for Hasluck said in that statement is true. We haven't suddenly become cleaner under Labor's watch. Australia's emissions have barely dipped since Labor took office. They remain at 28% below 2005 levels, which is exactly where they were when the Coalition left office in 2022. Energy certainly isn't cheaper under Labor, with electricity costs going through the roof. Households have seen a 23.6% rise over the past 12 months, which we have all seen has pushed the inflation once again outside the RBA's target band. But of course, it's not just households feeling the pinch, so is industry. As we know, Tomago, the largest aluminium smelter in Australia, last week confirmed they are consulting with their 1,000 workers over their future beyond 2008 due to soaring power costs. Another bailout is now being proposed, which would be the fourth of the year following Whyalla, Glencore and Nystar. Most egregious, though, is the claim that it is Australian-made technology that is driving energy security. So, to summarise, we have inflation rising with Australians struggling to afford their bills. We have Australian heavy industry on the brink, and we are increasingly reliant on foreign imports to power our economy. To me, that does not sound like Labor is delivering for Australia. It is definitely not our future made in Australia.
Thank the member. I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've spoken previously in this place about Arafura nation-building Nolans project in the Northern Territory. It is the largest and longest life resource project in the Northern Territory ever. The Nolans project has the power to transform Australia's rare earth sector, establishing the Northern Territory as a central processing and logistics hub through vital collaboration between government, industry and, importantly, local communities. It will open up logistics chains and develop the local businesses required to provide the critical support and benefit neighbouring minerals projects in that region, north of Alice Springs. The Australian Government has invested in the Nolans project with support from Export Finance Australia, the Northern Australian Infrastructure Facility, the NAIF and the NRF, the National Reconstruction Fund. The project, Nolans, will deliver over 600 construction jobs and a further 350 long-term operational roles. Arafura is a great example that Australia is home to some of the most valuable deposits of critical minerals and rare earths in the world. Almost the whole periodic table, as the Prime Minister likes to remind us. The critical minerals are critical for the world's transition to net zero, including batteries, wind turbines and solar panels. Rare earths are essential for high-tech manufacturing and defence, the digital economy, artificial intelligence, data centres and clean energy. We've known for some time that our critical minerals are in demand. We've been working to secure Australia's interests and create diverse, resilient and sustainable critical mineral supply chains that reduce market concentration. The United States-Australia Framework for Securing of Supply in the Mining and Processing of Critical Minerals and Rare Earths, otherwise known as the Framework, announced on the PM and the Member for Resources, Madeleine King's visit to the United States last month, will take this cooperation forward with the United States. It will focus our bilateral efforts on overcoming barriers to the development of diversified, liquid and free markets for critical minerals. It will strengthen investment in Australia's critical minerals sector by providing an architecture for Australian producers to access US financing and vice versa. It goes both ways, Deputy Speaker. It will also encourage greater investor confidence through enhanced market transparency and openness. Through the framework, we will invest in critical mineral projects, enhance the capabilities of our mining and processing sectors, promote trade in minerals produced to high standards and encourage markets to reward those high standards of production. We will cooperate on challenges such as unfair trade practices and price volatility, and will improve regulatory processes and collaborate on mineral recycling and geological mapping. Australian consideration will be done in collaboration with our Australian financing facilities, the Critical Minerals Facility, the North Australian Infrastructure Facility and the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation, as previously mentioned. This framework commits us to providing at least $1 billion each in funding to projects located in Australia and the United States. The framework will leverage existing policy tools such as the United States Industrial Demand and Stockpiling Infrastructure and Australia's Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve. Speaking of the reserve, the establishment of a Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve by our Albanese Labor government will maximise the strategic value of Australia's resources. Australia has the critical minerals and rare earths that the world needs, but supply chains and markets are volatile. We saw this with our nickel and lithium sectors last year, and that also impacted my electorate and the Northern Territory. The reserve positions us as a reliable supplier and a global competitor. It will allow Australia to work with partners on trade and market disruptions from a position of strength. It supplements other measures we're doing to support our critical minerals sector, like the production tax incentive. We are committed to having the reserve operational by the end of 2026, and that is a very important thing when you consider everything else we're doing for critical minerals and rare earths in our nation. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. They're called critical for a reason. Critical minerals and rare earths are the gateway to a decarbonised future. They are crucial to the manufacture of products including electric cars, wind turbines, electric vehicle batteries and solar cells. However, China has built a near monopoly on this industry, producing more than 90% of rare earths and rare earth magnets. Currently, all G7 countries except Japan are heavily or exclusively reliant on China for these products. It's never good to put all your eggs in the one basket, and the supply of these critical minerals and products is already under threat. Last month, China restricted exports of rare earth minerals and the products that use them as part of the trade fight with Donald Trump. And as recently as 2 days ago, European car makers warned that they may have to halt production in the next couple of days due to a shortage of chips and semiconductors following a dispute with China over control of the Dutch chip maker Nexperia, which is owned by China's Wingtech Technology. So it is clearly critical, and pun intended, that we secure and diversify supply of these critical minerals and products. It is essential to the future security and prosperity of our nation and many of our allies. The recent critical minerals deal struck with our close allies America, Canada and Japan represents an exciting opportunity for Australia, if we get it right. But the experience of our gas export industry stands as a stark warning of just how wrong we can get it. So let's explore our experience of gas exports in Australia. Because as the saying goes, those who cannot learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Currently, Australia is paying a higher price for our own gas than many countries importing it from us. In a cost of living crisis, this is putting unnecessary pressure on families and in many cases driving manufacturers to the wall. Here in Australia, we have an abundance of gas. Australia produces more than 6 times the amount of gas we need to supply our manufacturing industry, power stations, homes and businesses. We are the second largest exporter of LNG in the world, and 90% of our gas is used for export. Gas exports use 13 times more gas than Australia's entire manufacturing industry each year. Yet here in Australia, the Tomago smelter that supplies 40% of Australia's aluminium faces closure because of so-called gas shortage and sky-high prices in Australia. The so-called gas shortage in Australia comes on the back of consecutive federal governments putting Australia last instead of first. So while Australian manufacturing businesses face closure due to so-called energy shortages, both on the east and west coasts of Australia, governments continue to allow predominantly foreign-owned fossil fuel companies to export record amounts of LNG. Japan, for example, buys 43% of imported gas from Australia, and then for the last few years has on-sold more than this amount for profit. We do not have a gas shortage problem in Australia, we have a gas export problem. Thanks to the work of the Australia Institute, we know that over half of Australia's gas exports are given away for free without paying any royalties or petroleum resource rent tax. Since 2015, gas companies have exported nearly $132 billion worth of liquefied natural gas from Gladstone in Queensland. 6 out of 10 of these gas companies have paid zero company tax on these exports. In Australia, more tax is paid by both nurses and teachers than by gas companies. No wonder the ATO has labelled the gas industry as, quote, a systemic non-payer of tax. We cannot let the same thing happen to our critical minerals industry. Australian taxpayers will be investing billions into the creation of critical mineral mining and refining and processing in this country. As we embark on the next big resources opportunity, we must not repeat the poor policy decisions that have allowed multinational companies to profit off Australian gas with little return to the everyday Australian. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hasler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I thank the member for Spence for this motion, which is directly relevant to the projects, the prospects and the livelihoods of the many people in both his state of South Australia and that of mine in Western Australia. Australia does have, of course, some of the best deposits in the world of critical minerals. However, China currently controls up to 70% of the global supply of critical minerals, around 85% of the refining capacity and about 90% of rare earths and magnets production. It announced export restrictions on rare earths and processing technologies early in October, but then suspended that action, thankfully, after the summit between Presidents Xi and Trump this week. But we did learn through COVID the importance of having dependable supply chains and how quickly and easily they can be disrupted. The need for greater self-sufficiency and firmer supply chains in critical minerals is palpable. When the Prime Minister Albanese met with US President Trump in October, he was able to have a meaningful discussion around the challenges that both face in relation to the need to have a dependable supply chain of critical minerals and rare earths. This resulted in the two leaders signing the United States-Australia Framework for securing the supply of critical minerals and rare earths. Now, this framework involves significant investment by both countries in forms such as guarantees, loans, equity offtake agreements, insurance and regulatory facilitation. There will be a mining, metals and metals investment ministerial within the first 6 months of the signing, and the establishment of a US-Asia Critical Minerals Supply Security Response Group, which will identify vulnerabilities and coordinate appropriate responses. In April this year, the government committed to establish a critical minerals strategic reserve. This will act to protect Australia's strategic interests in relation to the predictable supply of these commodities. $1.2 billion has been allocated to establish this reserve in the 2025-26 federal budget, and is expected to be operational from the second half of 2026. It will include national offtake agreements whereby the government will acquire agreed volumes of critical minerals from commercial projects, or establish an option to purchase at a given price, holding security over these assets as part of a strategic reserve, as well as selective stockpiling. This is in addition to the $7 billion for the Critical Minerals Production Tax Incentive, which is designed to kickstart the processing and refining of these commodities. Recipients of that incentive will receive a refundable tax offset of 10% of eligible costs of processing critical minerals in Australia. The offset will be available between 1 July 2027 and 30 June 2040, with a 10-year maximum for each project. This gives that long-term planning surety that industry needs. The Critical Minerals Tax Incentive has received broad support from stakeholders. The Association of Mining and Exploration Companies stated that was just in time. The Chamber of Minerals and Energy welcomed the announcement of the policy, which it has advocated for prior to the budget. The Smart Energy Council noted that a tax credit for critical minerals will help to ensure a stable and secure supply of these vital resources, while also supporting the growth of a clean energy industry. Tesla commended the government for seizing the opportunity by supporting industry to take minerals as far down the value chain as possible. The Business Council stated that a well-designed CMPTI can provide the foundation for Australia to be a competitive destination for critical minerals processing and refining. The union movement too is strongly supportive of the government's Future Made in Australia plan and the Critical Minerals Tax Incentive, with unions including the AMWU, the AW, the ETU and the MUA all engaging positively on the consultation. A number of mining and tech industries also participated in the consultation, including Western Australian companies, Adria Resources, Chalice, Liontown, Hazer Group and Pilbara Minerals. The government's policies and agreements, like the framework signed by the Prime Minister in Washington this month, will act to drive both investment and jobs growth in regional areas in Western Australia and across the country. There are
The Albanese government has assessed our situation, has seen what is needed, has backed in Australian industry, and together with people like our Minerals and Energy Minister, Madeleine King, and our Foreign Minister, we are yet again proving ourselves on the world stage.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we've all seen the headlines. A new critical minerals deal with the United States, celebrated as a triumph for democracy. But the truth is, it's a geopolitical token gesture, leaving Australia dangerously exposed and underinvested. We're being asked to cheer a handshake when what we need is a manufacturing revolution on our own soil, turning our raw minerals into value-added products, keeping the profits and the jobs here at home. Australia is still a quarry for China, not a manufacturer for the world, despite being one of the top 5 producers of critical minerals: lithium, nickel and rare earths. More than 90% of our lithium is exported overseas, mostly to China, where it is refined and turned into products that we buy back at many times the cost. For 19 out of 20 strategic minerals, China dominates refining, controlling around 70% of the global market. That is not just a trade issue, it's strategic vulnerability. The deal with the US is a strategic band-aid designed to secure their supply chain, not to transform our industry. The real profits, high-skilled jobs, the intellectual property, the economic security that comes from processing and manufacturing are still flowing out of this country. Without a plan to process minerals in Australia, we are locked into a low-value end of the supply chain. Even if we wanted to build these facilities, the reality is harsh. Our energy costs are crushing competitiveness. Once our advantage, now a crippling burden. Industrial electricity in Australia costs up to twice as much as in Canada and in the USA, making it almost impossible for local refineries and manufacturing to compete globally. The difference is not minor. It represents tens of millions of dollars in extra costs every year for energy-intensive operations like refinery, costs that make local processing economically unviable. Until the government delivers affordable, reliable and stable power, any plan for domestic processing industry is nothing more than an economic fantasy. Let's be clear, the United States needed this deal far more than Australia. Their defence and clean energy industries are vulnerable because of China's chokehold. Australia had the US over a barrel. We held the leverage, a chance to negotiate tariff reductions for our steel, aluminium and other value-added exports, a chance to demand real investment in our industries, a chance to secure a genuine economic partnership. But what do we get? A handshake and a photo op. The opportunity was squandered because this government prioritised headlines over substance, because the Prime Minister was too worried about negative press over his rocky relationship with President Trump. This wasn't diplomacy, it was capitulation, disguised as achievement. This government could have turned our resources into a bargaining chip. Instead, they handed away with a thank you. The minerals under our feet should be our prosperity, no one else's economy. Without cheap, reliable and clear plan for onshore processing, Australia will remain dependent on China and continue exporting the value of our resources and lose our manufacturing base. We need affordable, firm baseload power. Clean coal, gas and nuclear must be on the table. Without it, investment will go offshore. We need real investment in incentives for domestic processing and smelting so Australian miners can compete on the global stage. We need to focus on value-adding here in Australia, not exporting our jobs, our profits and knowledge to other countries. The Albanese government's mismanagement, collapsing manufacturers, energy instability, red tape, anti-investment policies is driving opportunities away from our soil. This government spends billions chasing net zero targets while our industries collapse under high power prices and regulation. That's not ideological. That is ideological vanity, not leadership. We cannot dig our way to prosperity if we can't power it. But it requires bold leadership. It requires investment, certainty and domestic manufacturing. We deserve more than a handshake. We deserve mining and a manufacturing revolution. Australia must capture the value of our minerals, create high-skilled jobs and secure a sovereign and prosperous future.
The time allotted for this debate has expired, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5, Construction, Forestry, Mining and Energy Union.
I call the member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Construction, Forestry, Mining and Energy Union in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
You have the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australians should want a system of government that is free from corruption and cartel kickbacks. But the reality is we have nothing like that right now. Under the coalition government, we established the Australian Building and Construction Commission to rein in the criminal law-breaking and cartel kickbacks between the CFMEU, so many of the companies that go along with their destructive behaviour, and of course their direct connection to the ACTU and of course the Australian Labor Party. The scale of corruption is unending, so there was more work to be done under the ABCC. But what was the answer? One of the first acts of this Labor government was to abolish the ABCC and take what little left of the leash that was holding back the CFMEU corruption and let it loose from the Australian community. And now they are complicit every step of the way in the corruption that has been engaged. Because corruption is corrosive to our democracy, Deputy Speaker. After it was revealed the CFMEU was directly connected to criminal gangs, organised crime and bikies to access public projects, the Albanese government eventually had to admit maybe we got it a bit wrong and shouldn't have let them completely off the leash, and so they put the CFMEU under administration. 15 months on, the verdict is now in. It's not my opinion, it's not the Labor government's opinion, it's whistleblowers' opinion, who are now calling out the administration and saying ultimately that corruption has actually got worse. Only last week, Charles Ferrugia went public on the program 60 Minutes to highlight the bullying and intimidation that is now systemic within the CFMEU. While the minister waxes lyrical about being the strongest possible course of action, the reality shows something completely different. The facts show now the administrator appointed figures who have since been sacked on allegations of corruption. Rather than destroying corruption, he has tragically become the enabler of it. When it's got down to Fair Work and what they have reported in Senate estimates, they said they would have grave concerns if meetings were approved between the Victorian head of the CFMEU, Zack Smith, and of course John Setka. That has happened. The administrator greenlighted meetings with John Setka and has completely ignored meetings with Mick Gatto and has simply issued cautions. Recent evidence has been highlighted in the Age newspaper of veterans that want to work on Victorian big bill projects and have been asked to pay corrupt kickbacks simply for the right to work in $10,000 brown paper bags. In Victoria, the CFMEU hires organised crime to attack companies. In New South Wales, contractors hire organised crime to respond to CFMEU thuggery. This is absurd, and the cost is being paid for by first home buyers who are paying a higher cost for new apartment builds and the cost is flowing on, of course, to CFMEU corruption. Of course, taxpayers are paying an even bigger price through the higher cost for public projects, lower returns and lower value, but more importantly, when higher costs go up on public projects, tomorrow it is debt, and in addition to that, it is future taxes on future generations, all to finance and feed cartel kickbacks to the CFMEU. Taxpayers are paying a higher price and the beneficiaries are criminal gangs, organised crime and bikies. I don't think it should shock anybody, and it amazes me there are Labor members speaking against this motion, but here they are, to be judged by the Australian people, to somehow stand by and say they think this corruption is acceptable. It is not acceptable, Deputy Speaker. Confidence in the administration has collapsed. The minister has strapped herself to the administrator in arguing that this is the strongest possible course of action, but nobody believes it. 3 weeks ago, we wrote to her asking basic questions she won't answer. Last week, this is how bad it got, Deputy Speaker. The head of the Victorian CFMEU, Zack Smith, who lent his numbers to the Prime Minister on the National Executive of the Labor Party, self-identified sufficiently he was tainted that he removed himself. When even the corrupt are abandoning ship, you know it's bad. But he is still an advisor to the Minister on her National Construction Industry Forum. And when we asked her about it in Parliament last week, she ran interference. There's no wonder the Minister is blocking an inquiry into the CFMEU administration. She still continues to get advice from Zack Smith from Victorian CFMEU. We need a clear plan to address the shortcomings of this administration. That's why we need an inquiry, and we need Mr Smith out of the way. We need Australians' help. Go to timwilsonmp.com.au/CFMEU_inquiry to fight back and lend your name to stand up against CFMEU corruption.
Thank the member. Is there a seconder for this motion? Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When it comes to the construction industry, the focus of the Albanese Labor government is on creating a fair and transparent environment, concentrated on ensuring that there are highly skilled and qualified workers in the various trades that we need to build a future made in Australia, including first and foremost to build the houses that this country needs. It's also focused on providing skilled and highly qualified educators within TAFE, other vet providers and within the apprenticeship sphere to ensure we have enough educators to train the workers we need to build a future made in Australia. And of course, the Albanese Labor government, under the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, is focused on ensuring that the environment that these workers and educators will contribute to is free of corruption, criminality or violence. Corruption, criminality or violence will not be tolerated and is not tolerated in any part of the construction industry by this government. We do not accept it, and suggestions by the member for Goldstein to the contrary are false. We don't accept it. It can't be like that. If the environment is affected by corruption or criminality or violence, the potential workers that we need will be disincentivised to join the building and construction industry. And we know that these kinds of disincentives cannot exist. We cannot afford it because there is too much building work to do. These problems, however, that were deeply embedded in the industry are decades in the making, and they need to be solved. Let's be clear, though, they can't be solved overnight, and it is unhelpful and unrealistic to expect that. Rather than continually drawing attention to them in a manner which lacks construction and is unproductive, those on all sides of politics need to come to the table and act in a bipartisan manner to ensure that these problems are solved as fast as possible. When all parties understand and agree that creating an environment where Australians are incentivised to work in the building and construction sector is actually in the best interests of all Australians, and when all parties seek to promote this important outcome rather than continually seeking to undermine it for obviously individual purposes, only then can meaningful reform take place. The Australian Building and Construction Commission did not work. We know this. It was ineffective in dealing with the cultural and substantive issues that had been embedded within the industry for decades. That's why, quite rightly, the ABCC was abolished by the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs, Better Pay Act of 2022. That Act also established the National Construction Industry Forum, which provides advice to the government on a wide range of issues in the construction industry, including workplace relations, skills, safety, productivity and industry culture. It has a balanced membership with members who have experience representing employees, plus an equal number of members who have experience representing employers in the building construction industry. Further, the Joint Agency Working Group, an alliance between regulators and law enforcement agencies, is working in a methodical, careful and measured manner to take action to stamp out corruption, criminality and violence from the construction industry. Other tangible action being taken to stamp this out is the scheme of administration applied to the CFMEU's construction division. Now, the difference between the achievements of the administrator, only in effect for 15 months, and the now defunct ABCC, which was ineffective, could not be clearer. The Administrator has removed or accepted the resignations of more than 60 staff, developed a national code of conduct and statement of expectations for all staff, has cracked down on gifts, organised crime and menacing behaviours by setting out clear consequences, and has established inquiries into state branches of the CFMEU. And this work will continue until there is an environment of lawful and effective union functioning. There are no quick fixes here, but the Albanese Labor government is committed to the task, and we will keep working with employers, contractors, unions, state and territory governments, regulators and law enforcement agencies to ensure this critical industry is lawful, safe, fair, productive and sustainable for the future. Because we need it to be. It's in the interest of all Australians that it is. So it would be helpful and in the interests of all Australians if all sides of politics recognised this and contributed constructively.
The member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow my good friend and colleague, the member for Sturt. I rise to support the motion put by my friend and colleague, the member for Goldstein. We're both proud Victorians, and we're both in absolute despair at the lawlessness that is pervading our great state at the hands of state and federal Labor governments. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Saturday paper, who is no cheerleader of the coalition, has written over the weekend about the payback for those who have blown the whistle on the CFMEU. And the article goes, the costs have been stark for whistleblowers. To start with, going to war against corruption of the construction division of Victoria's CFMEU has meant their effective blacklisting from union job sites. One has worked very little in the past year and bills are due. Christmas is near. Their partner has also felt the strain. Deputy Speaker, it goes on. We see in the Australian... I'd also like to quote from the Australian over the weekend that this issue has been raised again. The CFMEU's manufacturing division has taken federal court action to lock in its split from the union's dysfunctional and murky construction division in a move that will formalise the creation of the 10,000-member Timber, Furnishing and Textiles Union. The expected court approval will see the once influential CFMEU reduced to the Construction Division, which will be in administration for years, and the Maritime Division. And it goes on, the departure of the Manufacturing Division follows the exit of the Mining and Energy Division to form a standalone union. Manufacturing Division National Secretary Michael O'Connor said on Friday, our members are looking forward to officially getting out. Now, Deputy Speaker, I don't always agree with Michael O'Connor and his division, and I don't always agree with the Pulp and Paper division of the CFMEU, but locally in the Latrobe Valley, there have been many occasions when I have stood up with those divisions on the issue of jobs and manufacturing. Michael Pavey, I remember, from the Pulp and Paper division of the CFMEU in the Latrobe Valley, stood up on behalf of his members that worked at Australian Paper, and Michael O'Connor has been a strong representative of the Forestry Division, and it's quite clear to see how appalled they are at the actions of the Construction Division of the CFMEU, that it is a stain on other divisions that are trying to get on with the business of representing their members. Quote, I'd also like to point out my colleague, the member for Goldstein, has been relentless in his pursuit of truth and justice on this issue, and he's yielded some results. Because late last week, the CFMEU's Zack Smith was forced off the Labor Party's national executive after the Prime Minister had to distance himself, Deputy Speaker, from relying on Smith's support. And that being so, the Minister is still unbelievably blocking a Senate inquiry into union corruption, which will still unbelievably rely on Smith as a key advisor. And I have to ask, Deputy Speaker, why is this government scared of the truth? We know that that resignation was as a direct result of sustained pressure by the member for Goldstein and the coalition, who have only one interest, and that is to get to the heart of this issue and to expose the conflict of interest that the Albanese government is conflicted by. We need an inquiry to reveal the full scale of corruption, cartel networks, and why officials have been placed into positions that turn out later that they've been sacked on allegations of corruption. This is really important, and it goes to the heart of integrity and accountability in government. We're now 15 months along after the CFMEU was placed into administration. We've got whistleblowers saying corruption inside the CFMEU has gotten worse, not better, and it's just outrageous. Instead of cracking down on corruption, this continues on, and it's an absolute farce. Under the Prime Minister's watch, the CFMEU are still refusing to answer questions. The government are still refusing to answer the most basic questions about CFMEU cartel kickbacks, despite the figure now climbing to $6.6 million. It's not good enough.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, let's be absolutely clear. The Albanese Labor government does not tolerate corruption, criminality or violence in any part of the construction industry. Meaningful reform requires collective, ongoing efforts by all stakeholders. These problems are deeply embedded in the industry and have been decades in the making. They will not be solved overnight. The Coalition and its failed and discredited ABCC utterly failed to deal with these problems. In fact, the appalling culture in the construction industry flourished under their watch. Multiple individuals involved in corruption, criminality and violence were allowed to retain their positions and continue their unlawful activities. Now, we are cleaning up the mess. Following multiple referrals to the Albanese Labor government, regulators and law enforcement agencies are now working in a coordinated manner through the Joint Agency Working Group to stamp out corruption and violence within the construction industry. These include the AFP, State and Territory Police Forces, the Fair Work Commission's General Manager, the Fair Work Ombudsman, ASIC, and ATO and AUSTRAC. We have also taken tangible action to address misconduct within the CFMEU's construction division by placing it under a scheme of administration for up to 5 years. This administration has achieved more progress in 15 months than the failed ABCC managed in a decade. So far, the administrator has removed or accepted the resignation of more than 60 staff, developed a national code of conduct and statement of expectations for all staff, made absolutely clear where the union stands on gifts, organised crime and menacing behaviour and the consequences of breaching those standards, and established several inquiries into state branches of the CFMEU. The administrator, respected barrister Mark Irving KC, is undertaking complex and often dangerous work. He regularly acts on credible information received through a confidential whistleblower complaints process, which has already received more than 500 complaints. He has initiated numerous investigations into the New South Wales, Queensland and Victorian branches of the CFMEU, as well as into the union's finances and the Building Industry 2000 Fund. Mr Irvin has taken proactive action in response to these reports, including disciplinary measures, dismissals and expulsions of individuals from the union, issuing new contracts that set out clear standards of behaviour, establishing cultural change programs and issuing notices to produce. This is what real reform looks like. We have full faith in Mr Irving's integrity and independence. Matters regarding the appointment of officers and staffs of the union are for him to determine, not politicians to interfere with. The government's actions are already delivering results, but we also know that the problems are not confined to the CFMEU alone. Other parts of the industry, including employers and contractors, will have a significant role to play in cleaning up the construction sector. There are no quick fixes, but the government is committed to the task. That is why we have established a National Construction Industry Forum. The NCIF meets at least twice a year and has endorsed a blueprint of reform that includes immediate work on the Joint Construction Industry Charter, setting shared goals and expectations for all construction industry participants. This is long-term work that is needed to make sure the industry is not only free from corruption, but is also productive and sustainable. And it stands in stark contrast to the years of neglect under the Coalition, who turned a blind eye while those problems took root. Every major allegation of criminality in the sector occurred while the ABCC was in operation. The ABCC was ineffective, politicised and a waste of public funds. The appropriate response to criminal activity is not political theatre, it is a police response. That is exactly what the government has delivered: coordinated enforcement through the AFP, state and territory police, regulatory agencies, all working alongside the CFMEU administrator to restore integrity. Our government will not politicise ongoing investigations, nor will we allow anyone to be above the law. It was on the opposition's watch that organised crime elements infiltrated the construction industry. They had 9 years to act and they failed. By contrast, this government has acted decisively, transparently and effectively. We're empowering whistleblowers, supporting law enforcement and are working with the industry to change its culture from the ground up. Deputy Speaker, this is a government committed to ensuring Australia's construction industry is one we can all be proud of. The Albanese Labor government will continue to take strong, coordinated action to stamp out corruption and criminality wherever it occurs. And we will continue to stand up for the thousands of honest workers who deserve a clean industry, decent pay and safe workplaces. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this important motion and echo serious concerns that I have and that my community has about the CFMEU and the corruption in the construction industry more broadly, and to urge the government to take further action on this. We do need more than a 3-year administrator, while I support the administrator, because this is an endemic problem for the last 40 years and it is needs more action than one administrator to solve this. Deputy Speaker, the corruption, thuggery and general misconduct in this industry has been one of the worst kept secrets across the country for decades. And while I support, as I said, the government's action in terms of appointing an administrator, let's be honest that the Labor Party has turned a blind eye to endemic corruption in the CFMEU and thuggery for decades. The CFMEU donated or made contributions of $4 million to the Albanese government's successful 2022 campaign, and the government has only taken real action in relation to the CFMEU when forced to by the action of brave investigative journalists, particularly out of the SMH, who I pay credit to, who have made a real contribution here. So let's talk about what's wrong with this industry. Because when I speak to people in this industry, as I do regularly, what I hear often is like, Allegra, I'll speak to you, but do not tell anyone that I have spoken to you. Never mention what I have said, because these people could ruin my business overnight and they could destroy me and my family. So this is what's been going on, and it has been going on for decades. And this is not the way the construction industry or any part of our country should operate, particularly one that is so integral to our housing and our infrastructure and what makes this country work. And so I put a pox on both the houses, both for the Labor Party for turning a blind eye to the CFMEU's corruption for decades, but also for the Coalition for failing to act effectively when they were in government for almost a decade, and for putting forward the ABCC, which didn't actually deal with this, and left us with this problem, which is still endemic. The question really is, how do we make a change now to make that a fundamental shift in the corruption and thuggery of this industry, so that we do not need another Royal Commission in another 3, 4, 5 years, that this changes once and for all. And I do believe we have a long way to go there. Because at first point, as I said, I support the appointment of the administrator. I think it has been imperfect. I think there are actions that they should have taken or would have taken and questions for them to answer. But overall, I do believe that this was a constructive approach as opposed to deregistration of the union, which I think would have been only made things worse. But the truth is, the CFMEU administrator cannot deal single-handedly with the breadth of corruption and the breadth of thuggery, of misogyny and other issues facing this industry. It needs a broad action. Myself and others wrote to the Prime Minister back in June last year and said to the Prime Minister, appoint an administrator, but go much further. There are key issues that you need to have, and many of those are still relevant, and I want to talk through 3 of them. The Master Builders Association has suggested, and I fully support, enhanced task force across the AFP, across the police, the state police bases, across the Fair Work Ombudsman, across the Fair Work Commission, a deeply, heavily resourced task force to address these issues of corruption when they come up, or other sorts of criminal activity, because the sort of jurisdictional challenges in this industry are real, and I know, having spoken to people firsthand around this. So this is something that we need resources there now and put strongly. Secondly, we also need competition reform so that the industrial relations system, which is largely not subject to competition law, but does allow create the incentives, creates the environment where the incentives are there for corruption. Because if you can effectively ensure that the subcontractors that you're suggesting are in the contracts will get the deals, that is the perfect place for corruption to start and to fester. So until we change those incentives, and I think competition law is part of it, we will not fix this. Thirdly, I do believe we need to change our procurement laws, and I support the National Construction Industry Forum setting out clear behavioural standards. We need to turn that into teeth, into procurement. And finally, I do believe we need a broader regulatory setting for the construction industry. I think this would show, if Labor would back this, it would show that Labor is willing to really step into this rather than still play the political game on the ABCC. The ABCC was failed, it did not address the issues, but neither, if the government does not put in a broader set of reforms that are permanent, neither will these things either. And this is an industry that absolutely needs a fundamental overhaul for housing, for infrastructure, for clean energy infrastructure, you name it. We need the construction industry to work without thuggery. Thank you.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, let me be clear from the outset. This government will not tolerate corruption, criminality or violence in any workplace, including the construction industry. But what we will tolerate is strong and effective unions who are there to look after workers and to stop them being exploited. Now, I'm a proud unionist and I come from a union family, and I've seen what a positive difference unions make to individuals, workers and their families. And the problems that we see in the construction industry are not the norm in the Labor movement. They're deeply embedded and have been decades in the making, and they won't be solved overnight. But let's get one thing straight, and I agree in some respects with some of the words from the member for Wentworth. Under the Coalition's 9 years of failed leadership, the discredited Australian Building and Construction Code, ABCC, failed to deal with the problems within the CFMEU, or within the construction industry. It failed. Those opposite were running around beating their chests saying what a great cop the ABC was going to be, when instead we saw the exact opposite in terms of culture in the construction industry. A bad culture was allowed to flourish on that watch. Now, with multiple individuals were involved, they were involved in corruption, criminality and violence, all while retaining their positions to continue to conduct unlawful activities. Now, Labor is acting to clean up the mess. As the member for Petrie talked about earlier, following multiple referrals from the Albanese Labor government, our regulators and law enforcement agencies are working together through the Joint Agency Working Group to take strong action to stamp out corruption, criminality and violence. We've also taken real action to stamp out corruption in the CFMEU's construction division by placing them under administration for a period of 5 years. And a lot has been done in that time. We've removed, under the administration for the last 15 months, there's been the removal and acceptance of resignations from about 60 people. They've developed the National Code of Conduct and Statement of Expectations for staff and made it absolutely clear where the union stands when it comes to gifts, organised crime and menacing behaviours, and what the consequences will be. They've also established several inquiries into state branches of the CFMEU. Now, on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we believe in the right to organise and we believe in the right to join a union. The Labor Party was born out of the Labor movement, and that's why I'm proud to be part of a government that is delivering for Australian workers. And since coming into office, we have a wonderful resume of achievements. So what's Labor done? We've introduced multi-employer bargaining. In 2022, the Secure Jobs Better Pay Act enabled employees in certain sectors, such as childcare and aged care, to bargain collectively across employers. We increased the minimum wage by 3.75%, directly impacting 2.6 million workers. We made wage theft illegal by introducing criminal penalties as part of the Closing the Loophole reform. And we've reduced the gender pay gap, with reforms including requiring large employers to report their gender pay gap, prohibiting pay secrecy clauses and the new super paid on government parental leave. We've enhanced delegates' rights with reforms to strengthen the rights of union delegates in the workplace. The right to disconnect. We've legislated the right for employees to disconnect from work-related communications outside their work hours. There have been changes to labour hire. Labour hire workers have new rules to potentially increase their pay. There's a national labour hire licensing scheme being established, and there's been a ban on non-compete clauses for workers earning under $175,000. And last week we saw payday super, where workers will now be paid the superannuation the same day they get paid. But it's not just industrial relations reforms that this government has introduced that have been good for workers. A tax cut for every Australian delivers for working people. Being able to see a GP for free delivers for working people. Cheaper childcare, energy relief, 5% deposit. These all deliver for working people. So, Deputy Speaker, while those opposite will take every opportunity to attack working people, this Labor government will always stand up for working people and their families. The Labor Party, as I said, was born out of the Labor movement, and that's why I'm so proud to be standing here today to talk about the importance of what Labor is delivering for workers and why we need a strong union and Labor movement. The problems in the construction industry are not the norm, and it's taken a Labor government to clean it up because we want to see a strong and effective Labor movement.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For over a century, unions have played a vital role in securing Australian workers' rights by advocating for fair wages, safe working conditions and job security. They've helped enforce workplace laws, protected against unfair dismissal, and promoted equality and inclusion by driving major reforms like paid leave, superannuation and anti-discrimination protections. Today, women are more likely than men to be union members in Australia, and women unionists have led campaigns for equal pay, for paid parental leave, for anti-discrimination laws and accessible childcare. But the Construction, Forestry, Mining and Energy Union, the CFMEU, is an outlier. For years it has been accused of corrupt and criminal misconduct and a culture of violence, intimidation, misogyny and bullying. Elements of this behaviour have been documented repeatedly by royal commissions and other inquiries. They've never been effectively dealt with. We hear from courageous journalists and from members of the industry that legitimate businesses and individuals are too susceptible to intimidatory tactics. They're too frightened of the potential for commercial or personal retribution to seek redress or to speak publicly about the ongoing issues within the CFMEU. It's clear that the Coalition's Australian Building Construction Commission failed to bring these issues under control. It oversaw declining construction industry productivity and an increase in workplace injuries and deaths. In July 2024, along with crossbench colleagues, I asked the government for urgent and comprehensive action regarding the CFMEU. Our concern then, which remains, was that the CFMEU's infiltration by criminal elements and its actions within the construction industry compromise the integrity of government spending. They cause individual and social harm through alleged criminal activity. They increase building costs and they worsen housing affordability, business costs and inflation while eroding our economic productivity. The Albanese government abolished the failed ABCC and the Regulated Organisation Commission, but it has not yet regulated an appropriate replacement body to exercise long-term oversight of the industry. The administrator it appointed in August 2024 has encountered very significant legal, operational and cultural challenges in reforming the union. That administrator, Mark Irving, has recently noted that the work of his administration can only take the union so far. The problems across the industry are myriad. No single agent has the responsibility or the resources to fix all of them. And so I call on the government. on behalf of the citizens of Kooyong who have long expressed concerns about the criminal activities of the CFMEU and their effect on housing costs in our state, to have the courage to act on this issue and to ensure that this country has a construction industry in which criminal behaviour is not tolerated, in which public investment in infrastructure maximises value for money and productivity, and in which politics and politicians prioritise public interest over the financial and political relationships with unions and with lobbyists. I ask the government to provide adequate resourcing to support all levels of police and all levels of government to conduct thorough investigations involving the misuse of public money, abuse of powers of the section and fraud by actors in the construction sector. I ask the Labor Party to put a permanent stop on receiving any donations or fees from the CFMEU. I ask the federal government to withhold infrastructure funding from state projects until the states show convincing evidence of their effective policing of criminal activity within the sector. And I ask the government to put in place a successor to the administrator, to establish a new oversight body and legislative framework staffed by a cross-jurisdictional police task force and representatives from industrial regulators, government agencies and industry representatives, to provide us with the accountability and the cultural change which is required to permanently address the issues within the construction sector, not just within the CFMEU, but also within the labour hire industry and the construction industry more generally. Deputy Speaker, this body should be developed with engagement across the parliament. It should be protected from political attack after every change in government. While bribery and corruption are allowed to fester in our construction industry, we all pay the price, and we need to join together across the political lines to effectively address an ongoing blight on the Australian industrial landscape.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Unions have long been one of the most important forces for fairness and safety in Australian workplaces. They've fought for rights that many now take for granted: the weekend, paid leave, safer work sites and fair pay. When unions work as they should, they give workers a voice, uphold dignity and protect lives. Because every worker deserves to go home safe at the end of the day. So much of the work done in our construction industry is inherently dangerous. Every day, workers, often young and often vulnerable, put their health and safety on the line to build the infrastructure our communities rely on: roads, hospitals, housing. It's hard, risky work, and these workers deserve to be paid fairly and treated with respect. Employers have a duty of care to keep their workers safe, not just because the law says so, but because it is the right thing to do. Families should never have to worry about whether their loved ones will make it home from work. Close to my community of Griffith, we've seen the heartbreaking consequences when those protections fail. In 2023, 29-year-old worker Daniel Sa'u lost his life when temperatures reached a sweltering 36.1 degrees Celsius while working on the Cross River Rail site in Moorooka. His wife described Daniel as a wonderful father to their 3 children, a loving son and someone deeply missed by all who knew him. And earlier that same year, 17-year-old Tyler Witten was placed in an induced coma and died the next day after a fall at a construction site in West End. He had been working for just 3 months before he died, and he was so proud to be able to help support his family. Tyler's grandfather wrote of his beloved, beautiful grandson, saying, "Words cannot describe the pain and complete numbness we are all experiencing, knowing that we needed to let him go." These tragedies show the real and ever-present risks faced by construction workers. They deserve safe workplaces, proper protections and the confidence that their employers are looking out for them. Every worker in Australia deserves that. Last year, Australian investigative journalists exposed horrific practices within parts of the construction industry, alleged links to organised crime, misuse of union roles, reports of violence, intimidation and misogyny. Criminality has no place in the union movement. Workers deserve a union that they can trust and be proud of. When I knocked on almost 15,000 doors during the last campaign, I can tell you the CFMEU was raised with me every single day. Deputy Speaker, I will leave it to you to surmise why that was. My community made it very clear to me they do not support corruption and criminality. They do not support standover tactics, bullying and sexual harassment. They do not support intimidation or abuse of power. Those behaviours have no place in any workplace, not in construction, not anywhere. In thousands of conversations across Griffith, I heard consistently that people want representatives who stand up against thuggery and corruption, not on the same stage as it. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has been clear from the outset there is no place for criminality, bullying, thuggery and intimidation in any workplace, including in the construction industry. The construction division of the CFMEU clearly failed to act in the best interests of its members, and urgent action was needed, which the Albanese Labor government has delivered. We could not stand by and allow a once-proud union to be infiltrated by bikies and organised crime, or have bullying and thuggery as part of its day-to-day business. These problems didn't appear overnight. They were deeply embedded and decades in the making, and we're determined to clean them up. That's why the CFMEU's construction division was placed under administration. Already, the administration has achieved more progress in 15 months than the former coalition government's failed and discredited ABCC managed in a decade. More than 60 staff have been removed or have resigned. A new national code of conduct is in place. A clear statement of expectations now sets out where the union stands on gifts, organised crime and menacing behaviour, and what the consequences are for crossing that line. Investigations are ongoing into state branches, financial misconduct and cultural failings. The work is challenging, detailed and essential to restoring integrity in the sector, because all workers deserve unions that represent them honestly and protect them fearlessly, not ones that exploit or intimidate them. Employers, contractors, unions, they all have a role to make this industry safe, fair and productive. That's why we've established the National Construction Industry Forum, to bring together unions, business and government around one table. We'll keep doing the work with law enforcement, regulators and people across the country to return construction to what it should be, a sector where workers, like those in our community, can feel safe, respected and supported. That's the standard my community expects, it's the standard that I expect, and it's the standard this government is committed to delivering.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber is now suspended until 4 p.m.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australians rightly expect their governments to operate openly and transparently. So you can understand the community's frustration with this Labor government, which the Centre for Public Integrity recently assessed as failing on 5 of 6 integrity indicators, and which they described as, and I quote, leaning into a culture of secrecy, end of quote. And that's a very good description, because we haven't so much seen simply a brazen attempt to wind back transparency in one go, but instead a much more insidious pattern than that. Indeed, we've seen instead a combination of inertia on critical reforms, a fear of upsetting vested interests, and a fetishisation of secrecy driven in part, I would suggest, by hubris on the part of the re-elected Labor government. But sunlight is the best disinfectant. And that's why we need increased transparency around ministerial diaries and past sponsorships, why FOIs should be made easier, not harder, and why we need to finally progress meaningful reforms to whistleblower protections, political donations and jobs for mates appointments. And while we're at it, media freedom laws wouldn't go astray either. Deputy Speaker, any government serious about doing its job well should embrace transparency, not fear it, because transparency builds public trust, keeps decision-makers honest and helps prevent the sort of blunders, cover-ups and groupthink that often end up costing us all. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Are there any member statements? And I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, just a few short months ago, I had the great pleasure of attending the Raise Youth Mentoring graduation at Corinda State High School. And for Corinda State High, it's one of 10 schools in Brisbane participating in the program. It's a program that began in 2008 and has supported over 16 50,000 vulnerable 13 to 15-year-olds and trained over 11,000 mentors. Deputy Speaker, it's all about an early intervention strategy to increase social and emotional wellbeing for young people, and I congratulate the young people who participated and the mentors as well. Deputy Speaker, the Moorooka Bowls Club in my electorate sadly closed in May 2019. It had a proud history. It hosted the Commonwealth Games Lawn Bowls in 1982, and Queen Elizabeth II visited it then as well. In 2021, a massive volunteer-led effort was undertaken to restore the club, and now it's a hub for our community, Clubhouse Moorooka. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank all of the fantastic volunteers who make that club hum. Deputy Speaker, Banarawa, a wonderful community organisation in my local electorate, recently had its 40th anniversary, and it had a celebration of their fantastic local community work. They're great when it comes to resources to help locals prepare for disasters, to respond and to recover, house by house, street by street in our community.
Call the member for Bradfield.
Deputy Speaker, today I'm reading a speech I selected from entrants in the Raise Our Voice competition, and this speech is from 13-year-old Kaya. Right now, too many young Australians are struggling. It's a silent crisis that affects our future. In 2023, anxiety was the leading health burden for young females, while tragically, suicide and self-inflicted injuries led for young males. Despite 1 in 5 seeking support, a concerning 10% did not receive the help they desperately needed. Last year alone, 298 people aged 18 to 24 lost their lives to suicide, alongside 94 children and adolescents. These deaths now represent over 30% of all fatalities in these age groups. Why should we care? Because these are our children, our siblings and our friends. We need a tomorrow where every young person feels seen, where they feel supported, a future where asking for help is normal, not a weakness. So what should government do? First, make mental health support truly accessible. This means more qualified counsellors in every school. It means free, immediate access to psychologists, no waiting lists. Second, invest heavily in early intervention. Teach emotional literacy from a young age. Launch powerful public campaigns, break down the stigma around mental health. By acting decisively today, we empower young Australians to thrive. We build a strong, healthier and much more hopeful tomorrow for everyone.
Call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr Wyn Jansen has dedicated nearly 3 decades to improving aged care services in our region, and he has just concluded his remarkable tenure as Chair of Warragul. Since joining the board in 1997, Wyn has transformed Warragul into one of Australia's leading aged care providers. Under his leadership, Warragul has grown from serving 727 residents to supporting more than 4,500 older Australians through residential care, community villages, home services and social programs. The organisation expanded from 438 staff to over 2,000 employees and 525 volunteers, operating across the Illawarra, Southern Highlands, Queanbeyan and the ACT. Financially, Wyn guided Warragul from a deficit position to a robust organisation with revenues exceeding $335 million. His commitment to excellence has seen Warragul recognised nationally, including as Employer of Choice for Women for 9 consecutive years and twice as National Aged Care Provider of the Year. In 2024, Warragul achieved a triple win at the Illawarra Business Awards, including for Business of the Year. Wyn's legacy is one of compassion, innovation and community service. His decades of voluntary leadership have improved the lives of thousands of older Australians and their families. I thank Wyn Jansen for his extraordinary contribution.
I call the member for Curtin.
This is a speech prepared by Rian Naveed from my Curtin Youth Advisory Group about his experience as a young Muslim man in Australia. He says, "I was 6 when I was physically assaulted because of my colour, not by another kid, but by an adult woman. I was 11 when I heard strangers slander my mum behind her back simply because she chose to cover her hair. I was 13 when I was first called a terrorist. At that point, I accepted that I would always face the racist stereotypes that poison our society, no matter who I was. It's become repetitive and I'm tired of being the victim. My silence allows hatred to grow, and that's not a risk I'm willing to take. Since October 7, reports of Islamophobia have more than doubled, with a 1,300% surge in incidents. 3/4 targeted the innocent Islamic Australian women and children whose freedom of religion our government has failed to protect. Comedy is the sheath that conceals the blade of racism, and as a Muslim voice in my generation, I believe it's my vocation to ensure that "it's a joke" is no longer a valid excuse. It's on the government to teach people by renewing the education system, introducing programs like NAIDOC Week, ultimately extinguishing the flames of hate speech by embracing diversity. Actions speak louder than words. It's time to break the stereotypes because there is no room for racism in our country. Thank you, Rhiannon, for sharing that with the Parliament.
I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Where do firefighters find out their outfits? Guess where they find it? Right here in Australia, and thanks to Stewart and Heaton, a proudly local family-owned business that has been keeping our frontline heroes looking smart for more than 30 years. I was proud to visit Stewart and Heaton in Belmont alongside the Minister for Small Business. Not only did we get to see female coppers getting to check out their uniforms for the very first time, we also saw a company that was deeply committed to innovation, safety and local jobs. Stewart and Heaton sells and manufactures high-performance protective clothing for firefighters and emergency services right across Australia. Their gear is designed for Aussie conditions, made to withstand some of the toughest environments, tailored to those who put themselves in harm's way to protect us. This is a great example of what happens when we back local manufacturing. It means jobs in our community, it means world-class products made right here at home, and it means our emergency services are equipped with gear that they can trust. As we celebrate the work of our firefighters, let's also celebrate businesses like Stewart and Heaton who support them. I thank Simon Stewart and the whole team who knew that the Minister for Small Businesses' dad was also a textile engineer. So cool. Thank you very much.
I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today I'd like to recognise Heidi, whose submission was Durack's chosen entry in this year's Raise Our Voice campaign. This is what Heidi wrote. My name is Heidi and I'm writing on behalf of the Hedland Youth Advisory Council. We are a group of young leaders aged 15 to 20 who provide insight and advice on issues affecting young people in Hedland. To prepare this submission, we consulted with the young people of Hedland to identify the most pressing challenges in our community. The top concerns were better health care, reducing racism and, most significantly, affordable and accessible housing. Housing is the issue that mostly directly impacts our daily lives. As a young person, I've seen my own family forced to move multiple times due to rising rental costs. While large companies like BHP can offer subsidised housing to employees, many smaller businesses cannot, leaving workers and their families struggling to find affordable homes. This housing stress affects our young people's lives and their families' ability to meet basic needs like food, water and clothing. Port Hedland is the exporting powerhouse of Australia and is a major contributor to Australia's economy, yet many young people here face barriers to a stable and secure life. We urge members of Parliament to take a meaningful action to improve living conditions for young people in regional and remote areas like ours. Awesome speech, Heidi. Well done. You have now been heard.
Call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Female participation in sport has grown exponentially in Australia over the past decade, with hundreds of thousands of young girls and women from across south-west Sydney and the wider Australia having joined their local sporting clubs across varying sporting codes. One sport in particular, netball, continues to grow and is the biggest team sport for women and girls in Australia. I'm a huge netball fan. I love watching my wife, my daughters and now my granddaughters play netball, and I proudly support family members when they play for their local teams. And as a medical professional, I'm always in favour of people finding ways and means to remain socially and physically active. That's why I'm a proud supporter of Netball Australia's mission to get netball into the Brisbane Olympic Games in 2032. I believe it's time to stop pivoting and for netball to be included in the Brisbane Olympics. It's time that the Australian Olympic Committee and the International Olympic Committee recognise the Australian passion that is netball, and to help promote local clubs and competitions, netball deserves its place among the world's greatest sports at the Brisbane 2032 Games. We've seen new sports being added to the Olympic Games in the past, and these additions have helped promote these sports to new audiences around the world. And so Brisbane 2032 is the perfect opportunity to show the world our passion and skills for this wonderful game. I encourage anyone who shares my passion to head to the Netball Australia website and sign their petition. Together we can help promote and support Australian athletes. Thank you.
Member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, $5 million over 23 years is the incredible legacy that Relay for Life has in Bunbury. This last weekend, it was a pleasure to join the Southwest Pocket Rocket and my predecessor, Nola Marino, in the official opening of the 23rd edition of Bunbury's Relay for Life. It's far more than a fundraiser. It's a powerful beacon of hope for those across the Southwest community afflicted or touched in some way by cancer. The sheer scale of volunteer commitment and funds raised over the last 23 years has been truly staggering. A key driver of cutting-edge research for cancer, the research focuses not only on finding a cure but to pioneer treatments that are more effective and less harsh on patients. It ensures that more people can live with and hopefully survive a cancer diagnosis while maintaining a meaningful quality of life for themselves, their families and their friends. This year, the dedication of Bunbury truly broke all records. So my sincere congratulations to the outgoing chair, Emily McKelvey, along with her organising committee, whose leadership and passion brought the event together once more. Their collective effort enabled 52 fundraising teams involving some 541 relayers to keep their battens moving for a full 24 hours. Having set a goal of $200,000, they truly smashed it, raising an astonishing $278,369. It really is Forrest at its finest.
The member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Medicare, as we know it, began on the 1st of February 1984. It had its origins in the Whitlam government when he introduced Medibank. That scheme was abolished by the Fraser government in 1981, resulting in a privatised Medibank. Labor has always championed universal health care, no matter what its name, and Conservatives, way back to Fraser, have always sought to undermine it. Why they do this is a mystery, because few, if any, programs enjoy as much support as Medicare. Regardless, Deputy Speaker, Labor will always have Medicare's back, and integral to growing that is bulk billing. Labor went to this year's election with a bold commitment to bolster bulk billing. And for an increasing number of Australians, that's exactly what happened from the 1st of November. The only thing that they will need is the Medicare card when they go to their GPs, and the credit card will remain in their pocket. In Werriwa, in the June quarter 25, the bulk billing rate was a terrific 94.9%. And as of the 27th of October 25, 17 GP practices have indicated their intent to become full Medicare bulk billing practices. Significantly, 6 of these are currently mixed billing practices. So after a decade of cuts, Deputy Speaker, Medicare is back on track with increased funding and bulk billing, and that's great news for all Australians.
Member for Lyne.
Labor's net zero mandate is failing Australians. Electricity prices are up 39%. Gas prices are up 46%. Real wages have dropped to 2011 levels. Manufacturing is retreating or seeking bailouts to survive. Over 7,000 direct jobs in heavy industry since 2020 have been lost, and 73,000 more are at risk, like those at Tomago. Meanwhile, there are thousands of wind turbines, millions of solar panels and kilometres of new transmission lines cropping up all over our rural and forested landscape. We've lost 7.2 million hectares of farmland as our farmers and rural industries are made to do the heavy lifting. Australia has cut emissions by 24% since 2005, yet like countries have only cut them by 14%. The cost of Labor's reckless renewals rollout is at least $1.32 trillion, a cost we each bear, and all this for a contribution to global emissions of just 1%. Our energy system can be cheaper, better and fairer. We can put Australians first by putting lower energy prices first. We do this by unleashing all of our energy sources, including coal, gas, nuclear, renewables, and using technology to abate carbon. We can take practical action our way to protect and enhance the environment.
Thank you. Member for Menzies.
I rise today to congratulate the Jackson Court Traders Association on a very successful Halloween spooktacular. I popped down to Jackson Court in Doncaster East on Friday with my kids. My daughter was dressed as the Little Witch, my youngest was a Little Grim Reaper, and I had a Mario hat. And it was clear from the moment I arrived that the event was a roaring success. Jackson Court was absolutely packed with kids dressed up as werewolves and superheroes and aliens. There was a little dog dressed as a pumpkin. The court had been decorated with cobwebs and skeletons. There were dinosaurs roving around and animatronic monsters and face painting. All the stalls were open, giving out sweets to kids, giving them stamps to encourage them to visit all the traders and finish the trick-or-treat trail. It was heaps of fun. But I know that it took a lot of work on the part of the Jackson Court Traders Association. It wasn't just about providing a great event for children, but it was about promoting local business, about connecting the community with some of those local businesses, businesses like Sports Safe Mouthguards, Royal Stacks Hamburgers, Three Monkeys Place, and all the traders in Jackson Court. Thank you especially to Con, the President of the Jackson Court Traders, for playing such a big role in organising everything. We're really lucky to have an entrepreneurial and innovative, but also a community-minded business sector in Menzies. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to commend a great community initiative called Mobility Devices for Fiji, which will be launched this Friday at the Albany Show in the Great Southern region of O'Connor. Mobility Devices for Fiji is the brainchild of Joseph Rakoti, a disability support worker with Community Living Australia and a proud Fijian-born Australian living in Albany. This project will deliver mobility equipment from the electorate of O'Connor to our friends in Fiji. It's a project I'm proud to support in conjunction with the Rotary Club of Albany City, Scott Leary MLA and the City of Albany. In the course of his work, Joseph has noticed that a surplus of mobility equipment was no longer being used or that it had been discarded or sent to landfill. He thought the life of this equipment could be extended and the equipment used in communities in and around Suva through his connection with the Fiji Disabled People's Federation. Mobility Devices for Fiji will be collecting wheelchairs, walking sticks, crutches, walkers, walking frames and shower chairs with the aim of delivering them to Fiji in the first half of 2026. I'm proud to endorse this practical O'Connor project that will deliver important social outcomes in Fiji and strengthen the links between the people and organisations of our two great countries.
Thank you. I call the member for Whitlam.
Speaker, I rise to acknowledge and celebrate one of Shellharbour's most treasured businesses, stand-up paddleboarding Shellharbour. If you've ever seen the stunning waters of Lake Illawarra, you'll know what makes this experience so special. And behind this highly successful business is the passion and energy of its owner and head instructor, Beck Dunning. Beck's dedication to sharing the joy of stand-up paddleboarding with both locals and visitors alike has built not just a thriving business, but a vibrant community on the water. Her commitment to excellence was recently recognised when stand-up paddleboarding Shellharbour was named a finalist in the New South Wales Tourism Awards in the Adventure Tourism category, an achievement that shines a spotlight on Beck's business, but also on Shellharbour as a visitor destination. And Beck is a wonderful advocate for our region. Beck was the driving force behind the successful Shellharbour Stand-Up Paddleboarding Festival, which was on this weekend at Warilla Beach and Reddell Reserve. And last month she won the Open Women's title, as well as her third over-40s title at the Australian Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championships. Beck is such a dynamic person and such an asset to the Shellharbour region. I congratulate Beck on her success, as well as everyone who makes stand-up paddleboarding Shellharbour such an inspiring part of our community. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is once again proving how out of touch it is with regional Australia. Labor is seeking feedback on a proposed reduction of speed limits on regional roads from 100 kilometres an hour to 70 kilometres an hour. Now, let me be clear. This is not about road safety. It's not a road safety policy. It's a productivity killer. Nothing more and nothing less. Across Durack, from the Pilbara to the Kimberley, the Midwest and throughout the Gascoyne to the Wheatbelt, our roads are already deteriorating at an alarming rate. Instead of properly funding maintenance and upgrades, Labor's answer is simply to slow everyone down. People in Durack are already battling rising costs. They don't need another city-centric policy that hurts local jobs and makes everyday life that little bit harder. In my electorate, long-distance travel isn't just a choice, it's a necessity. Cutting speed limits by 30 kilometres an hour will not fill a single pothole or strengthen a single bridge. Labor has slashed funding for regional roads, reducing the Commonwealth contribution for regional road projects from 80% to 50%, ending the local roads and community infrastructure program and abolishing the Roads of Strategic Importance initiative. Regional Australians, they deserve investment, not more roadblocks from Canberra, and I urge everyone to have your say on the proposed changes. Submissions close November 10. Your voice is important. Let Labor know what you think.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I want to speak about a bloke who's given his heart and soul to the trade union movement, Tony Marr. For almost 3 decades, Tony has been at the helm of the mighty Mining Energy Union, standing up for workers in one of the toughest, proudest industries in this country. 27 years leading this union is no small thing. That's 27 years of wins for miners, energy workers and their families. Not just in pay and conditions, but dignity, respect and the right to be heard. Tony has fought for fair pay, safer workplaces and a stronger future for our energy communities. He has stood by workers through industry change, community battles and times when others would have just walked away. He helped make same job, same pay reality and made sure the voices of the coal, gas and power station workers were heard in every boardroom and every parliament across this country. He has done it all with guts, integrity and a fierce belief in what union stands for: honest, militant, democratic trade unionism. Tony, your leadership has shaped not just the MEU but the entire Australian Labor movement. You have mentored a generation of unionists and left the movement stronger than when you found it. On behalf of us all, I want to thank you for your decades of service, courage and commitment to the members of our great union. Enjoy your well-earned retirement, mate. I can't wait to have a beer and a red with you soon. Cheers.
Call the member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, with Christmas fast approaching, many locals are worried about how they will put presents under the tree and food on the table. And I'm proud to be working with the Rotary Club of Lilydale to once again launch their Christmas gift wishing tree appeal. My office is a drop-off point to donate toys and gifts to make Christmas a little brighter for families. Rotary works alongside Yarra Ranges Police and Anchor Community Care to distribute the gifts to vulnerable families, including those in foster care and kinship care. These gifts are often the only presents these children will receive. So if you can, please give a Christmas gift to a child in our local community. This Christmas, I'm working with local homelessness organisation Holy Fools to help them reach their goal of 150 hampers for families in need. These food hampers are not just about food, it's about the nourishment of knowing someone cares about them. There is a shopping list of items on the Holy Fools website, which includes things like long-life milk, custard, coffee, tea and Christmas cakes. If you're able to add a few extra items to your shopping trolley, they can be dropped off at my office or in the purple bins around our community. Let's work together to ensure no one goes without this Christmas.
Member for Bass.
Deputy Speaker, no federal government in living memory has done more than the Albanese Labor government to support and strengthen Tasmania. We've invested $3.8 billion for the Mariners Link project to boost renewable energy transmission on both sides of Bass Strait, lifting Tassie internet speeds along the way. We're boosting the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme by 25% over 2 years. This means Tasmanian businesses and workers are not penalised by distance. We've defended Tassie jobs and industry from short-term threats to viability and backed in a low-carbon future. That includes $24 million to electrify and modernise the Boyer paper mill, the oldest still in operation anywhere in Australia. This secures 300 jobs directly and a further 1,000 jobs down the supply chain. The government has committed $81.6 million to the Tasmanian Freight Rail Revitalisation Scheme to better deliver statewide freight capacity and firm up local freight industry supply chains. We've invested in Neostar zinc smelter in Hobart. But I know that these uncertain times for people in my electorate, for the workers both at Liberty Bell Bay and Bell Bay Aluminium and their families, connected local businesses and our broader community. And that's why I'm working very closely with Senator Ayres to help both the Liberty Bell Bay Manganese Smelter and the Bell Bay Aluminium facility to navigate these choppy waters. Because the truth is, Deputy Speaker, Tasmanians and mainlanders are stronger when we're working together to secure the future.
Member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak today about an important matter concerning the Australian Narrow Gauge Railway Museum Society, or ANGRAMS as they're commonly known, and the Woodford Railway. ANGRAMS, which is a not-for-profit organisation, operates entirely through the dedication of volunteers who are passionate about preserving and running the iconic steam train on the Woodford rail line. These volunteers selflessly give their time and effort to keep a treasured piece of our local history alive. Recently, volunteers have been asked to self-fund sleep apnoea tests, which cost approximately $1,500 each. While we all understand and support the importance of safety, especially when it comes to operating any rail service, requiring every volunteer to undergo this expensive test on a 15-minute closed track, one that is very low risk, seems excessive. This is just another added cost and more red tape to cripple small, not-for-profit organisations. The Woodford Rail Society also operates with 2 drivers, further reducing any safety concerns. Terry and Ryan from the Woodford organisation, who visited me recently, also highlighted that 12 other rail lines in Queensland face similar challenges, which raises broader concerns for the future of volunteer-run heritage railways across the state. The steam train is a cultural icon in the area, and the hope is that these new requirements do not inadvertently threaten the continuation of this beloved heritage service. We support safety but urge a balanced approach that protects both the well-being of our volunteers and the preservation of our local history.
Member for Ford.
I remember some advice that Peter Duncan, the former member for Macon, gave me ages ago, Deputy Speaker. In politics, he said, you come into it and you think that you're going to change the world, but actually it's those changes you make for an individual at a constituent level that are really the things you do. But every now and then a policy comes along, and it's such a great honour to be a part of it, that actually really does change the world, and that's the incentives that the government has introduced to bulk billing. I have never in my time in politics as an observer or as a participant witnessed a policy have such an immediate and positive impact as this one. I had the great pleasure of being able to ring around the clinics in Ford the other day. And out of 45 clinics, we started off with 9 bulk billing on Friday, but on Saturday that number had gone to 20. That's an increase of about 19% to 43% overnight of the clinics that now bulk bill. That's more than doubling the amount of clinics which bulk bill in Ford. So I'd like to say thank you to Dr Dinesh and Dr Mutaza of the Homeview Doctors and Skin Cancer Clinic, who showed me around, who told me that they were just waiting for something like this to come in to be able to fully bulk bill, because they know that in our community people need fully bulk billing. They know that in our community working families won't go and see the doctor if it means that they have to pay for it, because it's either that or it's either feed your kids. This is a measure that not only relieves the cost of living pressures but improves the health of our community.
Member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we approach Remembrance Day, our nation pauses to honour those who gave their lives in defence of our freedom. In my electorate of Monash, we've got the Fallen Diggers group led by Tony Moon and Andrew Moon, his brother, who are based in Curramborough, and they lead a passionate national group of volunteers who play a really important role in preserving the legacy of our diggers. They do this through a number of initiatives, Australia-wide and internationally, where they research and document the stories of servicemen and women. They support the restoration and maintenance of war graves, and they help families reconnect with the history of their loved ones. Their mission is to ensure every missing soldier receives a dignified and honourable burial, the respect and recognition these courageous men and women deserve. Their team is relentless in their pursuit, vowing not to rest until all avenues are exhausted to locate and identify the missing. There are still over 30,000 Australian soldiers unaccounted for from 2 world wars. In recent years, fallen diggers have successfully identified and recovered many Australian soldiers previously missing. Remembrance Day is more than just a moment's silence. It is an ongoing act of national gratitude.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week we celebrated World Teachers' Day, a moment to recognise the people who give so much to our communities. I recognise the teachers of my 2 daughters that are in the gallery today, Guinevere and Margot. Since being elected in May, I've had the privilege of visiting schools right across Maribyrnong, visiting principals, teachers and support staff who go above and beyond every day. What stands out in every school is a genuine care that they have for their students, whether it's finding new ways to engage a class or staying up late to plan lessons or supporting a child who's struggling. Teachers never stop giving. They do it because they care deeply about their students, their families and their communities. But we also know that dedication isn't enough on its own. Teachers deserve the right support, the right resources, the right opportunities to do their best work in the classroom every day. That's why the Albanese Labor government is putting every public school in Australia on a path to full and fair funding through our 10-year Better, Fairer Schools agreement. We're lifting the Commonwealth's contribution to every public school so they have the resources they need, not just to keep up but to get ahead and to give every child the opportunity to succeed. This $407.5 million investment over the next 4 years and more than $7.2 billion over the next decade it's tied to practical, evidence-based reforms that will deliver for our schools and for, most importantly, our wonderful students. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My great-uncle, Leslie Boyce, was awarded the Military Cross at the Battle of Passchendaele in the First World War. His official citation reads, awarded the Military Cross 18 December 1917 for conspicuous gallantry and devotion to duty when in command of his platoon during an attack and of the company after reaching the objective, all other officers killed or wounded. He remained in command for 2 days, consolidating the position and repelling counter-attacks. Deputy Speaker, he is a fine example of Australia's defence and veteran history. Deputy Speaker, the Flynn electorate is full of incredible veterans, and I'd like to acknowledge defence personnel, past and present, for their service to our nation and particularly those who've made the ultimate sacrifice. If you're a veteran or a family member of a veteran in the Flynn electorate, you may be eligible to apply for a Certificate of Appreciation through the Saluting Their Service commemorative program. These certificates are issued as a gesture of thanks, recognising the invaluable military service of those who served overseas in Australia's Defence Forces from the Second World War onwards, in wars, conflicts, peacekeeping operations or on the home front. More information about this program can be found on the Department of Veterans Affairs website or by contacting one of our officers, lest we forget.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. Being a foster carer is an incredibly fulfilling job, or should I say volunteer position, and one of the most difficult challenges someone can undertake. To bring into your home a child in need is one of the greatest acts of care there is. To care for kids in out-of-home care is an honour of a lifetime. I recently had the privilege of launching the Parliamentary Friends Group for foster carers and children in foster care. Along with my co-chairs, we gathered voices across the broad foster care community, from advocacy groups like Families Australia and the Foster Care Sustainability Group to foster children themselves. Those voices are the most important of all. One child that I met said all she wanted to do was being able to get a photo taken with the group. She wasn't allowed because of her being in foster care. She just wanted to be like everybody else. Every story was a reminder that behind the policies and programs there are lives shaped by care, patience and empathy. Getting to hear those stories, like so many I've heard as a foster carer, reminds me of the importance of the work I've come to do in this parliament. To advocate for children in foster care, to support the carers who give them so much of their time and energy, and to remind the parliament that our policies affect real people. That is why I will keep working to make sure every child in every care has a voice in this place.
Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the privilege of visiting St Andrew's Lutheran College to attend their IB Primary Years Program exhibition. Working in small groups, these Year 6 students investigated real-world issues affecting Australians and presented thoughtful, creative and innovative solutions. One standout was a team tackling South Australia's algal bloom challenge. Sam, Rosie and Lila, three passionate and impressive young scientists, presented BloomGuard, a creative science-based concept to accelerate the breakdown of harmful algae while protecting aquatic life. Their proposal was developed over 9 weeks under the guidance of a marine biologist and senior science teachers to test assumptions, refine their design and ground their curiosity in evidence. Their proposal involved a dissolvable, seed-like micro-tablet delivering Pseudomonas fluorescens to hasten algal decomposition with an oxygen-releasing element to guard against oxygen depletion. Other exhibitions were also strong and covered issues like e-bike safety and urban planning. I thank the teachers, staff and families for nurturing such strong student curiosity and critical thinking. And to these dedicated students I say, continue to think outside the box, test limits and never lose your commitment to making the world a better place. The future looks bright with young leaders like you.
Member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, 6 months into our second term and Labor is getting on with delivering for all Australians. For students, we've cut every university and TAFE debt by 20%. For first home buyers, we've delivered 5% home deposits with no mortgage insurance. For households, we've made cheaper batteries. For apprenticeships, we've kicked off our $10,000 incentive to be able to get more homes built. For workers, we've secured a 3.5% minimum pay rise. And for every Australian, we've just delivered a record boost in Medicare so everyone can see a GP for free. Meanwhile, the Liberals have spent the last 6 months in a toxic situationship with the Nationals, breaking up, getting back together, breaking up again, factions fracturing. Between the reshuffles and the resignations, Deputy Speaker, it's hard to keep up with which coalition spokesperson is breaking rank today. Case in point, while Labor has delivered a record investment in women's health care, in the rare instance the coalition does speak about women, it's to undermine their own leader. Or worse, to lecture women on choices about their bodies while actively trying to restrict them. It's not all doom and gloom, though, Deputy Speaker, as the coalition has set their own record too. Polling has their primary vote at a record low. So to Hasluck, I say thank you for your support and your confidence, and I will continue fighting for you while those fight for themselves.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia needs an energy plan that is cheaper, better and fairer, and it is the responsibility of the government to ensure the prosperity of our nation. Energy is the economy, so to ensure the prosperity of our nation, the government needs to focus on making sure that energy is affordable and energy is reliable. And this is particularly evident in my electorate of Nichols, which has significant manufacturing facilities, both for food and for other goods, who are very reliant on energy, both electricity and gas. And those prices are going up significantly. Electricity prices up by 39%, gas prices up by 46%. That threatens the viability of these industries in my electorate and manufacturing industries across Australia. And when the viability of these industries in Australia is threatened, they don't just stop doing what they're doing, they pack up what they're doing in Australia and they go and do it somewhere else. Emissions stay high, but Australia's economic future is damaged irrecoverably. Deputy Speaker, we need a plan which is cheaper, better and fairer. Thank you.
Member for Richmond.
Deputy Speaker, acting on climate change is so vitally important. That's exactly what our government, the Albanese Labor government, is doing. It's a really important issue for my community, as it is right across the nation. It's so important for our environment, for the economic opportunities that it brings, and particularly those opportunities to regional Australia. But particularly in the regions, we are at the front line of climate change when it comes to natural disasters. In my area, the severe 2022 floods. People in my region know we have to see action on climate change, and that's what the Albanese Labor government is doing. It's so important. And yet what we see from those across from us, from the Liberals and Nationals, we see the National Party now abandoning net zero, and that is just appalling and disappointing. People in my community are really annoyed about that, because we know it's the regions that have so much to gain from acting on climate change as well, the economic opportunities that are there, as well as protecting our environment. And it's only the Albanese Labor government that's taking that firm, decisive action when it comes to climate change. And of course also, particularly you can see it in our cheaper home batteries plan as well. In my electorate we have one of the highest take-ups in New South Wales. I think as of a few days ago it was 1,233 and growing every single day. But people right across my region, across the nation, know that we need to act on climate change, and yet we see, disappointing, the Nationals abandoning that, and we see more infighting after a decade of inaction from them. They just continue with their negativity when it comes to one of the most important issues of our time.
Member for Wide Bay.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today we observe Kokoda Day, when on November the 3rd, 1942, the Australian flag was raised above Kokoda village. This year, on the 83rd anniversary of the end of the Battle of Kokoda Track, we honour the bravery and sacrifice of the Australian and Papua forces who fought a brutal 7-month campaign to stop the Japanese army from seizing Port Moresby and advancing towards the Australian mainland. They shifted the Pacific War from defence to offence. The Kokoda Track holds a deep significance for Australians. The 96-kilometre trail through the Owen Stanley Range in Papua New Guinea was the scene of fierce battles where more than 600 Australian soldiers lost their lives and 1,600 were injured or struck down with tropical diseases like malaria, typhus and dengue fever. Around 2,000 native Papuans, the Fuzzy Wuzzy Angels, also lost their lives, providing vital support to the Allies, moving supplies and carrying wounded troops to safety. Our brave soldiers endured unimaginable hardship as they fought a jungle war amid mud, blood, leeches and maggots, where the enemy was hidden by formidable terrain, thick foliage and driving rain. We honour and remember their bravery, their courage, service and sacrifice today on Kokoda Day.
Thank you. I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak to the memory of my friend David Lenning, who tragically passed, aged 54 in September of this year. David was known to the Cairns community as the man who ran the Cairns Community Christmas Lunch, a free lunch that last year fed over 500 people, varying backgrounds, varying demographics, but gave them a place to be with each other, provided joy, and over 120 volunteers came in at the behest of David and fed our community, gave refugees a place to stay, gave homeless people a day to feel wanted and valued and loved. He was a man who believed that he can give back to his community and did so in spades. He will be very much missed. I spoke to David in July to donate money so that the children who attended would have Christmas presents this year. And I looked forward to spending December with him because the man's energy was infectious. He went from go to woe, 16-hour days in the lead-up to get everything ready at the boarding school and make sure that Christmas meant something to every single person in Cairns, no matter what their station was in life. Our community owes him a debt of thanks, and he will be very missed.
Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6 relating to regional road speed limits, standing in the name of the member for Mallee.
And I call the member for Mallee.
I move the motion relating to regional road speed limits in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. I rise today to speak on an issue that strikes at the very heart of regional Australia, our roads, our livelihoods and our way of life. The Albanese Labor government has quietly launched a proposal to slash the default speed limit on regional roads from 100 kilometres per hour to as low as 70 kilometres. Let me be clear. This is not a road safety initiative. It is a lazy, short-sighted policy that punishes regional Australians for the government's failure to maintain our rural roads. This proposal was buried in a consultation process that began on the 29th of September, without a press release, without public engagement, and with an abysmally short 28-day window for feedback. It was only after strong pressure from the coalition that the government reluctantly extended the consultation to the standard 42 days. Even then, the extension was made quietly, with no announcement, just a subtle change on the departmental website. This is not how good policy is made. This is not how you treat Australian people who are keeping our country moving. Let's be honest about what this proposal really means. It means longer travel times for families trying to get their kids to school, to sport or to the doctor. It means longer travel times and higher freight costs for farmers and small businesses already doing it tough. It means regional tourism takes another hit as visitors are deterred by longer and slower journeys. And for what? Because the government can't be bothered to fix rural roads. Instead of investing in proper maintenance, line marking, road shoulders, rumble strips, pothole repairs, Labor's solution is to simply slow everyone down. It's a band-aid on a gaping wound. It's the easy way out. And while the government claims this is about safety, the truth is more ideological. Deep in the detail of the consultation documents, the true motivations for this proposal are revealed: reducing fuel consumption and, guess what, cutting emissions. Now I ask, since when did slowing down regional Australia become foundational to Australia's climate policy? It's clear that Minister Bowen's fingerprints are all over this. Having failed to meet his own unattainable emissions targets, he's now looking for shortcuts, literally. But regional Australians should not be made the scapegoats of Labor's desperate scramble to fudge the numbers. This is not just about speed limits, it's about priorities. And Labor's priorities are clear: to cut funding to the regions, shifting responsibility on their own emission reduction failings and increasing road toll on their own watch, and then hope no one notices. Let's look at the facts. The government has cut the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program from July next year. They've cut Commonwealth funding for regional road projects from 80% to 50%. They've scrapped the Roads of Strategic Importance program, and across the nation, more than $30 billion in infrastructure projects have been cancelled, delayed or cut. In New South Wales alone, nearly $6 billion is gone. In Victoria, $5.5 billion. In Queensland, almost $3 billion. And the list goes on. Deputy Speaker, regional Australians are not asking for much. They're asking for safe roads. They're asking for fair funding. They're asking to be heard. We do not want to see a single life lost on our roads, but reducing speed limits without fixing roads is not the answer. It's a lazy substitute for real investment and real leadership. So today, I call on the government to abandon this misguided proposal. I urge every transport operator, every farmer, every small business owner and every regional council to make their voices heard before the consultation closes on November the 10th. We are sending a clear message. Regional Australians want and deserve safer roads, not slower roads. We want real solutions, not ideological shortcuts. And above all, we want a government that listens, invests and respects the people who keep this country running.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'll tell you what, there's not much more hypocritical you'll find in this place than listening to the Nationals complaining about road funding. And I say this in absolute honesty because we've just heard 5 minutes of whining and complaining about something that was actually done by them. In 2018, then Deputy Prime Minister Michael McCormack, the member for Riverina, had this specific plan laid out. In 2018, as part of the Road Safety Action Plan, was a commitment to lower speed limits. That comes on top of the fact that you would have thought a member from Victoria would have stood up during those 9 years and complained about Victoria only getting 7% of the infrastructure spend nationally. But no, it was absolute silence. That was okay to build a backlog of potholes and road repairs and no investment in Victoria because they were in government. Now suddenly, oh, look at this, it's a big problem. You can't expect all this backlog to be fixed in 5 years. But what you can expect is a government to be out there working for rural and regional Australians. That is why there is more Labor MPs in rural and regional seats than the National Party, because we got rid of those that sit around and do nothing, just enjoy themselves here, creating havoc but delivering nothing. We see more press releases on every single road project in Victoria than we did shovels or action. The amount of times they went to an election promising they're going to fund this, fund that, to do all these things for rural and regional Australia, they didn't do a thing. The National Party is the absolute most disgraceful party you could think of for rural and regional Victoria, because you look at every one of their seats, they have problems with education, with health and with jobs. The one consistency is re-voting in Nationals. That's why they're down to 4% of the national vote, because they do not deliver. They're just a little tail on the back of the coalition dog, and all they do is wag and deliver nothing. We've seen through the campaigns, and I look forward to the member for Riverina coming in and talking about how we looked at the Watson Street ramps as being so important in rural and regional Victoria. He promised it. He wanted to get behind it. But of course the knifings seen him removed for the member for New England, now the One Nation member for New England, I think, saw that gone. We've seen him go to the election under the Urban Congestion Fund, the Car Park Rorts Fund, promising we're going to build car parks in these areas. Little known fact, the 3 car parks they promised were already built. All they did was give money to Victorians to cover for the work that was already done. Then they promised to build new lanes on the Hume Freeway. And what did we get? A $50 million announcement. Big fanfare. They even sent one of the national MPs down. First time he'd been down onto the Hume Freeway to see what was going on. Promising $50 million to put a new lane on the freeway. We know it was a zombie promise, because if they think they can deliver 23 kilometres of dual lane for $50 million, they got rocks in their head. It wasn't going to happen, but they didn't deliver a single thing. They went to that election and the 22 election lying to the people of McEwen, lying to the people of Nichols and Indi about getting these things fixed. They never delivered a thing. So what have we done? We have doubled the funding to Roads to Recovery. We have seen since coming to government, Roads to Recovery has gone from $500 million to $1 billion this year. We know that it's worth noting that when we formed government in 2002, we learnt again through the sneakiness and the mischievous work of those opposite, the coalition government had frozen maintenance to highways all the way back to 2013. That's the contribution the Australian government makes towards essential maintenance and highways that we all rely on. So what you've got is an absolute joke being put up here by the member for Malley, about road funding and needing all these things to be fixed like potholes. But of course, doesn't get up and stand up and say, look, you know, I was part of a government that froze that funding 10 years ago and caused backlogs for years and years. A bit like the electricity bills. They complain about electricity bills, but never once have you heard them get up and say, we are so sorry that we hid the price rises from the Australian public, but it's simply part of their DNA to be disrespectful to the Australian people by sneakily hiding price rises because they didn't want to go to an election and face the fact that they had done nothing. An absolute failure of a government, and that's why we're sitting where we are today. Every single measure on road funding you can see our government has been delivering. We have delivered more roads, more road funding and more project results in 3 years than they could muster up press releases in 9. It is an absolute joke, and seriously, the member should apologise.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I had the privilege of being the chair of the Road Safety Committee back in 2019-2020, and further to that, the privilege of actually going to the 3rd International Road Safety Convention. And there were countries from all around the world concentrating on how we reduce the significant road toll in every single country around the world. And we know that in Australia alone, last year, there was around 1,200 deaths. And despite the efforts of government, despite the efforts of councils, despite the efforts of agencies and sector, nothing seems to budge. But what was a common thread, and it shared international philosophy, was 4 areas. People make predictable mistakes that can lead to road crashes. That's the first one. The second one, the human body has a limited physical ability to tolerate crash forces before harm occurs. This is the big one. A shared responsibility exists among those who fund, plan, design, build, manage and use roads and vehicles to prevent crashes resulting in serious injury or death. And finally, all parts of the system must be strengthened to multiply their effects, and if one part fails, road users are still protected. I'll go back to 3. A shared responsibility exists among those who fund government, plan government, design government. And what we're seeing now, one part has failed, and that is the Labor government's funding to our regions to fix our roads. And whilst the last speaker might say, we're spending this much here, we're spending that much there, you're not spending it in our electorates. You're not spending them in Nationals' electorates. And I know, because I go out and I speak to my mayors and I speak to the councils and to the councillors and I speak to our people who use those roads. So imagine the outcry. And, Deputy Speaker, I would imagine you're getting the same outcry in your electorate. When our people are being told, victim shaming, your roads are going to be reduced from 100 kilometres an hour down to 70 kilometres an hour because you can't be trusted to drive on the same road you've been driving on for 30, 40, 50 years. You're too irresponsible to drive on that road, so we're going to reduce it to take care of you. That is not the issue. That is not the issue. Absolutely. We need to be respected in the regions. We need to be able to make our own decisions. This consultation, which is, thanks for extending it by 28 days, Labor. This consultation is an affront, it is offensive to regional and rural people, I'll get it out eventually, that they are too irresponsible to use the roads in their current state. Well, fix their state. Fix the roads. Come into our communities, Labor, fund our roads. It is a little bit like Crocodile Dundee. Remember? He pulls out a knife, Crocodile Dundee goes, that's not a knife, that's a knife. Well, we've now got the same competition. That's not a pothole, that's a pothole. And that's what our communities are facing. So this is an affront to all those intelligent drivers in the regions. Those farmers, those truck drivers, those tradies who for years and years know those roads like the back of their hands, to be told, we're going to go out and consult and we're going to protect you from yourselves. Well, Labor, you're out of touch. You say that Nationals are out of touch. We know our people. You are out of touch with your electorates and our electorates and the crossbench electorates. If you think you can walk into our communities and reduce the speed limit from 100 down to 70, because we will not cop it. Fix the roads.
Member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I love to talk about regional roads because I know how important roads are to people in my regional community. Everybody's talking about roads, even Cliff Hoffman, who was a Year 7 student at Bomaderry High School. Cliff won the Raise Our Voice competition in Gilmore, and last week I read out Cliff's speech in the Australian Parliament, and you guessed it, Cliff's topic was about potholes and how he wants the local roads in the Shoalhaven to be fixed. And I couldn't agree more with Cliff. And that's why, after a decade of neglect by the former coalition government, the Albanese Labor government is delivering record investment funding for regional roads. Since coming to government, we've been doubling the Roads to Recovery program from $500 million to $1 billion. This has already been baked into the budget and will remain at the higher level into the future. This is a significant change which will provide more funding to local councils. And I know in Gilmore that Shoalhaven, Eurobodalla and Kiama councils really rely on this funding, and now it's increased funding to help fix local roads. What I really like about the Roads to Recovery program is that councils determine which local roads are to be funded under the program, and there are some really beaut and important roads that have been fixed and are set to be fixed into the future. Just last week, Eurobodalla council staff sent me their list of 2025-2026 roads, and I can say it is an extensive list of local roads that is benefiting. Well done, Eurobodalla Council, and I know locals in the Eurobodalla Shire will be eagerly awaiting and thankful for those local roads being fixed with additional funds. Deputy Speaker, despite writing to Shoalhaven City Council in July this year, requesting to be provided regular updates on the $40 million Shoalhaven local roads package, funding that I secured as an election commitment and delivered in the October 2022 federal budget, I remain disappointed that Shoalhaven City Council has not provided me that information. I am bemused by how something so simple, to provide simple information direct to me and to the public in a regular and transparent way, can be so difficult. I know constituents in Gilmore would really like a simple description of each of the 6 roads to be fixed and estimated timelines for each road intersection to be fixed. It's not really that hard. We pay our rates and taxes. Deputy Speaker, the good news is we've also significantly increased funding for the Black Spots program. This is a great program which we've increased from $110 million to $150 million annually, supporting more life-saving road improvements across the country. All local councils in Gilmore have benefited from this program, and it's great to see more Black Spot program-funded local roads being fixed, thanks to extra funding from the Albanese Labor government. Deputy Speaker, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund is also a fabulous federally funded program that helps local councils with projects such as roads, community halls, parks and sports facilities, bike paths and playgrounds. And it's terrific to see lots of great road and community infrastructure projects being funded in Gilmore under this program. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to larger road infrastructure projects, which I've been fighting for, these are either in construction or finally progressing well. And I'm proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government that is getting on with these important regional road projects. You can't miss the construction progress on the Jervis Bay flyover, which now has the concrete girders in place to support the new bridge. Pleasingly, the new bridge is set to be open by mid-next year, making the intersection safer, with the project set for full completion in 2027, made possible with $100 million in federal funding. The Milton Ulladulla bypass is progressing well, with $752 million in federal funding. The Princes Highway duplication between the Jervis Bay turnoff and Tomarong is also progressing well, with $400 million in federal funding. And the Nowra bypass, after a decade of inaction from the Liberals, is in the early planning stage, with $97 million in federal funding. Whether it's providing more funding to help local councils with local roads or funding major roads projects, we're getting on with the job of fixing our regional roads.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, last week I rose to speak about the atrocious state of regional roads in this parliament, and I'll continue to rise to speak about this until the matter is attended to by this Albanese government. This latest move by the Albanese Labor government to cut road speed limits throughout regional Australia, where there is no signpost to 70 kilometres an hour, is a clear indication that they do not intend to provide the funding for councils to fix their gravel or their sealed roads in regional communities. Instead, they're asking regional people to simply just drive slower. This is yet another very clear message to people who choose to live in rural, regional and remote communities that they simply don't matter to the Albanese government. Deputy Speaker, when you travel across many parts of regional Australia, such as the Parkes electorate, you are often travelling hundreds of kilometres to get to the next dot on the map. A trip to the supermarket in a remote area can be a trip longer than some urban Australians could contemplate taking in a full year. This means that many people who live in those areas, people who visit those areas, people who save lives in those areas, do business in those areas, will not only be travelling substandard roads, but they will have to factor in significant extra time. This is an extra time for emergency response, extra time and cost for freight, extra time to get goods to market, and as the Pastoralists Association of the West Darling have said, long-distance transportation of livestock should not be adversely impacted by inappropriately low speed limits. They noted more time on trucks means worse animal welfare outcomes and danger that trucks delayed by speed limits may not be able to make delivery curfews. Deputy Speaker, the Pastoralists Association of West Darling feels so strongly about this issue that they have said there is a real risk this move will be used as the Albanese government's stalking horse to cut road funding and maintenance repairs for regional communities. Regional Australians should not accept that the condition of their roads is going backwards, and it is most certainly should not accept that this is all that can be done going forward. All 20 of the local government areas in my electorate have suffered some sort of natural disaster in the last 4 years. As I've said here before in this place, their applications under disaster relief funding have been treated with contempt. Almost $150 million of funding has been knocked back for these roads in the Parkes electorate. I've asked the mayors and general managers of these councils, and I know just what impact that is having. These councils are the ones who bear the brunt of the concerns of people when they cannot use the roads, and the people who are facing and being told, it's all good, just drive more slowly. Dubbo Regional Council has been knocked back $20.6 million and expected to fix the road damage. Lachlan Shire has been told it won't get $29 million. Berkshire Council denied $14.9 million. Narrabri Shire Council is looking at $21.5 million shortfall, and the Gunnedah Shire is missing out on $4.7 million in funding that's needed. In their submission on the matter, the Berkshire Council said Council continues to be frustrated by decision-makers ignoring the lived experience and long-standing Shire residents and looking for a one-size-fits-all solution. The Council called for evidence-based data to support its proposal. And the Country Mayors Association of New South Wales have announced that rural, regional and remote councils in New South Wales are unilaterally opposed to the proposal to reduce speed limits. They have said the move would increase travel times and, along with this, the sense of isolation. It would also add road freight expenses and an overburden policing resources. In short, Country Mayors Association have said it represents an alarming disconnect between Australian government and the real-world experience of users of regional, remote and rural roads. Deputy Speaker, it's not good enough to tell councils whose communities have suffered natural disasters, watching rivers of water over the roads in their communities, that it's just what they have to put up with and live with. Expecting councils to build infrastructure with less will lead to poorer outcomes. Cheaper is not better, and it's certainly not fairer.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After a decade of neglect and underinvestment by the former coalition government, the Albanese Labor government is delivering record infrastructure investment to rebuild our regions and make our roads safer for all Australians. We're not just talking about change, but we're actually delivering it. We understand that safe, reliable infrastructure is the backbone of thriving communities. That's why the Department of Infrastructure is undertaking a comprehensive consultation process, engaging with road safety experts, industry leaders, local governments and, of course, everyday Australians. We've committed to a 10-year infrastructure investment pipeline exceeding $120 billion, the largest and most sustainable infrastructure investment in our nation's history. This pipeline supports a program of nationally significant transport infrastructure projects across each state and territory, with a strong focus on regional Australia. As part of the 25-26 budget, we allocated $8.6 billion under the Infrastructure Investment Pipeline towards 22 new major projects that will directly benefit regional communities. In Tasmania, we're investing $2.3 billion over the next decade to deliver transformative infrastructure upgrades across the state. And this includes $628.8 million for the new Bridgewater Bridge, which officially opened in June 2025 and is already improving travel times and safety for thousands of Tasmanians that travel that every day. $363.2 million for upgrades to the East and West Tamar, the Bass and the Ridgely highways. Now, when I talk about highways, I also talk about these roads that are in regional Tasmania. Many of them are in the area that I represent. $150 million to duplicate the Tasman Highway, causeways, easing congestion and improving safety. $100 million for safety improvements to the iconic Great Eastern Drive, $82 million to expand the bulk minerals export facility at the Burnie Port, supporting regional export and jobs, $80 million for bridge and road pavement replacements across the state, and $80 million for safety upgrades to the Lyell Highway, a vital route for those commuting to the West Coast communities. In addition, the 25-26 budget committed a further $345.2 million to 7 new projects, which include improvements to the Ridgely Highway, another corridor to the west coast of Tasmania. We're also backing Braddon's communities and industries by increasing support through the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme, our highway to the mainland. The Albanese Labor government has boosted TFES assistance by 25%, delivering additional funding over the next 2 years. This targeted investment will help reduce freight costs for local producers, manufacturers and exporters, make it easier for Braddon businesses to compete, to grow and to create jobs. In the electorate of Braddon that I represent, we're seeing real results on the ground. Under Phase 4 of Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, 8 local councils in Braddon received over $4 million to deliver priority road and community infrastructure projects. Central Coast Council, nearly $800,000. Circular Head Council, over $800,000. City of Burnie, almost $500,000. Devonport City Council, over $500,000. King Island Council, over $400,000. Latrobe Council, over $300,000. Waratah Wynyard Council, over $500,000. And the West Coast, over $300,000. These are rural, regional and remote areas in northern West Tasmania. Through the Black Spot program, we're delivering $685,000 to improve dangerous intersections in Braddon, and under the Better Active Transport Grant program, we're funding $1.27 million for the Sprayton Connector in Devonport, Stage 3 and 4, and $192 for a Wynyard to Smithton shared user trail feasibility study supporting active transport and tourism. Across the country, we are delivering for regional Australia. We've increased the Black Spot program to $150 million annually and created the SOFA Local Roads and Infrastructure program with $200 million per year to improve safety and productivity on local roads. We're investing in safer roads, stronger communities and a better future for Tasmanians and regional Australia. We're listening to locals and delivering on our commitments.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on behalf of the people of Capricornia and regional Australians right across this nation. People are tired of being punished for living beyond the city limits. The Albanese Labor government's plan to slash default regional road speed limits to as low as 70 kilometres per hour is nothing short of lazy, short-sighted and damaging to regional Australia. Let's call this proposal what it really is, a Labor shortcut dressed up as road safety. Instead of repairing our roads, they want to reduce our speed. Labor's own proposal would see speed limits reduced on dirt, gravel or sealed roads that are in poor condition, and that says it all. They are admitting that our roads are in disrepair. They are admitting that the system is failing. But rather than fund maintenance, fix the potholes, reseal the shoulders, repaint the lines and install proper safety features, Labor's answer is simply to tell Australians to drive slower. That is not leadership, that is laziness. It is the latest chapter in a pattern of lazy Labor, a party that wraps everything in red, green and black tape that prefers slogans to substance. When the government first floated this plan, they gave Australians just 28 days to respond, a completely inadequate timeframe. Only after pressure from the coalition did they extend that consultation period. That's not transparency, that's panic. This policy will have real-world consequences. It will slow regional Australia to a crawl. For farmers, truckies, tradies and small business operators, time is money. For every extra 30 or 40 minutes added to a delivery, there are higher freight costs, longer work days and less productivity. That translates directly into high prices for consumers and smaller profits for local operators already battling cost of living pressures. So let's talk about the economic impacts. Poor road conditions already drive up fuel consumption and wear and tear on vehicles. Slowing traffic on top of that just compounds the problem. The result? Increased vehicle operating costs, higher transport times and reduced competitiveness for regional businesses. It also weakens our national supply chains. Fewer goods move at a slower pace for a higher price, and that flows from the farm gate to the supermarket shelf. You can't keep the nation's economy healthy when you're putting the brakes on its regions. Instead of addressing the root cause of road trauma, which is unsafe, unfunded infrastructure, Labor is taking the easy way out. And let's not forget the human cost, Deputy Speaker. Every minute added to a school bus run or a medical appointment is time away from family, work and community. In the bush, distance already defines our lives. Labor's policy makes that distance even greater and our communities even smaller. And at the same time as they talk about road safety, they're cutting the local roads and community infrastructure program, the very program councils rely on to maintain safe and efficient local roads. Councils like Isaac in Capricornia want to upgrade roads to a safe standard, delivering projects like the Phillips Creek Bridge Replacement Project that improves the safety and low capacity of the bridge and improves flood resilience. But cutting the local roads and community infrastructure program will see transformational regional programs like this dry up. The truth is, real road safety comes from investment, not inaction. Meanwhile, Deputy Speaker, roads like Marlborough Road are under much more pressure because of Labor's reckless rush to renewables, and they added heavy vehicle traffic associated with the construction of Phase 2 at the Clark Creek Wind Farm. These roads cannot cope. Actually, Deputy Speaker, if Labor can't stump up the funding needed for the Marlborough Road, perhaps Twiggy Forrest could improve the very roads these companies are using. Let's be clear, slower speed limits mean more pain for the regions. Labor's slow speed limits will mean longer trips to school, to hospital, to market. It means greater isolation for our elderly, higher costs for our farmers and more frustration for every person who drives to earn a living. Deputy Speaker, can you imagine the outcry if city commuters were told their morning drive to work would take 40% longer? If the Labor latte sippers had to wait for their morning oat milk flat white, they wouldn't cope. But honestly, I shouldn't joke. That's exactly what regional Australians are being told to accept, that their time, their productivity, their way of life are worth less. Well, they're not. I say to the Minister, get on with funding rural road repairs. Don't cripple our regions with another knee-jerk policy cooked up in Canberra. Let's build safer, stronger, efficient regional roads. Let's deliver proper consultation, real investment and safety improvements that protect lives. Because, Deputy Speaker, regional Australia needs a fair go, safe roads and a government willing to do the hard work to deliver both. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this motion moved by the member for Mallee, and I must say it is disappointing to see yet another attempt by those opposite to play politics with the safety of regional Australians. After a decade of neglect by the former coalition government, the member opposite and her colleagues are now trying to deliberately mislead the people of regional and rural Australia about what is really going on here. Let's be absolutely clear. The idea of reviewing speed limits on high-risk regional roads did not start with this government. It was, in fact, a coalition commitment. As part of the National Road Safety Action Plan 2018 to 2020, the then Deputy Prime Minister, Michael McCormack, made it priority action number 1 to review speed limits on high-risk regional roads. So let's be clear, the coalition kicked this off. In May 2018, the former coalition government, together with state and territory transport and infrastructure ministers, released a communique explicitly calling for speed reviews as part of their forward work. So it is a bit rich for the Nationals to come in here now, feign outrage and campaign against their own policy. The Albanese Labor government is putting their policy out for consultation, transparently, openly and with proper community engagement. No decision has been made. No speed limits have been changed. What we are doing is seeking Australians to have their say on how we can make our roads safer. Now, Deputy Speaker, while those opposite are busy running scare campaigns, the Albanese Labor government is actually getting on with the job of investing in safer, stronger regional roads. You might say we're proceeding with purpose. After a decade of neglect by the former coalition government, we're delivering record investment in regional infrastructure and we are making regional roads safer. Since coming into government, we've doubled the Roads to Recovery program from $500 million to $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion per year. This isn't a one-off boost. It's baked into the budget and will remain at that higher level into the future. We've increased the Black Spot program to $150 million per year, targeting dangerous crash sites across regional and rural Australia. And we've created the Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program, providing $200 million per year to help local councils deliver the bigger road and bridge projects that make real differences in our communities. It's also worth noting that when Labor formed government in 2022, we discovered that the former coalition government had frozen highway maintenance funding all the way back in 2013, cutting support for the basic upkeep of the very roads country people rely on. We've reversed that Liberal freeze, ensuring that state governments have the resources they need to maintain and repair our national highways, fixing potholes, resurfacing and keeping our roads safer for everyone. Deputy Speaker, in my own electorate of Paterson, I have seen this funding in action. The M1 Pacific motorway extension to Raymond Terrace was stalled for years, dare I say decades, by the former coalition government. A vital piece of national infrastructure. They talked about it for years. They made announcement after announcement. They tried to pave the pavement in press releases, but failed to actually get the work started. This is a project that my community had been crying out for, and finally we are fixing this bottleneck. Since coming to government, we have fast-tracked the project, we have secured the funding and we are building it right now. And those people who will be driving that way at Christmas, I know it's still a hold-up, but by golly, the infrastructure is incredible. We're spending billions. We're fixing that last choke point between Sydney and Brisbane. I've been on site, I've met the workers, the engineers and the local contractors who are seeing this project finally come to life. It's creating jobs, improving safety and delivering the modern infrastructure that the people of the Hunter and those who travel through it richly deserve. So today we've just announced another lane opening in the Hexham Strait. Deputy Speaker, this is exactly what the people of Australia need: safer, better roads.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk for the next order of business.
Private members' business, notice number 7, Medicare.
And I call the member for Deakin.
I move the motion relating to Medicare in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
I call the member for Deakin. Do you have a seconder? I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, I met Dr Sarah Razagi, a GP at Forest Hill Medical and Dental Centre. This is one of the practices that has become 100% bulk billed thanks to the Albanese Labor government's expanding of bulk billing incentives to all Australians. The single largest investment in Medicare since Labor created it over 40 years ago. Sarah told me this change means that she can focus on her patients and their needs without worrying about how many people she can feasibly bulk bill. She could see in her patients that a gap fee just wasn't sustainable for them, so she did what she could to support her patients and bulk billed as often as she could, often at her own financial detriment. So now that she's able to bulk bill all of her patients, she can finally focus on their well-being and know that the Albanese government has her back. Forest Hill isn't the only clinic in Deakin to go 100% bulk billing since we announced our changes. I've also visited Seymour Street Medical and Dental Centre, which is now also bulk billing every patient. Between Seymour Street and Forest Hill alone, patients in my community will be saving almost $1.4 million. That's just across 2 clinics. Imagine the savings we're going to see as more clinics take up the incentives and provide more bulk billing. That's going to make a massive difference in Deakin, and I'm so proud to be part of a government that is making it easier to leave your credit card at home when you seek medical care. Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, the Australian people had to wait for a Labor government to fix Medicare. When the now opposition leader was Health Minister, do you know how many Medicare rebates increases we saw? 0. And I would go on further, but I know that the opposition leader is having a tough enough week, so I'll leave that aspect there. While the Liberals did freeze Medicare, the Albanese government has delivered the 3 largest increases in its history. And we're now making the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago. We're investing $8.5 billion to deliver an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits each year nationwide, as well as hundreds of nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors in the largest GP training program in Australia's history. For the first time since Labor created Medicare, we've expanded bulk billing incentives to all Australians with an additional new incentive for practices that bulk bill every single patient. That means 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030, boosting the number of fully bulk billed practices to around 4,800 nationally, triple the current number. The Albanese government tripled the bulk billing incentive in 2023 in what was the largest investment in bulk billing at the time. Medicare bulk billing incentives were available to providers if they bulk billed children under 16 and other concession card holders. We saw that resulted in about 9 in 10 visits being bulk billed for that cohort. Now, expanding these incentives to all Australians is going to be life-changing for a lot of people, because we know that even those that don't happen to meet the eligibility requirements for a concession card are often doing it at tough. It doesn't mean they're rich, and they will really benefit from finally having bulk billing returned to its glory. Already under our government, we've seen almost 2 million additional bulk bill visits in Victoria, and I can't wait to see even more people from my community leaving their credit card at home. GPs want this change, and around 1,000 practices have already signed up or expressed interest, saying that they want to go 100% fully bulk billed, and I expect that more will do so once they see all of the advantages, both financial and to their patients, for doing so. Doctors like Sarah at Forest Hill Medical and Dental Centre want to focus on caring for their patients, not stress about money, not talk about money with their patients. They want to focus on the healthcare needs of those that have come to see them, and this provides them that very important opportunity. Because our investment, doctors can focus 100% on their patients, and more patients can be 100% bulk billed. To have such a large investment in the program, Medicare has had the best comeback this weekend other than Oasis. We've seen finally a whole lot of green and yellow signs, which has warmed my heart as I go around seeing more and more people and clinics talking about bulk billing returning to its former glory. We want to get to a point where those who need medical care don't hesitate to go see the doctor, get those interventions they need when they need them, rather than letting small things become big things. And we've seen too much of that over the last few years. Clinics have copped the Medicare freeze for a long time. They wore it as long as they could. Then COVID came along, so more and more doctors were left with no choice but to charge gap fees. This is an essential corrective action to ensure Medicare meets its promise to the Australian people, that finally people can go with their little green card, see the GP, get the support they need without having to worry about debt that might result. This is an essential public service. It's provided by private providers, but this is an essential public service paid for with a levy that all taxpayers are paying, and it's in...
The member's time has expired. Do you have a seconder for your motion? Member for...
Bonner.
Bonner.
Thank you.
I call the member for Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, on May the 1st, the Prime Minister held up his green Medicare card and declared, under Labor, all you will need is your Medicare card, not your credit card.
Excuse me, member for Dawson, could you take to your seat? Correct.
Thank you.
Can I start again?
Apologies.
You have the call. Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On May the 1st, the Prime Minister held up his green card and declared, under Labor, all you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card to see a doctor. Well, Deputy Speaker, I can tell you this, that's not absolutely true in my electorate of Dawson. Because in Dawson, you can wave that Medicare card as much as you like, but unless you've got your credit card, you can't see a doctor. In Mackay, a regional city of 130,000 people, there is not one single bulk billing clinic. If you're not on a concession card, you cannot see a doctor without your credit card. In the Whitsundays, Bowen and Burdekin, the same story. Not one clinic. The nearest bulk billing clinic is in Townsville, an 800-kilometre round trip from Mackay. That's 8 hours of driving, more than $100 of out-of-pocket expenses for fuel alone, just to see a bulk billing GP. That's not Medicare, that's Medi-don't care. Deputy Speaker, all last week we heard that side boast. In my electorate we've got these bulk billing clinics. Frankly, I'm sick to death of hearing how Labor only cares about their own backyard. The people on that side couldn't care less about the community suffering under Labor's blatant neglect. We're not talking about tiny backwater towns here. Mackay has a population of more than 130,000 people, and there's not one single fully bulk billed GP. Medi fail. And yet, while regional Australians are struggling to access a GP, the government recently announced $10.5 million for 3 bulk billing clinics in Canberra. Canberra, the wealthiest city in the country, where the median household income is 30% higher than the national average. Meanwhile, regional Australians, the farmers, the tradies, the nurses, the teachers, are forced to fork out cash that they simply don't have just to get basic health care. The hypocrisy couldn't be any clearer. Labor talks about strengthening Medicare, but in reality, they weakened access for very Australians who rely on it the most. Let's look at the facts. People in regional areas are 50% more likely to delay or skip seeing a GP due to cost compared to those in the cities. This government loves to talk about record funding, but, Deputy Speaker, in communities like mine, none of that is reaching the front line. Since Labor came to office, out-of-pocket healthcare costs have jumped by 25% in the electorate of Dawson alone. Families and pensioners are paying more. They're waiting longer and they're getting less. That's not a healthcare system to be proud of. That's a crisis. And what's the government's answer? They say, don't worry, 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030. 2030! Well, Deputy Speaker, you tell that to a pensioner in Proserpine who can't get a doctor's appointment now. Tell that to a young family in Bowen choosing between groceries or a GP visit. They don't need a promise for 2030. They need a doctor today. Real Medicare is about care on the ground, not slogans in Canberra. You can't deliver bulk billing by throwing money at city clinics where regional towns go without doctors, nurses and clinics entirely. Labor needs a plan, one that recognises that regional Australians deserve the same access to healthcare as those in capital cities. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister says Medicare represents who we are. But I say this right now, Medicare represents the growing divide between city and country. The people of Dawson don't need slogans, they need services. Until this government stops pretending that Melbourne and Mackay are the same, that metro and regional health systems are equal, we'll keep seeing the same result. Regional Australia's paying more, travelling further and getting less. Deputy Speaker, it's time this government delivers Medicare that actually works for all Australians, because in the meantime, regional Australians will have to keep carrying their credit cards because their Medicare card, their little green card, is little more than a discount voucher.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it does not surprise me one iota that the member for Dawson does not support Medicare. It does not surprise me one iota that the member for Dawson does not support the bulk billing investment that this government is doing. Because this is a member opposite who is part of a coalition and who is part of a party who, when they were in government, tried to introduce a co-payment. And what is a co-payment, Deputy Speaker? A co-payment is the death of Medicare. Not only that, Deputy Speaker, the member for Dawson was part of a coalition, is part of a coalition who, when they were in government, cut billions of dollars from health funding. And cut billions of dollars of health funding that people rely on each and every day to make sure that they can get better. And Deputy Speaker, in contrast, this is a Labor government that is investing in health and investing in the people who need it most when they get sick, the people who need it most when someone falls down and breaks their arm, the people who need it most when a diagnosis comes back that is devastating. Deputy Speaker, that's why we've invested in urgent care clinics. That's why we've invested in women's health. That's why we've invested in cheaper medicines. That's why we've invested in bulk billing. And what we know already is that hundreds of GP practices have signed up. And they've signed up because they know that our communities, that Australians, that people from my community and the member for Lyons, it doesn't matter where you are in this country, what they need is bulk billing, and that is what Labor is delivering. Deputy Speaker, Medicare had its 40th birthday last year, and it was well worth celebrating 40 years of low or no-cost health services for Australians, no matter where they lived or how much they earned, because Labor is the party of Medicare. We invented it, and we don't leave it to rest idle. We invest in it, we support it, we make it better, and it's part of who we are as a party, and it's part of who we are as a government. And now at 41, Medicare is going from strength to strength. This is thanks to a Labor government that's committed to the belief that when you need medical assistance, you deserve to receive high-quality healthcare quickly without breaking the bank. In 2023, Labor tripled the bulk billing incentive for people who need to see their GP most often, for pensioners, for concession card holders, and families with children. And this drove the turnaround of bulk billing, enabling an additional 6.5 million bulk billed GP visits, with an additional 1.2 million in Queensland alone. Deputy Speaker, last Saturday was the 1st of November, and it was an important day, another one, in the history of Medicare and in the history of our health system. Because for the first time, bulk billing incentives will be paid to GPs for every patient they bulk bill, not just the groups I mentioned. And what does this mean? This incentive represents the single largest investment in Medicare ever. It equates to 18 million additional bulk billed visits per year. 18 million additional bulk billed visits. That's something that makes a difference. It makes a difference whether you're an older Australian. It makes a difference whether you have a brand new baby that you want to get to an urgent care clinic. It makes a difference whether you're someone who is sick. It makes a difference whether you're someone who has an injury. And it means that by 2030, 9 out of 10 visits will be bulk billed in this country. And that is something to celebrate. It's something to celebrate because this is a government that doesn't just talk about our investment in healthcare. It doesn't just say that we'll do something, it delivers. And when we deliver, we make it real and we make it happen. And that's what we've seen with bulk billed services to date. That's what we've seen with urgent care clinics. That's what we are seeing with our Medicare mental health clinics. That's what we are seeing with new endo and pelvic pain clinics. That's what we are seeing with cheaper medicines. That's what we are seeing across the whole of our health sector. Because Australians deserve accessible and affordable care every day, and Labor delivers that.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Lyon.
Deputy Speaker, investment in Medicare is always welcome. I'm hopeful that the additional bulk billing incentive payments will directly benefit Lyon constituents who've seen a serious decline in bulk billing availability in the last 4 years. I look forward to hearing from Lyon locals that it has hit the ground. But praise has not been universal. General practice clinics and owners are already disclosing publicly that they will not be signing up to the incentives. Why? Well, firstly, signing up to the program is prohibitively time-consuming and complex, and most GPs and practice managers, certainly in regional Australia, are already incredibly busy and do not have the time to do the paperwork. Secondly, the incentives are not sufficient in offsetting the soaring operational costs of running a clinic under Labor's skyrocketing energy prices. To enable 100% bulk billing, many GPs insist that if they were to take part in the program, their practice would lose hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and ultimately jeopardise the viability of keeping the practice open. Deputy Speaker, I want constituents to have access to no appointment necessary bulk bills after hours care. An urgent care clinic in Taree will complement a state-funded one, the Foster Tuncurry Health Facility, that my state colleague, the member for Mile Lakes, has successfully obtained funding for after the Minns government axed funding for a public hospital. Now, the mover of this motion, the member for Deakin, references a number of other policies that the government has undertaken to strengthen Medicare, including opening 90 Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, with 47 more on the way. Well, one would think this would be good news for my electorate. Lyon is, after all, the oldest electorate and one of the poorest in the country, so surely it should be on the list to receive a federally funded urgent care clinic. Well, it's not. Surely it's one of the 47 that is on the list to be delivered down the track. Well, it's not. Out of the 137 urgent care clinics the government will operate, not one falls within the borders of my electorate. My electorate and my constituents sit squarely in the middle of a yawning service gap that exists between Coffs Harbour and Newcastle. And despite my many calls to the minister to work with me to fix this gap and deliver an urgent care clinic in the Lyon electorate, I've been continually knocked back. My request should not be of any surprise to the government. During the election, I called for an urgent care clinic in Taree. Labor ran a candidate against me. So why did Labor not match my commitment and budget for it during the election as they did in the many others they are delivering? I note that an urgent care clinic that was committed to in Maitland will benefit many of my constituents, and I'm grateful to the government for this commitment. But Maitland is almost 2 hours away, too far for the people of Taree and Foster and the Mid-North Coast to access. The member for Deakin, in moving this motion, also spruiked the government's lowering of the maximum cost of pharmaceutical benefit scheme, listed medicines. And while we all hope this initiative will land in the pockets of hard-working Australians, increasingly we're seeing these savings washed away by other surging price rises created by this government's policies. Deputy Speaker, just last Friday I received a call from a constituent who had undergone a pathology test and only after the fact was told an invoice would be sent to him. Now, this is another policy brought in by the Albanese government, but curiously, they are not spruiking this one, which runs completely counter to their misleading narrative that they are delivering cheaper, more accessible health. This formerly free health service is no longer, thanks to the government placing tighter restrictions on who can get Medicare-funded vitamin B12 and urine specimen testing. This gentleman who contacted my office could not believe that the Prime Minister, who theatrically waved his Medicare card and promised on no less than 71 occasions that all you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card, throughout the election campaign and since, was doing the exact opposite when it came to pathology. This decision, as my constituent warned, will deter many Australians from clinical tests, potentially creating more complex and expensive health problems down the track. In his own words, if I'd been made aware of the cost prior to the test, then I don't think I would have had it. Health is one of the major concerns on the mind of Lyne residents. Again, the oldest electorate and one of the poorest in the country. We feel we're missing out on our fair share of investment in local health services under this government. Now, I'm here to work constructively, whomever is in government, to support the health needs of Lyne communities.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And guess what's back? Back again. Bulk billing is back, and please tell your friends. In Bonner, we now have 11 fully bulk billed GP clinics and counting. Archer Medical Centre, Doctors on Manly Road, Garden City Family Doctors, Good Health Medical Centres, Garden City, Mount Gravatt, Carindale, Mansfield Family Practice, Mount Gravatt Family Practice, Real Care Medical Centre, Tingalpa Health Care Centre and Yulu Burribar. This is all thanks to the Albanese Labor government's record investment in Medicare. It's been 40 years since its inception and we are tripling the bulk billing incentive. This will mean Australians can see a GP for free and access care when they need it most. Deputy Speaker, this is just the beginning. Over the next 4 years, we will see around 4,800 GP clinics converted to fully fledged bulk billing practices. Nationally, over 1,000 have already signed up. In Queensland, we have 1,430 GP practices, and over the weekend, we actually saw a doubling of fully bulk billed practices. That's 408 across the Sunshine State. This means more bulk billing doctors to more communities and easing pressure on families. Where they need to see a doctor, all they're going to need is their Medicare card, not their credit card. And as a member of this Labor government, I am committed to delivering real cost of living relief for my constituents in Bonner and to build a fairer and healthier Australia for the mum from Mansfield, the student from Belmont, or for the pensioner from Wynnum Manly. More constituents in my electorate of Bonner will be able to see a GP for free. Deputy Speaker, but more good news is on the way. We have opened 90 Medicare urgent care clinics right across the country and 47 more are on the way, including in my electorate. The Carindale Medicare Urgent Care Clinic will be open in the coming months. The expressions of interest have now closed and I cannot wait to cut the ribbon on that clinic and open it up to members of my community. This will be the first Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Bonner, and hundreds of locals signed my petition calling for an urgent care clinic in our electorate, and I am so proud to see that Labor is delivering for them, has heard them, and that we will see this delivered in the coming months. Labor is delivering tangible, substantial cost of living relief, and that will benefit millions of Australians, not just in my community in Bonner. And we are also investing, of course, in women's health at a record rate. On the weekend, we listed even more new contraceptive options onto the PBS, and it's great to see menopausal hormone therapies being added to the PBS as well. We are also delivering expanded endometriosis clinics to help deliver earlier diagnosis and treatment, something that will change the lives of women for the years, who for years often have had their pain dismissed. The Albanese Labor government is providing Australian women with more choices at lower costs. And we know that women have faced a significant range of barriers to accessing healthcare and often at significant
cost just by virtue of being a woman. Australia has had one of the lowest rates of long-acting reversible contraceptive use in the developed world, and medical rebates for insertion of IUDs and birth control implants will increase by up to 150%, with around 300,000 women each year expected to save up to $400 in out-of-pocket costs under the changes that are being made. The Albanese Labor government is also funding free training for health practitioners in the insertion and removal of IUDs to boost the number of qualified practitioners and improve access to services. In addition, a 40% bulk billing incentive will be introduced, incentivising health professionals to provide long-acting contraceptive services and support women to have greater contraceptive choice. These are all part of Labor's landmark Women's Health Package, investing almost $800 million to deliver improved healthcare for women and girls. Deputy Speaker, this is what a Labor government does. We strengthen Medicare, we deliver cost of living relief, and we keep working to build a fairer and healthier future for all Australians.
Yeah. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Grey.
Speaker, there is a crisis unfolding in regional Australia, the collapsing access to general practice services. It is not easy to see a GP in the country, and I think we can all agree your postcode should not determine whether you get healthcare. Yeah. Labor is busy spruiking its urgent Medicare clinics, presenting them as a solution to healthcare, but I have news for this parliament. Most people in my electorate will never get access to one. In fact, on health outcomes, people in my electorate of Grey already have some of the worst outcomes in the country. We have the highest rates of diabetes in the country, more than double the national average. We have some of the worst access to healthcare, and we have some of the lowest life expectancy rates. While access to seeing a doctor in my community is getting worse, not better. Now, policymakers need to stop playing politics with healthcare. They know exactly how medical clinics operate, and they know the real-world consequences of their policies. Now, for those unaware, GP clinics make money on brief consultations and subsidise the longer, more complex consultations, which often the clinics service at a loss. Labor's new policy is simply putting pressure on the clinics to find ways to fund these essential longer appointments. And this was confirmed with the Health Department in Senate estimates, and that it will cost more to see a GP this year and next. Everyone I speak with, from councils to community members, recognise that there is a massive issue with access to GPs in rural and remote communities. Yet, despite this widespread recognition, no one is doing anything meaningful to make a difference, especially this Labor government. Only last month, another medical clinic in my electorate closed its doors for good. That closure means the residents of Peterborough now must drive over an hour to see a GP and wait over 6 weeks to get an appointment. This is unacceptable, Speaker. Even communities that have traditionally been strong for championing rural general practice, like Tumby Bay, Clare, Port Lincoln, are struggling badly. The wait time to see a GP in Tumby Bay right now is a shocking 9 weeks. And then there are locums, the temporary doctors filling in the gaps. While they keep some hospitals running, the widespread use of locums in my electorate only hurts our communities even more. Take Peterborough again, where the local clinic closed. It stopped supplying doctors to the local hospital. So the LHN stepped in and turned to the locum market at a cost of over $4,000 per day per doctor. This situation is costing my own LHN $18 million per year, meaning less money for infrastructure and leaving old, ageing and frankly unfit hospitals in places like Wallaroo and Port Pirie without the upgrades they so desperately need. The core issue is that this government is fundamentally undermining the business model. As we have discussed, general practice is used to make more money on brief consultations, which would then help subsidise the longer, more complex ones. However, many simple consultations are being diverted. They are going to urgent Medicare clinics, where the government invests $246.50 per patient, or to nurse-led clinics, which cost $200 per patient. The simplest cases are even ending up in the emergency departments, which cost the taxpayer $692 per patient without an admission. This leaves GPs to deal with longer, more complex consultations. For these, the Medicare rebate is significantly lower per minute, with the government only investing about $40 per patient. Now, this government proudly talks about its new bulk billing incentives, but they are merely a small patch on a gaping hole. This government is approaching 4 years in office, yet they have delivered nothing but worse outcomes for my community. By contrast, the Coalition had a strong record on Medicare. We increased funding every year, from $18.6 billion under the former Labor government to more than $30 billion by FY22. We left office with bulk billing at record highs at 88%. And in the last year, 167 million free GP visits were delivered, 61 million more than the previous Labor government. And let's not let us forget about mental health. Labor has cut Medicare subsidised sessions in half, stripping vital support from 370,000 vulnerable Australians and ignoring the advice of experts and even their own review. I like to say that there's better access to mental health care in Mongolia than there is in regional South Australia. Speaker, to use the PM's own language, it is all BS. Before you can see a GP for free, you need a GP. And Speaker, the truth is, we simply don't have them in our communities.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the 1st of November 2025 was a great day. It was, of course, when the Albanese Labor government's expanded bulk billing incentives kicked in, expanding bulk billing incentives to all Australians, also with an additional new incentive payment for practices that bulk bill every patient. It follows on from our very successful tripling of the bulk billing incentives 2 years ago in 2023 for pensioners, concession card holders and students, and that proved very, very popular. We saw bulk billing rates increase, particularly for this cohort of people, and I can honestly say this makes a huge difference in people's lives. People are doing it tough, and we have always said we will provide cost of living relief where we can. The changes on 1st of November do just that. They're being welcomed by a whole host of GP practices in my electorate of Gilmore that are keen to also provide some relief for patients. I visited Grand Pacific Health in Nowra, one of the first medical practices in Gilmore to sign on to become a fully bulk billed practice. This is what practice manager Cherise Morris had to say. This will make a huge difference. If people don't have to pay that gap for general consults, that's food in their mouth. When you have to prioritise food or health, that's a problem, and I couldn't agree more. This is much-needed real relief for people. Just before the 1st of November on Facebook, these posts started popping up by GP practices in Gilmore and in our Facebook community groups, like this one from the Sussex doctors at Sussex Inlet on the New South Wales South Coast. And they said, "Healthcare made more affordable at Sussex Doctors. We're proud to be a fully bulk billing clinic, ensuring everyone in our community can access quality medical care. Your appointment covered by Medicare. Just bring your card. From general consultations to care plans, we're here to support your health at every stage without financial stress. At Sussex Doctors, your health is our priority, and now it's more accessible than ever. More access, less cost, better care, is what they've said." Well, it's hard to argue with that. So I shared that post, and people started commenting about other local GP practices also moving to bulk billing every patient for GP visits, like Bomaderry Creek Health Centre, which has a new pop-up on their Facebook page which says, and I quote, "Bulk billing for all patients starting 1 November 2025. From 1 November 2025, there's no out-of-pocket cost for your GP visits at Bomaderry Creek Health Centre. How good is that?" Recently, I also met with GPs at the Queen Street Medical Centre at Moruya, who are also taking up the expanded bulk billing incentives. They told me what a significant difference this will mean for patients and their practice. The 12.5% additional incentive payment for bulk billing every patient was also so welcomed. And the earnings boost is larger in regional areas like Gilmore, with a GP at a rural practice that bulk bills every visit to earn almost $24,000 more than a mixed billing GP for providing the same number of services. Because we need more GPs in regional areas, and these expanded bulk billing incentives help even more people in regional areas like mine. As at the 27th of October 2025, 21 GP practices in Gilmore indicated their intent to become a Medicare bulk billing practice, with 11 of those being currently mixed billing practices. So, from these expanded bulk billing incentives, we've seen mixed billing practices become full bulk billing and more practices in total becoming full bulk billing. Here's what John said: "I already get bulk billed, but I'm glad it's extending. When people can see a GP without having to sacrifice their children's nutrition or rent, it makes us all smarter." Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has delivered the 3 largest increases in history, and now we're making the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago. And I'm also looking forward to the new Nowra Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, which I know many people in my community are very much looking forward to as well, and I know that that's moving forward well. And also the expanded hours for the Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, with the hours from 6 a.m. to midnight, 18 hours a day, the longest of any urgent care clinic in the country. Labor created Medicare, and the Labor government will always strengthen Medicare.
And I thank the member for Gilmore. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 8, 3G Telecommunications Network.
And I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the 3G Telecommunications Network in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. The shutdown of 3G telecommunications network in 2024 has been nothing short of a disaster for regional communities, and the government's response has been woefully inadequate. I rise today to speak on behalf of regional Australians across this country who have been left behind, again by the Albanese Labor government, when it comes to access to telecommunications services. Let me be clear. While the decision to shut down the 3G network was made by commercial operators, TPG in January of 2024, followed by Optus and Telstra in October, it was the Albanese government's responsibility to ensure that regional Australians would not be worse off. The Senate inquiry into the shutdown made that abundantly clear. The government should have delayed the shutdown until it was satisfied that the 4G network provided coverage equivalent to or better than 3G. But instead of taking action, the government relied on the promises of telcos, promises that have actually proven hollow. Thousands of Australians, particularly in rural and remote areas, now face worse coverage or no coverage at all. Phones drop to SOS mode, medical alarms have failed, farmers are left without connectivity on their properties. This is not just inconvenient, it is dangerous. The impacts have been widespread. Devices that relied on 3G, ag-tech tools, for example, security systems and life-saving medical equipment have been rendered useless. People are forced to install expensive satellite systems like Starlink just to stay connected, and all of this during a cost of living crisis, where regional Australians pay the same for mobile plans as city dwellers but receive a far inferior service. The government's response to the Senate inquiry's final report was lazy and non-committal. Labor have failed to agree to any new actions, they have failed to take responsibility, and they have failed regional Australians. The Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman received over 51,000 complaints from regional consumers between 2021 and 2024. These complaints range from poor service quality and outages to accessibility barriers and unresolved faults. Some constituents have reported faults for years without any improvement. Others were misled into signing up for services that simply don't work where they live. Deputy Speaker, this is unacceptable. The Senate committee made 2 key recommendations in their final report that must be acted upon immediately by Minister Wells and the Albanese government. Firstly, to establish a program to help customers who lost mobile coverage due to the 3G shutdown. This program should be co-funded by government and industry and include subsidies for connectivity equipment, boosters, satellite services and replacements for obsolete devices. Secondly, they should expand the national audit of mobile coverage to include off-road areas, including private land such as farms and grazing properties. This data must be collected from consumers, cross-referenced with telco data and published in an accessible format. I call on the Minister for Communications to take responsibility for this botched shutdown. We need transparency. We need action. And we need a government that listens and acts for regional Australians. The Prime Minister likes to say, on repeat, no one held back, no one left behind. We all know the saying, but every regional Australian knows he doesn't mean it. Because when it comes to mobile connectivity, a bit like roads, we have been held back. We have been left behind. It is time for the Albanese government to stop ignoring the regions and start fixing the mess they helped create. Regional Australians deserve better. They deserve reliable mobile coverage. They deserve to be heard.
And I thank the member for Mallee. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for Casey. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on the motion moved by the member for Mallee. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk about telecommunications, especially given my electorate and its struggles to get solid phone coverage. And I can say with absolute certainty that everyone on this side wants and supports better telecommunications, especially for the regions. And we can say that with confidence because we didn't try to downgrade the NBN the first chance we got. You should have access to quality communication services no matter where you live, be it Canberra or Cairns, Sydney or Sasia, Melbourne or Marpoon. You deserve good coverage. Sadly, that is not the case. My electorate is vast, it is empty, and there's not a lot of coverage. 97% of Leichhardt has no mobile phone coverage. Now, I can make some jokes about how when I drive to Cowan or to Bamaga or to Weipa, spend 9 to 12 hours on dirt roads, that my Spotify doesn't work and whoever's driving with me has to listen to my singing. But that's not really the point. It's dangerous. It's always been dangerous. And there has never been coverage there. Doesn't matter how many Gs you put in front of it. I've been in this role for 6 months. We've got commitments to get low-orbit satellites, to get 100% of Leichhardt covered with mobile coverage. 100% from 3%. That's not on this government. That's on every other government previous. 97% without coverage. That's impacting health, education, transport, small business, all the things that are claimed to be supported by the other side, ignored. So there are regions that matter, but apparently mine didn't. And that's why we, in Labor, are investing in telecommunications. The $55 million, the round 8 of the Mobile Black Spode program. $50 million for Regional Roads Australia Mobile Australia pilot programs. Round 3 of the Regional Connectivity program awarded just over $115 million towards 74 projects that respond to local priorities with the objective of maximising economic opportunities and social benefits for regional remote communities. 2 successful rounds of the On-Farm Connectivity program was provided over $30.4 million in rebates, delivering on thousands of connectivity solutions for primary producers, and another $20 million committed to be a part of the Round 3 program. Connectivity doesn't just mean phones. It increases the yield of our farmers. Our cane growers are now using connectivity to check their crops, understand their runoff and make sure that they can handle their pests. This is also part of the Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia, which will deliver $1.1 billion from 2022 to 2023 and to 2029 to 2030. The 3G shutdown, for better or worse, is happening. It's no good looking backwards, we should look forwards. And there's no doubt that Australians in some of the particularly regional rural areas are experiencing poorer connectivity because of this. But this was a commercial decision made by Telstra, Optus and Vodafone. And it seems that more often than not the opposition's answer to everything is to blame the government or the Prime Minister, regardless of whose decision it was. So while they try to put the pin on us, private commercial decisions, I wonder what else we can get blamed for here. Fantails were discontinued. I miss them dearly. Is that Albo's fault? Unlike those opposite, when something is impacting Australians, we step up. Since the 3G shutdown, the former Communications Minister convened a roundtable with telecommunications industry regulators and consumer advocates to reflect on Australia's 3G switch-off. This allowed the discussions to happen and what we can be doing better and as Australia transfers to new technologies in the future. We will give the people the reception that they need and that they deserve, that they needed and that they deserved a decade ago. The action is being taken now. So we're looking forward. In the communications push, there's a big policy push that will help, and that's a universal outdoor mobile obligation. The UOMO, that's a mouthful, will require Telstra, Optus and TPG to provide access to outdoor mobile SMS and voice coverages right across Australia. This will be able to leverage their existing mobile networks or use low Earth orbit satellites using direct device to technology. This is the change that is needed in regional areas. This is the change that is going to make a difference to the kids studying Arakoon. This is going to make travel in the Cape safer should you blow out a tyre or hit a pig. This is going to allow health done over telehealth, giving better health outcomes. It is great news for my community.
And I thank the member for Leichhardt. But the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to commend the member for Mallee for this motion. It's a very important one because the reality is, as we on this side talk about often, the phone lines working can be the difference between life and death. And when Australians pick up the phone and call 000, they expect that the phone will be answered and they will get the help that they need. And it's not a political line. Many in my community, myself included, were impacted by the June storms of 2021. We were blocked into our home, Deputy Speaker, trees across the front of our driveway, unable to get out. And when the power ran out, which it did late in the night, and we woke up early that morning, we had no phone reception. And there is not a more vulnerable feeling that you have as a husband and as a father than knowing that if a disaster had happened, if a tree had fallen across our house, as it did to many in our community, I wasn't able to call 000 to get the help my family needed. We had situations where our CFA brigades, not trained in storm recovery or helping people in storms, were navigating in pitch dark, and CFA communications officers were having to try and text message other brigade members to make sure they could know where they are and what was going on. And one of the brigade communications officers shared a story with me at that time where they could not move their phone for want of losing reception. If they moved it a centimetre, they would lose reception. And that's what we talk about, and that's why we're so passionate on this side about making sure we have strong communications in this country. And we have a minister that is failing the Australian people. We just heard it from the member for Leichhardt. They are so quick to blame private enterprise, Optus, Telstra, etc. And they absolutely have a role to play. But there's a little bit of a hint in the title, Minister for Communications. That makes this government and the minister responsible for making sure the Australian people get the communications they need. This minister has failed when it comes to 000 and has failed when it comes to 3G. And it's a pity the member for Leichhardt has left, because I would have loved to have reminded him that this government has been in power for 3.5 years and he seemed very generous in giving them a leave pass. Well, we will see as we move forward. He'll learn very quickly, Deputy Speaker, but this government is big on spin, low on delivery. So I'm going to look forward to tracking the reception in Leichhardt, and we will see whether, when it doesn't improve, which I'm very confident it won't because we know it's been from this government, Whether the member for Leichhardt will call out the failures of this minister, I will watch with interest. And this minister was warned about the 3G network. This minister has been warned about 000. And what's the minister's response? I'm sorry, I'm a new minister. That's what we have from this government. And this is time urgent. This is not a time for politics. This is a time for making sure the Australian people have the support they need. We are now into November. We are now entering the disaster season for all Australians. I've been lucky and honoured to attend a lot of CFA annual dinners in my community in the last 3 to 4 months. And the message from the district commanders and from the captains has been consistent. Stay safe and look after yourself, because the conditions we see this summer are some of the most dangerous we have seen since Black Saturday and Ash Wednesday. And that's the reality. That is why we are urging the minister to act. But we get talk of roundtables. Roundtables aren't going to make sure that when someone needs to call 000, if they were on the 3G network, that it's going to work now. We have a minister that's obsessed with the spin, happy to fly to New York to talk about the social media ban. Important, absolutely, we support that. But not at a time when the 000 network is failing. It is about priorities. It is about making sure the Australian people are safe. And this minister has shown time and time again that she does not have the ability to deal with these issues, does not have the ability to call Optus to account, is afraid of transparency, has refused to attend the Senate hearing into the 000 failures. The Australian people can have no confidence in this minister or this government, and it is a shame, because it is the Australian people that pay the price for their continual failures.
And I thank the member for Casey. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's another sitting week and yet another negative motion being put forward by the member for Mallee. It's become a regular occurrence by the member for Mallee just to put forward negativity after negativity. This is a bit of a rehash of an old motion that has no insight or no reflection on what her colleagues did when they were ministers and when they were in government. Let's just remind those opposite. Privatisation, market-driven. This is now the reality of our telecommunications. If you want to switch back to a government-owned service, that is going to take a lot of money. Now, those opposite may also forget that it was the Howard government, T1, T2, T3, that effectively privatised our telecommunications. That was the last time in this country we had reliable communications, where every house had a landline, a copper landline, as was the technology in the day. So we lost the ability to control the markets back when it was privatised, under the Nationals and the Liberals during the Howard government. What we have today is a patchwork market, which those opposite failed to do anything about in their 9 years of government. Round after round of their mobile black spot program that went through the audit office that found it did not genuinely increase coverage for regional areas. Electorates like my electorate, a regional electorate, where we might get one per term of the previous government, did little to nothing to improve the coverage in my electorate. Those opposite criticising a round table. But I say to those opposite, you're so opposed to regulation, which is what you need if you want to regulate a market to deliver service to everybody. The markets don't like to go to the regions because you build a tower and if there aren't the customers, they're not going to build it. This is what telcos tell them and tell us all the time. The market isn't going to build a tower in Metcalfe in my electorate. There aren't the customers to sustain that investment. They turn around and say, what are you going to do? The program doesn't work, it's clunky. This is why we've had roundtables, to bring people together to say, what are the lessons? How can we make the market kinder? How can we adapt the market to deliver the services that we need? This is also why we committed to an audit, a 2022 election, which we are halfway through doing. It's been long-standing concern of people in the regions that the telco coverage maps do not reflect the experience of mobile users. Every member in the regions has experienced this. We ourselves have experienced this. The map says we've got coverage out in Tunagalla, but when you get there, the coverage isn't there. The map says you have coverage in Tubarak, but when you get there, it isn't there. Part of that is because each telco has its own metrics, its own way of measuring it. Now, we are proposing to standardise it. We want to see all the telcos using the same set of measures. Those opposite are opposed to it. They say it's more red tape for the telcos. They want their cake and eat it too. They are not genuinely interested in improving telecommunications in the regions. All they want to do is throw mud and throw stones. We, on this side of the House, accept that it is a long-term challenge and we are working to build the coverage. We genuinely believe on this side of the House that regardless of where you live, you should have access to telecommunications. Our vision is absolutely clear, is making Australia the most connected continent in the world, and we acknowledge we have a lot of work to do, and that is why we're getting on to do it. The $1.1 billion that is going into better connectivity plan for rural and regional Australia. We are not going to let the telcos dictate to us where the investment will be. We want to see everybody having access to those devices because that's how a lot of us access our lives. $55 million for the latest round of 8 of the Black Spots program is currently under assessment, and we will improve coverage as opposed to what those did opposite. $50 million to improve telecommunications program for our regional roads. Round 3 of the connectivity programs just awarded to 74 projects, successful rounds of farm connectivity programs, and the list goes on. And then we get to what we're also doing, and it is our government, a Labor government delivering this, the universal outdoor mobile obligation. It is this government, a Labor government, that will make this a requirement. Not the Liberals, not the Nationals, not the 9 years that they had in government, but a Labor government. Watch this space. Outdoor mobile obligation under us.
Thank the member for Bendigo. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The lack of reliable telecommunications in regional Australia has created a very, very dangerous situation. The loss of the 3G network last year has plunged Albanese's forgotten Australians into further isolation, with many people left with no coverage at all. Anyone in this chamber or in Parliament House today, or our loved ones, could be driving along a regional road, let's say the Newell Highway, a critical route that connects Victoria with Queensland, transversing my own electorate, the federal seat of Parkes. Imagine something happened to yourself or your loved one while you were on that route and you were stranded beside the highway. Well, Deputy Speaker, in most areas outside the township along that critical highway, there is absolutely no reception. You or your loved one would have no way to call for help. You or your loved one would be at the mercy of other drivers passing by to help you. It is quite simply unacceptable. This would not happen to those who live in metropolitan areas like Sydney, Brisbane and Melbourne and Perth. Or if it did, it'd be fixed in an Albanese flash. This is only one of the dangerous consequences of this situation. As I connect with residents right across the 407,000 square kilometres of my electorate, they are constantly telling me of their frustrations trying to conduct a business, in trying to stay in touch with family and friends, and to feel secure in the fact that if they need to, they can contact someone for urgent help. I heard only today from a business in Gilgandra that when a purchase is made, staff need to stand outside in the street for the EFTPOS machine to work. Can you believe it? Communication devices do not work under steel roofs. Not only are phones and EFTPOS machines not working or working at limited levels, but there are other consequences, such as impacts of alarm systems and software that pinpoints your location in an emergency. Our critical regional organisations, such as the Country Women's Association and the National Farmers Federation, continue to voice their frustrations with the problems that are caused by poor connectivity. The CWA has noted it impacts on basic activities like internet banking, accessing weather updates, distance education and business needs. Today, a representative of the CWA has said the organisation sent Telstra details of about 100 cases of connectivity failure across New South Wales in March. They have yet to receive an answer, and they continue to hear problems from their membership. The National Farmers Federation have said connectivity is essential to productively, sustainably and the livability of Australians farming in regional communities. Deputy Speaker, results came out today of a survey carried out by the Land newspaper. The Land said they received 318 respondents from people who say they are simply fed up. They're fed up with poor standards of telecommunications and that it's going backwards. Respondents quoted that the major issues were safety, use of farm technology, health, connections with family and friends, the extra cost of boosters and even in pest management. There were responses from people with health conditions who were afraid that they could not reach help in an emergency, and people are carrying multiple SIMs in their pocket. Phone calls are dropping out up to 15 times in 10 minutes. Deputy Speaker, in the world of regional people we live in today, you cannot conduct a business, you cannot grow your farm, you cannot complete your education, you cannot make bookings, you can't do your banking, and you can't even have your say on legislation without connectivity. The catastrophe of no communications which many regional Australians are facing could be prevented if the Albanese government simply cared enough to do something about it. These are regional people who pay the same or sometimes significantly more than Australians who live in the city for the privilege of telecommunications. It's not only dangerous, it's utterly disgraceful. It's time to switch the lights back on in regional Australia and treat regional Australians with respect. The situation is not cheaper for regional Australians, it's not better, and it's definitely not fair.
I thank the member for Parkes. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's really good that we're here talking about connectivity and about old technology being phased out for new. And I appreciate the member for Mallee's concerns about 3G, but essentially the needs of Australia's modern economy and the broader community outgrew the capabilities of 3G. And it's not the first time we've had to shift technologies, and it's not the last time that we're going to have to shift technologies. So, Deputy Speaker, that's what I want to focus on. It is really important that we learn the lessons from every one of these experiences. They're all going to be different. And 3G certainly had its challenges, but I have to say it isn't the biggest challenge in connectivity that my community faced then or now. There continue to be challenges in staying connected. You know, we deserve, and this government believes that there should be coverage that is reliable, resilient, and I want to see that reliable and resilient coverage across the 4,300 kilometre square electorate that I represent. It is vital when there is a fire, a bushfire or a flood or a big storm that you have that connectivity. And I don't say that just as someone who can look at it objectively and say, oh, it must be really important. I've actually been in the circumstance where I've needed to use mobile coverage to contact my then 18-year-old as he was at home with a bushfire burning very near to him to work out how quickly can he get out, what has he got time to take. Yes, he took the cat. That was a good thing. But those conversations are not... They're not hypothetical for people who live in the Blue Mountains or the Hawkesbury, whether it's fire or flood. They are conversations that many of us have had, and we've only been able to have them because we had connectivity. Now, in the case that I experienced, this is going back to 2013, we could not communicate by voice repeatedly. Text had a better chance of getting through. Lines were very busy. You didn't actually know if your text message was going through. So they're really scary times for people, and that's why I had always known theoretically how important connectivity was, but it is absolutely a life and death matter in electorates like mine that the network is connected, reliable and resilient. And that's what I've been fighting for the 15 years I've been in politics, but most particularly the nearly 10 years that I've been in this parliament. And when I was in opposition, I pushed hard to have that additional mobile funding we needed to deal with some of the black spots. When the Liberals gave up and took away a new mobile phone tower from Mount Tomah, which is on the Bells line of road that heads west from Sydney, the telcos decided it was a bit hard to install, so the Liberals agreed for them to take it away from our community after we had fought to get it. I fought to get it back. And I'm very pleased to say that I understand the connection to power is imminent, and that community, years and years after it should have, and everybody who passes through on that busy stretch will soon have mobile coverage across that whole section. When fires and flooding in the Macdonald Valley in the northern part of my electorate of Macquarie made it impossible for the Liberals to ignore telecommunication needs, they provided funding to the Hawkesbury Council. Now, Hawkesbury Council had minimal experience and expertise in mobile phone installations. However, that was the decision the Morrison government made. And on coming to government, because they lost that election that had been a commitment on, but on coming to government, with no movement having occurred, even though we had been assured that things were in place, no movement had happened on that. The funding hadn't even been properly secured. We worked hard to secure the funding and to bring Council and Telstra together, along with some very savvy Macdonald Valley Association members, to deliver some improvements. Even now, we're still waiting on two parts of the projects in the valley and one section of the project on the Bells line of road at Barrambing. They weren't completed before the funding expired. And I'm still, to this day, fighting to get that one back on track, because my community needs those bits all linked up. We have Hawkesbury Heights with a new tower operating. Yellow Rock is about to get its new tower. And those things are different between life and death. The member's time has expired.
I thank the member for Macquarie. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. An elderly lady frantically trying to ring 000 as their neighbour has had a heart attack, but they can't get through to emergency services. A mother frustrated as she is unable to pay her household quarterly electricity bill as the two-factor authentication text isn't coming through from the bank. A worried father drives 40 minutes down the road to be able to call the local GP practice to book an appointment for his sick daughter. A community furious as they are unable to make calls or texts for weeks over Christmas as their local mobile phone tower is down from recent rain. An exhausted small business owner places a cash-only sign on the front door of their shop as EFTPOS machine has been dropping out all week. This is the reality of telecommunications in rural and regional Australia in the electorate of Flynn. Deputy Speaker, I strongly support the member for Mallee's motion that notes the following. The 3G telecommunications network was switched off on the Labor government's watch in 2024. The interim report of the Senate inquiry into the shutdown made clear recommendations about the impending shutdown, recommending that the government delay the shutdown until it was satisfied that the 4G network provided coverage equivalent or better to the coverage provided by the licensee's 3G network. The government relied on the assurances of commercial operators to ensure equivalent mobile coverage after the shutdown. Despite promises, regional Australians have been detrimentally affected and thousands of consumers have been left with worse or no coverage at all. Furthermore, there have been reports of poor handling of consumer complaints about the loss of their service post-3G shutdown, and the government has failed to take responsibility for the fallout of the 3G shutdown in regional Australia, and its response to the final report by the Senate into the shutdown was again lazy and non-committal, failing to agree to any new actions, and calls upon the Minister for Communications to take responsibility for the botched 3G shutdown and its impact on the connectivity of regional Australians, by providing transparency regarding the crowdsourcing component of the national audit of mobile coverage and expanding it to include off-road areas, including on private land such as farming and grazing properties, to ensure an accurate picture of the impact of the shutdown on mobile coverage is attained, and to thoroughly address the first recommendation of the final Senate inquiry report to establish a program to help customers that have lost mobile phone coverage since the 3G shut-off. Deputy Speaker, telecommunications have gotten that bad. My 3.5-hour commute to my hometown in Taroom in my electorate from my Gladstone office can take up to 6 hours, as I have to pull over frequently to take calls through from constituents and so forth. Not having a dependable phone service is undoubtedly isolating for individuals, stifling for business and potentially dangerous in any emergency. Landline telephones are often the only form of communication between one cattle station and its neighbours and the outside world, and these are in disrepair and can take weeks and sometimes months to fix when things go wrong. In rural areas, people with significant distances from service centres and even further from regional towns, and the need for reliable phone coverage is paramount and even more essential than cities, with banks and other essential services pushing for online over face-to-face assistance and closing branches in regions. There needs to be wider spread phone coverage instead of reductions. It's simply unthinkable that most in those in rural and regional areas are left with no communication capabilities or be ransomed by extraordinary prices to gain access. It's quite clear to me that in regard to the big telcos, telecommunications issue is one of economics rather than service delivery. I would argue that because of the enormous progression of technology and the cost, telcos are not interested in providing communications to communities where there is little or no economic benefit for them. And this is why all service obligations should be reviewed to provide better communications outcomes, and particularly for isolated communities. Deputy Speaker, I invite the Minister for Communications, the CEOs of Telstra and Optus, to the Flynn electorate to see how dire the situation really is. They need to speak to our regional communities and understand the impacts of the 3G shutdown is having now and how telecommunications continue to get worse.
Expired, and I thank the member for Flynn. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to rise and speak to this motion and recognise the contributions of earlier speakers. I thank the member for Mallee for bringing this matter forward to the attention of the House. In doing so, the member has afforded us the opportunity to explore the importance and implications of the 3G shutdown and what can be learned from it. This issue sits at the crossroads of so much of what is important and relevant for all people everywhere. 25 years into the 21st century, it's an issue which touches on safe and accessible communications across all avenues and spectrums. It also directly concerns the constant change and advance of technology and the means by which upgrades take place. I suspect, Deputy Speaker, that this will not be the last time that this House will debate similar issues. But, Deputy Speaker, let us be completely clear. The decision to turn off the 3G network was not one made by the government. This was a commercial decision, a decision made by Australia's 3 mobile network operators, namely Telstra, Optus and Vodafone TPG. They made this decision, and while we are navigating the impacts and implications of this switch-off, the reasons behind the change, as stated by the 3 mobile network operators, make sense. The 3G network was very suitable for calls and texts, but only for basic online activities, and completely unsuitable for accessing the full range of data-intensive online applications and services which are an everyday part of our economic society. In short, we had outgrown what 3G could offer, and the continuing presence of this capability was taking up valuable spectrum. But, Deputy Speaker, as in all change, the 3G switch-off has not come without some cost. All technological change comes with impacts that are not all positive. That does not mean that change and progress should be avoided or allowed to occur without any support or intervention at all. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, the difference between this government and the previous one is that we're committed to seeing the change through and ensuring that no one is left behind or falls through the cracks that can sometimes form between opportunity and progress. The government has made its expectations clear to the mobile network operators, and we're continuing to monitor the impacts of the 3G switch-off. We have already identified areas where coverage and access to communications have been adversely impacted, and we are providing support in those areas and to those affected. As an example of this, we are currently offering round 3 of the on-farm connectivity program, through which we are assisting primary producers to improve connectivity to their farms. And Deputy Speaker, additionally, the former Minister for Communications, the member for Greenway, convened a roundtable with the mobile network operators, other industry actors, regulators and consumers to explore the process and outcomes of the 3G network shutdown. From it, the government has a clearer understanding of what worked, what didn't, and what needs to happen differently next time. Because, Deputy Speaker, it is inevitable that there will be a next time for a network shutdown, and when that time comes, we will be ready. But, Deputy Speaker, the negative impacts from the 3G shutdown are just a very small part of the story. For the vast majority of Australians, the shutdown occurred without perceptible change whatsoever. Indeed, it's fair to say most didn't even notice. So from that perspective, Deputy Speaker, the 3G switch-off was largely successful. But that in itself is not a reason to not learn from the things that didn't go properly during this shutdown process, and to ensure that it's important that we ensure that we support those that have fallen through the cracks and make sure that they don't fall through the cracks going forward. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for Bean. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 9, for a motion in relation to the 50th anniversary of the removal of the Whitlam government.
Thank the clerk. I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the 50th anniversary of the removal of the Whitlam government in the terms on which it appears in the notice paper. The community I have the privilege of serving in this place is one that I've lived in all my life, which means I remember many of the members for Werriwa. The Honourable Edward Gough Whitlam was Prime Minister while I was in high school. I remember the exhilaration of my parents at the election of the Labor government after 23 years of Conservative rule and the changes that they were so looking forward to. I remember him coming to my high school, who was celebrating their first Multicultural Day and speaking to our students. This day in 1975 in many ways demonstrated how much that had changed already in Australia. Every culture was celebrated, discussed and admired. No one was made to feel less. We were one altogether. The Whitlam government was elected with a mandate to implement change, and they left a legacy that is amazing. Accomplishing so much in 3 short years changed Australia for the better and laid the groundwork for the opportunity and successes we have enjoyed in the years since. The Whitlam era was significant for Australia. His government believed it could improve the conditions for everyday Australians. In the first few weeks, conscription ended. Diplomatic relations with China began and the remaining troops returned home from Vietnam. This government also introduced universal healthcare, Medibank, which was dismantled after the dismissal by the Fraser government until Hawke brought it back as the Medicare we now know. The Racial Discrimination Act, non-discriminatory immigration rules and the enthusiastic pursuit of multiculturalism, increased spending on social housing, the abolition of tertiary education fees, allowing many people and many in this House to attend university when it was previously out of reach. The Whitlam government introduced payments for single parents, allowing people the space to leave relationships, particularly if they were dangerous. The government, for the first time, supported refugees and women leaving domestic violence. There was equal pay for women in the workforce. 50 years later, it is amazing to think that women doing the same job didn't earn the same pay. That changed with Whitlam. There was the establishment of the Australian Legal Aid Office. There was the passing of the Family Law Act, which introduced no-fault divorce, making such a difficult time better for families. Many of the suburbs in Werriwa did not have access to basic sewerage when Whitlam was elected. His government ensured that this was addressed as a public health measure. But all those reforms came to abrupt halt when, on the 11th of November 1975, the Governor-General sacked Prime Minister Whitlam. This was a difficult time for Australia and our community. I still remember the day vividly. I came home from school to find my mother in a flood of tears. When I asked who died, thinking that could have been the only explanation, she told me it was much worse than that Mr Whitlam had been sacked. She was fearful about what would happen next, as I'm sure many were at the time. In this time of uncertainty, it was, however, Mr Whitlam's composure and strength that ensured the election campaign remained a contest of ideas. He asked the Australian people famously to maintain their rage and enthusiasm. Professor Jenny Hocking, one of Australia's eminent biographers, fought hard and at great personal risk to ensure that the events that led to the dismissal were discovered and made available to the Australian people. Her tenacity ensured that it is now part of our history. She took her case to the High Court. She needed to take her case to the High Court so that she could get access to the palace letters. Her goal was to see whether there had been external circumstances which led to the dismissal, and what she found demystified the events and allowed a fuller explanation of what led up to the events of the 11th of November 1975. So on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the dismissal, it's timely in this place that changes, shapes so much of our public life in Australia, and a place that Gough dominated for decades, that we acknowledge Whitlam's life and the efforts of people like Jenny Hocking, who have meticulously recorded it.
And I thank the member for Werriwa. Is the motion seconded? I thank the member for Griffith. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Werriwa for bringing this motion on. It's very exciting for those of us who follow Australian history to talk about this, and it must be a great honour to represent an electorate that had such a significant person in Australian politics as one of its former members. So I was 7 months old when the dismissal happened, so I'll give some personal recollections at some point. But, Deputy Speaker, the 1972 election was a significant moment when the Whitlam government was elected. It hadn't been, I think it had been since 1949, or 1951, since the coalition had previously governed. And one of the notable things about when the Whitlam government came in was a sworn-in ministry of two people, a duumvirate of Gough Whitlam and Lance Barnard, and passing all of the legislation, or a lot of the legislation that they'd promised in those first few weeks. There's no doubt that the Whitlam government achieved some significant things in modernising Australia, recognising China, a focus on the arts, and they need to be congratulated for that. Obviously, there was a debate between the two sides of politics, leading to a 1974 double dissolution election, of which Whitlam won with a reduced majority, but also some very close numbers in the Senate, which was to become such a sticking point as we entered 1975. And, Deputy Speaker, this is where the Whitlam government started to get into some trouble with ministers who, with the probably noble intentions of developing Australia's resource sector, but had some funny ideas about how to finance that, including Rex Connor and Jim Cairns going to try and get a loan from a Pakistani loan broker called Tirith Kemlani, who was promised to be able to finance some of these projects from some pretty strange parts of the world. And of course, that was against the convention of the Treasury at the time. So the loans affair did eventually start to cause the Whitlam government a lot of problems. It was said of Gough Whitlam, I think, that he was a totally honest and decent man who expected everyone else to be as honest and decent as he was, and that was to his own undoing. But anyway, he was forced to sack those two ministers, Jim Cairns and Rex Connor, and that led to the battle of wills between Fraser and Whitlam and the deferral of the money bills or the appropriations bills in the Senate. And when that couldn't be resolved and Australia threatened to be having a government trying to govern or being forced to govern without supply of appropriation and money, obviously there was something that had to happen. And what happened will be debated for many, many years by constitutional experts and people who have a different view of things. But you can only imagine how dramatic it must have been for Whitlam to drive out to see Sir John Kerr at Yarralumla, only to be handed a letter by Sir John Kerr dismissing him and withdrawing his commission as Prime Minister, only to, in the next few moments, have Malcolm Fraser come into his office and hand him a letter commissioning him to form a government. Incredible times in Australian democratic history. I think it's worth noting that people say, and I learnt when I was a kid that that Kerr sacked a democratically elected government, and that was true. However, Kerr sacked
I would ask that members keep their noise down so that the Speaker can
a democratically elected government, and that's true. I think it's worth noting the caveat that Fraser was commissioned to form a caretaker government as long as he promised to call an election, which he did, and that election was won in a significant landslide by the coalition. The dismissal was a huge moment in Australian history. As I said earlier, it's debated. I think the Whitlam government was an iconic government. I think it did some wonderful things. I think it governed in an irresponsible way throughout 1975, and I think that the Governor-General, whether he was right to act or not, somebody had to break the deadlock so those supply bills that could be passed. And I think it's interesting that when Whitlam was dismissed and he went back he failed to inform his own team, who still thought they were in government, and passed the supply bills in the Senate, not knowing that the government had changed. Again, crazy times in Australian politics, but he was an iconic person. It was an iconic moment in Australian history. We need to talk about it and celebrate it, and I thank you for bringing the motion. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Nichols. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa for bringing this motion before the Parliament. On the 11th of November, my mind's focus will be on Remembrance Day, but also, as many of us do on that date, to also consider the events of 1975, now 50 years ago. Almost all of us were children at that time. And look, and I'm not going to be able to do justice to the matters of the constitutional crisis in just a couple of minutes, so I too recommend those interested to read Professor Hocking's article in Pearls and Irritations. There has been so much written about the rights and the wrongs and the what might have beens. So rather, I will focus on the legacy of the Whitlam government and what it means for me and for the people of Hasluck today in 2025. Prior to his election, Whitlam said, "We are all diminished when any of us are denied proper education. The nation is the poorer, a poorer economy, a poorer civilisation because of this human and national waste." The Whitlam government abolished university fees and expanded access to tertiary education. They established the Australian Schools Commission to allocate funding on the basis of need. Whitlam changed the face of education in Australia. How many of us simply would not be here in this place now but for the changes then? Today we have reduced student debt and have come to agreement with the states and territories for public schools to be funded to 100% of the school resources standard. I know what a great difference that this will make to the many primary and high schools in Hasluck. In 1972, Whitlam said, "We will establish universal health insurance so that every Australian can have access to Medicare without fear of cost." And they did. The Whitlam government introduced the first universal health insurance scheme in Medibank. Unfortunately, that sank into the swamp under Fraser, but we built it again as Fraser under Medicare under Hawke. The Albanese government has since then invested yet more in Medicare, more than any other, and we aim to see bulk billing restored so that the only card you need to see the doctor is your Medicare card. Already, the fully bulk billed Medicare urgent care clinics have had over 2 million presentations. And in Hasluck, in addition to the centre we opened in Midland and also we have in Morley, we'll be adding a new one in Ellenbrook. And this is something I've been advocating for strongly because I see the success of it. Whitland's government invested in regional development, infrastructure and affordable housing. My own parents were the beneficiaries of their rent-to-buy home policy. Our lives would have been very different if that program hadn't existed. And in the last parliament, we created the HAF and more recently provided for 5% deposits for new home buyers. And there will be tens of thousands of families whose lives will be now changed for the better, as mine was, by Labor policy. Whitlam established the Australian Heritage Commission, the Environmental Department and Federal Environmental Impact Assessments. He said a government which truly serves the people must also serve the land on which the people live. I have no doubt that if Gough Whitlam was in the parliament today, he would be scathing of those members obstructing the next generational progress in protecting the environment. Whitlam was the first to develop a recognition of Aboriginal land rights, establish a separate Ministry of Aboriginal Affairs and pass legislation to outlaw discrimination on race and sex. In 1973, Whitlam said, "The basic principle of our government is equality. Equality of opportunity, equality before the law, equality in the community. The protection of rights, everyone's rights, is a fundamental purpose of government in a democracy." Whitlam instituted the National Employment and Training Scheme and wanted jobs for all citizens. We have provided fee-free TAFE and a renewed focus on upskilling our young and not so young people for the jobs of the future. Whitlam's government emphasised open government, accountability and reform of institutions such as the Administration Appeals Tribunal. One of the tasks we were set when coming into office 3 years ago was to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission and to renew the administration appeals process, which the Coalition unfortunately had allowed to fall into disarray. In 1974, Whitlam commissioned the Hope Royal Commission on Intelligence and Security and established a new accountability framework, and we have legislation in the House right now for the consolidation of that oversight. The Whitlam government was indeed short-lived and was not by any means perfect. But Gough Whitlam's legacy and that of the 28th and 29th government and caucus is one that continues to live on, and it continues to provide lessons, inspiration as a touchstone for our own deliberations in this parliament today.
And I thank the member for Hasluck. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Well, may we say God save the Queen, because nothing will save the Governor-General. Now, that is one of the most famous sentences ever uttered, and certainly as Edward Gough Whitlam spoke those words, hovering around on the steps of the old Parliament House was one Norman Gunston. That is an only in Australia political moment. Could you imagine in any other country where such an historic event was taking place, the dismissal of the country's leader, and you've got a comedian there doing almost stand-up comedy, talking with Kip Enderby, discussing the moment with Bob Hawke and others. Billy Snedden was there, and of course that statement has gone down in the annals of Australian political history. But look, and there are many things that we could say about E.G. Whitlam, but I want to praise the great man, for the decentralisation program that he undertook. Certainly the taxation office going to Albury, the indeed establishment or promotion of Albury-Wodonga as united, as one, is a hallmark of what he did and what he achieved. Now, not many people perhaps know this, but he was quoted when he was 81, when he was contemplating his own mortality in characteristic fashion, and he said this: I first saw an aircraft in December 1919 when my father took me to Middlehead to watch Ross and Keith Smith as they flew to Mascot at the end of the first flight by Australians from England to Australia. I first boarded an aircraft at RAAF Cootamundra, and so the Riverend has an important piece of aviation history connected with the great man. And certainly he became a pilot of renown. He was obviously somebody who loved his country. All Prime Ministers love their country. All MPs, I would like to think, love their nation. And as I say, that decentralisation program that he pursued vigorously at the start, what a shame that as a legacy to Gough that it really hasn't been taken advantage of, and we haven't got the big cities in inland Australia that we see in other countries, such as, for example, the United States of America, because 80% of Australians, figures probably even higher, live on the eastern seaboard, live on that coastal strip, and we've got such amazing opportunities for Australians and for migrants to avail themselves in inland Australia. But Gough had that vision. He had that vision. He tried to develop Albury-Wodonga as another big Canberra, perhaps, but and whilst Albury-Wodonga is doing very nicely, it probably hasn't realised the vision that Gough had when he went there, when he stood on top of the hill and when he looked at the marvellous vista that there is. And of course, to date only a small number of Commonwealth Government agencies have established rural or regional offices in support of decentralisation, and that is such a shame because Gough did have that vision for this nation. One of his other great legacies I would like to talk about is his late marvellous wife, Margaret. And he was married to Margaret from 1942 until her death in 2012. And of course, E.G. Whitlam outlived her by a couple of years, dying on the 21st of October 2014 at the age of 98. But what a partnership they were. What a pair they were when they were either doing domestic duties or indeed on the world stage. And there are many, many university graduates who owe their degree to Gough's vision for Australia. He wanted to make this country a smarter, fairer place. Yes, like all Prime Ministers, there were ups and downs along the way. Certainly the end wouldn't have been the way that he would have liked it, but we record that moment in time. I'm pleased that the now Governor-General Sam Mostyn is also acknowledging this time with some important activities and events, because as Australians we should mark this very important milestone.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Banks in relation to government election commitments.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it's been 6 months. It's been 6 months since the 3rd of May, when Australians went to the polls. It's been 6 months since Australians got to participate in that great dramatic and democratic process of being able to cast their vote. And it's been 6 months since people chose a Labor government focused on cost of living. But, Deputy Speaker, the measure of a party and the measure of a government has nothing to do with winning elections. The measure of a government is what it does with its time in government. The measure of a government is what it delivers for the people who elected it. And the measure of government is what it does for everyday Australians when it comes to governing. And, Deputy Speaker, you couldn't see a starker contrast between what we've seen from Labor in government and what we've seen over the years from the Coalition in government. And so, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to this Labor government, we are a government with our eyes firmly fixed on delivering for Australians every single day. And, Deputy Speaker, today I want to take you through those points of delivery, what we've been focused on, what we've had our eye fixed on. Firstly, urgent care clinics.
The member for
When it
Mortimer,
comes,
just pause, sorry. Can you just a little quieter? It's very hard to hear. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, urgent care clinics. The Albanese Labor government has been focused on rolling out urgent care clinics so that people in our suburbs can access bulk billing healthcare. And in my electorate of Moreton, and certainly on Brisbane's south side more broadly, we have one at the bottom of Canossa Hospital and we've got one at the bottom of the PA. And what these urgent care clinics do is that they give people the ability to go to a place with just their Medicare card and have a high fever and to go see a doctor. They give you the opportunity to go to a place with just your Medicare card, and if you've got a sprained arm, you can go and see a doctor. And what they do is if your kid is sick on the weekend, they give you a place to go to see your doctor with just your Medicare card. Deputy Speaker, we've also been investing in women's health, the largest investment in women's health that this country has ever seen. And what have we seen from that? We've seen more endo and pelvic pain clinics. We've seen investment in putting PBS medicines for oral contraceptives on the PBS for the first time in 30 years. And we have seen menopause assessments go on a rebate for the first time. That's what we're doing. We are delivering on women's health. Deputy Speaker, more bulk billing. On the 1st of November, we have introduced an increase to the bulk billing incentive. And what that means is that we have seen hundreds of GP practices sign up, hundreds of GP practices who will now only bulk bill. And so if you walk through the doors of a Medicare bulk billing practice, that means, again, you will only have to use your Medicare card. And this is something that's incredibly important to accessible and affordable healthcare. And Deputy Speaker, when it comes to cost of living, we've been investing. We've been investing, and what we've introduced is 20% off student debt. And whether that's TAFE debt, whether that's debt related to a university course, for someone in my electorate like Helena, who's benefited from that average of $5,500 off your student debt, this is life-changing stuff. This is stuff that has a real impact. Deputy Speaker, we've made medicines cheaper. We've made medicines cheaper so that you will never pay more than $25 for a medicine on the PBS. And for people in my electorate like Ken, that means he saves over $60 each and every month because of a Labor government. Deputy Speaker, we've made deposits 5% for first home buyers. And for people in my electorate like Kane and Jackson, that means that they've been able to get into the housing market. Deputy Speaker, Labor is delivering. And the delivery that we are doing every day makes cost of living easier for people, but we know there is more to do. And that is why 6 months is just the start. Every day this Labor government, this Albanese Labor government, will be focusing on delivering for people. And when we contrast that against what we've seen the opposition spending their time on, they haven't been focused on Helena, they haven't been focused on Kane and Jackson, they haven't been focused on Ken, they've been focused on themselves, on the member for New England, on the member for Canning, on an absolute shambles of a party room. We are focused on delivery, they are focused on division.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When you have households paying 15% more for food, 15% more for health, with bulk billing rates going from 88 to 77%, down 11%, when you've got people paying 19% more for housing, that's if you're lucky enough to get a roof over your head, either through ownership or rent. When you have people across Australia paying 37% more for insurance and nearly 40% more for power, more for electricity, then you know that something is seriously wrong with the government of the day, and something is dreadfully, horribly wrong with the administration of Australia right at this point in time. And instead of coming in here and crowing about what they've achieved in 6 months, Labor should be taking their tail between their legs, going back to their electorate and listening to the small business community, listening to Mr and Mrs Average, everyday ordinary Australians who are hurting, who are crippled with the debt foisted upon them by this government. And you've got, indeed, when I talk about insurance, you've got a complete market failure, a complete collapse there, where you've got, indeed, in some of those river communities where they've put in place, thanks to coalition infrastructure spending, some of those opposite have no idea what I'm talking about, but levy banks that were not there before, and yet people are still paying higher and higher insurance rates. There has to be a conversation with the insurance industry as to why this is so. And then, of course, you've got businesses, legitimate businesses, next to legitimate tobacco sellers who cannot even get insurance because of the fear that insurance companies have of those legitimate cigarette sellers being firebombed by the illegal gangs that are using it as their MO for making money. And this is costing the government, through illegal tobacco excise, millions upon millions of dollars, and something has to give. I feel for those state police officers who are pulling up people on the Hume Highway all of the time, and then what do? Well, we just let them back into society. I mean, this has got to be something that the government should take in hand, because it's costing revenue millions of dollars. We've got, indeed, bailout after bailout. We had Whyalla, $2.4 billion, No Star, $135 million, Glencore, $600 million, and now Tomago, where the Prime Minister stood and said, this is the vision for a future made in Australia, and now that aluminium smelter is potentially facing bankruptcy. Well, if that is a future made in Australia, then Labor has to go back to the drawing board as to what it is doing to charge those high energy costs that companies simply can't afford. It'll probably be a boon for the Minister for Climate Action and Energy, the member for McMahon, because it will take 11% of the state's New South Wales power supply out, and that will therefore reduce emissions. But is this the way we want to go? Do we want to start sending everything manufacturing and factory-wise and industrial-wise offshore? Well, that's not the future made in Australia that Labor purports to represent. And of course, it's not just that. It's every time people go and fill up their cars, they're paying through the nose at the petrol bowser. They're paying through the nose at the cash-out register in their local supermarket because of the higher costs foisted upon them by this government. And something has to give. Something has to give, because we can't afford to keep saddling future generations with the costs that we are putting on them. And if Labor thinks that this is a novel exercise, celebrating their achievements after 6 months, well, I tell you what, there's a lot more work to do, because, yes, while there have been some good little achievements, the cost overall to everyday ordinary Australians is hurting. It's hurting them. It's hurting them because they can't put a roof over their heads. It's hurting them because they can't find a house to rent. It's hurting them because every quarter when they open that energy bill, they should see the Prime Minister or the member for McMahon's face staring back at them, because they're the ones forcing the prices up 40% over and above what they were when Labor came to power in May 2022. That was a disastrous day for this nation, and this is a disastrous 6 months for this nation as well.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today does mark 6 months since the re-election of the Albanese Labor government. 6 months of action, 6 months of delivery, 6 months of putting Australians first. And let me tell you, Deputy Speaker, we have not wasted a single second. From day one, we promised results, not rhetoric. We said the first law we would pass in this parliament would to cut student debt by 20%, and we did. Over 3 million Australians now save an average of $5,500. That's real money in people's pockets. That's a nurse being able to save for her first home. That's a young professional finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. That's Labor getting on with the job, while the coalition hangs by a thread. We know life is still tough for many Australians. Families are juggling household bills, parents are working long hours, young people are worried about their future. That's why Labor is acting where it matters most. We've made medicines cheaper, boosted the minimum wage, protected penalty rates and expanded the paid parental leave. This is about fairness. This is about dignity. This is about giving Australians the security that they deserve. And healthcare is no different. Every Australian should be able to see their doctor when they need to, without worrying about cost. That's why we've made the single largest investment into Medicare in its history. And we are opening 50 new urgent care clinics on top of the 87 that are already servicing our communities. Families can take their kids to see a doctor when they need it and where they can get the care that they need quickly without having to seek help in an ED. Mental health is also no longer an afterthought. We're opening 31 new and upgraded Medicare mental health centres, expanding Headspace services and training more professionals to meet demand. And in Maribyrnong, young people will soon have access to a Headspace service in Moonee Valley, a place to be heard, a place to get support and a place to know they're not alone. For younger Australians dreaming of buying their first home, we're turning that dream into reality with just a 5% deposit so we can see more homes, and we can see more homes being built right across the country. This is about creating real opportunities that make a difference for families, workers and young people getting into the housing market. And right here in Maribyrnong, Labor is delivering for our community as well. The Gladstone Park Bowls Club is getting a brand new synthetic green and shelter. Walter Street Reserve will soon have a completely new pavilion with female change rooms. And the Buckley Bowls Club redevelopment is transforming the site into a bowls super hub, bringing together Buckley Park, Maribyrnong Park and Essendon Bowls Clubs. These are the places where families, neighbours and communities come together to play, to socialise and celebrate. And after a decade in government, the coalition was never really serious about investing in Maribyrnong, but Labor is getting on with the job and delivering for our community. And speaking of the coalition, nothing has changed. They remain more divided than ever, obsessed with attacking each other, focused on themselves and pushing extremist policies that punish everyday Australians. Even as women, young people and multicultural communities turn their backs on them, their message of division remains. While they bicker, leak and talk our country down, Labor is getting on with the hard work of delivering for working people and their families. Of course, we know there is more work to be done. Life is still hard for many. Families are juggling costs, students still feel pressure, and communities need support. But my colleagues and I are listening to our communities and we are prepared to work. Fixing the damage of a decade under those opposite doesn't happen overnight, but we are determined to keep working for all Australians. Deputy Speaker, 6 months in, the Albanese Labor government has delivered student debt relief, cost of living support, stronger healthcare, mental health services, women's health funding, first home buyer assistance and local projects that make a difference to people in my community. The contrast has never been so clear. Labor is working hard together while the coalition is marred with hate and division. Deputy Speaker, we are proud of what we have achieved, honest about the work still to be done and committed to building a better, fairer, stronger future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, 6 months ago, Australians went to the polls and they weren't sure about the direction of their country. And I've said publicly before, when Australians went to the polls 6 months ago, that they were nervous about their future, anxious. They did not feel that their government was necessarily the right government for the nation. But we also, I believe on our side, failed Australians to give them a viable alternative. And as a consequence, people ultimately made the choice that they felt was available to them. They were forced to vote for a bad government to be re-elected because they had no alternative. That's our failure. It's not something for Labor members to come into this chamber and air punch around and celebrate their incredible victory, because at the end of the day, it has not been this massive vote of confidence in Labor government or its direction for our country, because it doesn't have one. Of course, there was one seat where things were a little bit different. The seat, of course, in context was the federal electorate of Goldstein. Now, of course, we're enormously proud of what happened in the context of the federal electorate of Goldstein, because what we saw was where hope transcended fear, where a campaign run from local residents standing up for the type of community we want to be transcended a lot of the issues that were presented by the former member. And it's very important to remember what happened, where they campaigned on the basis of trust and climate action. And as soon as they were elected to office, what happened? They did things like voted for billions of dollars of new coal and gas subsidies, despite saying they would do other things, as did the member for Wentworth, as did the member for Curtin, as did the member for Kooyong, as did the member for North Sydney, as did the member for Mackellar. And when you're campaigning on the basis of trust, and then you go and break such a pledge, to your communities. It is a fundamental breach of trust with the community that will no doubt continue to haunt them for the rest of their political days, because that is really when you even had Senator Joyce and Senator Canavan didn't vote for these subsidies, but you had the members for Goldstein at the time, the member for Kooyong, the member for McKellar, the member for Curtin, and the member for North Sydney at the time voting for billions of dollars in new fossil fuel subsidies. It raises a fundamental issue of trust. But nonetheless, Goldstein made a different choice because they saw that there was a direct consequence. Despite being told that they were going to have a community-backed independent who was going to stand by the community, what they watched is $100 million worth of social infrastructure ripped out of their community. And the member for Maribyrnong, who just gave her speech, boasted about all of the resources that this Labor government is now just giving specifically to her community. Well, Goldstein had a very different experience in the last term of parliament. We watched as $100 million of local infrastructure funding was ripped out of our community, and what went with it was the financial resources that the City of Bayside, the City of Glenara had to do things like upgrade things like Wilson Storage Oval in Sandringham, the McKinnon Reserve, and of course Brighton Beach Oval. What it meant is that women don't have change room facilities in our community, despite consistent election commitments being made to be able to go on and deliver them. And this is the problem. Despite all the rhetoric, despite all the spin, Labor has failed the Goldstein community, and we are continuing to miss out. But now is the time for us to stand up, because in over the 6 months, this Labor government hasn't just failed Goldstein, it has failed Australia. I have never seen a time where we've got a government that has been so inept and disinterested in combating open corruption, and it's because there are cartel kickbacks that go between the CFMEU public projects all the way through to the connections to the Labor Party itself. Only last week we have an outrageous situation where Zack Smith—
I'll just ask the member to pause.
Can I ask to be withdrawn, please?
On what grounds?
To assist the House, it would be appreciated if you would withdraw your earlier remarks in relation—
For the sake of brevity, I'll withdraw them, but there is a fundamental reality where we have cartel kickbacks that are taken from Australian taxpayers and first home buyers. They are then given over to the CFMEU to organised crime, to bikie gangs. And yes, they are directly given over to officials and people directly connected to the Labor Party. And if members of the Labor Party don't like that, then maybe they should stop taking those—
I'd ask the member to pause.
Deputy Speaker, we ask that to be withdrawn as well. It's the same comments he just made just before.
Thank you. If you would withdraw those remarks.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker, they're not the same comments.
They are still a reflection on the members, and I think you should, in the interest of progressing forward, I'd ask you to withdraw the comments.
I'm happy to cease my speech.
Thank you. Is that sufficient? I just need to— yeah, if the member for Goldstein would return, I asked if you would withdraw the comments because they were a reflection on the members.
I will withdraw.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is hard to believe that it's been 6 months since the election, 6 months since the people of Bonner put their trust in me, and 6 months since the Albanese Labor government was returned to continue building a stronger, fairer and more secure Australia. And what a wonderful 6 months it has been. In that short time, we have achieved a great deal together right across our community and, of course, across the nation. Locally in Bonner, we've been out every single day, listening, helping and delivering. We held our first ever Bonner Seniors Expo. Nearly 1,000 seniors came through the doors to connect, learn and celebrate the vital contribution of older Australians. I've also visited 21 schools in the last 6 months, meeting students, teachers and parents who are passionate about their futures. My office has also supported over 1,500 residents, helping locals navigate the NDIS, aged care, secure housing and understand government services. We've hosted mobile officers each and every month to bring government to the people, not the other way around. Because, Deputy Speaker, that is what being a strong local voice looks like. From Carina to Carindale, Wynnum to Wishart, Murray to Mansfield, we've supported 23 community and sporting clubs with almost $60,000 in volunteer grants, helping incredible groups like the Mount Gravatt Bowls Club, Bayside BMX and the Roachdale Community Garden continue the work that brings our community together. We've also backed another 7 local organisations with over $71,000 in funding through the Stronger Communities program, delivering for groups like Babby Youth and Family Services, Mackenzie Special School and Wynnum Manly Seagulls. That's what Labor investment looks like: practical, local and life-changing. Nationally, Speaker, this government has hit the ground running. We made a promise to the Australian people to keep focus, to stay the course and to keep building a better future. And we're delivering. We've delivered on making healthcare cheaper by strengthening Medicare. We're delivering on helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. And we're delivering real cost of living relief, not slogans but action. And we're building a future made in Australia, supporting good jobs and clean energy industries that will power us forward. We promised that the very first thing we would do would be to cut student debt by 20%, and that's exactly what we did. That's 21,000 people in Bonner who now have less student debt hanging over them, and over 3 million Australians nationwide saving an average of $5,500. We said we would strengthen Medicare, and we've done that too. Just this weekend, we tripled the bulk billing incentive, the largest investment in Medicare in its history. That means more Australians can see a GP for free just by showing their Medicare card, not their credit card. It means families won't have to choose between paying for groceries or seeing a doctor. And in Bonner alone, 11 clinics have already signed on to this new incentive, with more on the way. Speaker, that is what Labor's commitment to fairness looks like. We're boosting housing security and helping more Australians into their first home. Through our Home Guarantee Scheme, we've made it possible for people to buy a home with just a 5% deposit. And already 391 people in Bonner have done exactly just that. Speaker, we are just 6 months in, and we're not stopping there. There is still more to come. In Bonner, we're going to see the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic opening at Carindale in the coming months, $1.5 million to support Ozfish, expanding reef restoration and protecting our precious marine environment, $500,000 for the Wynnum Manly Men's Shed for a new shed, $1 million for new lights at the Wynnum Manly District Cricket Club, giving local families and players the chance to enjoy evening games and community life under the lights. And Speaker, this is only the beginning. The people of Bonner sent me here to work hard, to deliver and to keep their voices strong in this parliament. And that's exactly what I will continue to do every day for every person in every corner of our community. And that's exactly what the Albanese Labor government will also continue to do right across our nation. We're off to a flying start. We're only 6 months in and we're just getting started.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I would like to talk at this point, 6 months into the new government, about the government's record on integrity and transparency. And in the last term, this government talked a really big game on integrity and got off to a pretty good start by announcing the National Anti-Corruption Commission. As part of the 2022 election platform, the government committed to make government more open and accountable. The NAC was good in concept, but the lack of transparency and public findings has meant that it's had limited effectiveness, and I think it's been a bit of a disappointment. 6 months into this term, and this government is failing on integrity. And the Centre for Public Integrity has given the Albanese government a fail grade on its integrity report card due to secrecy, due to a failure to curb lobbyists and diminishing accountability. And I want to talk about a few of those areas. Firstly, on appointments. The Briggs report was commissioned to improve transparency and merit-based processes for public sector appointments. It was given to the government in August 2023. It was not designed to be a secret report, but it has not yet been disclosed, and the ALP has continued the Jobs for Mates culture and refused to release that report publicly. On freedom of information, the 2021 Labor Party platform committed to strengthening FOI laws. Under this government, FOI refusals have risen to 24% compared to 10 to 18% under the previous government. Average time for reviews by the OAIC has ballooned from 6 months to 15 months, and proposed changes to the FOI laws, which have just been reintroduced into this chamber with no warning for tomorrow, at the same time as the once-in-a-lifetime environmental laws. It's almost like it seems the government's trying to slip these through without attention. These reduce transparency. There are more refusal powers, no anonymous requests and fees. This is not the improvement to the FOI laws that was promised. This government has ignored Senate orders to produce documents and failed to release some really significant critical documents, including the ONI climate report and others. To rebuild trust in our government and our politicians, we need transparency and accountability. They've failed to produce the ONI climate report. We can't make good informed decisions about decarbonisation if the stark picture of what the alternative is hidden. We also haven't seen a response to the Murphy report on online gambling reform. It's now 859 days since that report was tabled and 677 days since the report became overdue. This theme has continued in relating to lobbying and secrecy around the EPBC as well. To rebuild trust in our government, we need this transparency and accountability, and it's time that this government fulfilled its promises on those fronts. Thank you.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next sitting day. I call the member for Hunter.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
The member for Curtin.
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. on Tuesday, 4th of November 2025.